stage to guess the other 8 teams that will make it to the grand finals. The rewards are the same as the group stage. During the grand finals, you must try and predict the ultimate champion. Just predicting will grant 30 tokens, and a correct prediction will grant 400 tokens. If you're unsure about your predictions, you can let your friends' predictions guide you. Find someone reliable, copy their predictions, and wait to be rewarded. The 3 prediction rounds take place on July 27th, July 30th, and August 3rd at 10:45 UTC 0. Rewards are issued the second day after each stage ends at 4 a.m. UTC 0. You'll receive esports tokens based on your prediction results. Note, esports tokens don't expire and can be used in future esports events. Who do you think will be the ultimate champion? Join the 2025 PMWC event and share your predictions. Invite your friends to join the predictions and watch the tournament unfold.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025. Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! This planet reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crowd a new load of Cybertron. Roll for freedom. A victory for all sentient beings.
Hello， 大家好，我们是 TT Global 俱乐部，我们是这次电竞世界杯的 PUBG MOBILE 队伍。然后我是 TT 区的 King， 我是 TT 的阿杰，
我是 TD 的思婷。
我是 TT 的泰一。
안녕하세요, TRX입니다.
안녕하세요, TRX 현빈입니다.
안녕하세요, TRX 소이지입니다. 안녕하세요, TRX QX입니다.
안녕하세요, DRX CJ입니다.
然后现在我们是来玩一个小小的游戏，叫做选手是谁。
나만 하네. 개그맨입니다. 개그맨 지망했던 친구랑.
小丑，对，小丑。
소이지 선수가 좀 불만이 많거든요. 항상 좀 투덜투덜 되거든요. 다 하긴 하는데 항상 이제 약간 불만이 많아요 좀. 하긴 하는데 투덜대면서 하는 스타일 약간. 나이스. 현빈. 근데 호진이긴 해 이거 요즘. 호진이 좀 많이 해. 맨날 맵 본다고 그냥 차 어디다 끼고 바로 핑계 대잖아. 맵 보느라 어쩔 수 없었어 하면서.
这个，
是啊，他喜欢在厕所里面做草莓蛋糕。
这个，
와 이거 현빈이 아니면 나긴 하거든. 근데 현빈이로 갈까 우리?
난 경석이 형. 옛날부터 확실했어 형은.
아니 근데 현빈이가
아니 봐왔던 게 있잖아요.
뭘 봐왔는데 도대체?
옛날부터 봐왔어. 이거 둘 할게요 저.
睡得最多。
睡觉睡得最长，最
可是我每天5、6个小时，我还睡得长呢。
네.
여기. 어디 총소리 들렸다 하면 그냥 가고 본 친구거든요. CJ 선수.
感谢大家观看这次的小节目，我们赛场上见，
시청해주셔서 감사하고 많은 응원 부탁드립니다.
拜拜。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the PMWC Grand Finals at the 2025 ESPORTS World Cup. 7, pump the brakes.
Breaking.
Woo! Let's open things up today by talking about day 1, namely the teams that were actually struggling a bit straight off the bat. 7.
That's right, one of the favorite teams to win on Championship Sunday. Four Tribes and Horror Esports not having their optimal performance in day 1.
That's right, but I tell you who was in prime position, Yangon Galacticos and DRX. What's up, bro?
I thought he would be taller. Hopefully, the teams in the second page of the overall are going to be able to transform their gameplay if they want to challenge on Championship Sunday with the Smash Rule. This is day 2 of PMWC at EWC 25.
All right, guys, it's day number 2 of the grand final. In fact, I'm here with Max Man. All right, Max, come close, come close. Whoa. Steady on.
Okay, sorry.
Jeez. All right, we're going to talk about some of the stuff that's gone on, obviously. Yangon, #1 right now in the tournament, looking but
Yangon.
I want the hot takes. Coming into day number 2, Max, what have you got?
Actually, day 1 was such a weird day, Kalaris, that actually I think that the champion of PMWC 2025 is currently standing in the bottom 8 of the leaderboard, so they'll initiate a big comeback entering the second day.
Could. It's very close. That's fair. All right, I'll give you my first hot take.
Yes.
All right? I think Yangon, despite being #1, will not win the tournament. I think that the other guys are going to catch up and do something spectacular for day 2. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel like they got like a similar hot take here going into this. But actually, I have another hot take. Are you ready for another one? I think that if you blame me for cursing your team and they don't win, maybe your team's not that good in the first place.
That's not bad. I don't mind that.
That's a hot take.
Yeah. I'm still going to blame you. But that's...
Everyone's going to keep blaming me. Still a thing, yeah?
All right, okay, a second one. I think China has to step up on the international stage. I think they've not been able to really hit it home for a while. Never mind Hong Kong. Stop looking back there.
Okay.
But I think they've got to really kind of kick back into gear somehow, some way, because here at PMWC, it's not hit home for me. They've got to do something better. What do you think about that?
I mean, I agree. We're both currently in 5th position, but we want to see a little bit more. Hopefully, they can climb up into 1st place. But as of right now, they're pretty passive. I want to see Sook get more eliminations with the explosive bow.
All right, well, thank you very much, Max. I appreciate that. It's time to check in with 4 Thrives and see what they're up to.
Four Thrives was actually one of those teams that surprised a lot of people coming into PMWC, being able to qualify 3rd place out of CSA and basically just dominating in the first day when it came down to group stages at PMWC.
What can I say? We are getting ready for the final.
Top, and it's unbelievably placed.
Four Thrives showed that they are just excellent in Erangel, especially during PMWC. They ended up with 4 top 3 finishes out of 6 matches in Erangel. And not just that, averaging 1,500 damage. And on top of that, 8 eliminations. This team was dominant when it came down to Erangel.
Our Erangel is very strong, but we have worked on our other maps too. Inshallah, you will see the results in Grand Final.
One of the biggest surprises out of Four Thrives definitely has to be Naki. This player was just such a clutch factor. Even though he wasn't getting the most eliminations, whenever it came down to it, whenever the team actually needed him, he was there to clutch it up. Going into grand finals, this is going to be one of the best lobbies that we have seen ever at a global event. Not only do you have the top teams at a group stages, you also have the top teams at a survival stage. So yeah, the level of gameplay is just going to get a lot higher, and I can't put my hand higher because I'm short. Going into the grand finals, I'm just hoping Four Thrives doesn't crumble under the pressure. This is the first time ever a Pakistani team is in the grand finals of a global event for PUBG Mobile Esports. Not only just that, they could make history by winning that championship and not only becoming the first team from Pakistan in the grand finals, but becoming the first team from Pakistan to be champions of a global event.
It would be an honor to be the first Pakistani team to win a world championship for our country, and we will give 100%.
That was rude, Seven.
You know what was rude? Me picking Four Thrives, the team that ended up second place in group stage. And yesterday on day one of the PMWC at EWC 25 Grand Finals, they just weren't able to perform. And honestly, I think if this team continues to perform like this, they're just not going to be able to win the championship. So Four Thrives, I need you to wake up.
Step it up. I want to say the same thing, though, Seven, about Regnum Cario. Where have we seen them? This is not the team we saw in PMGC. This is not the team we saw in PMGO even. This feels like a completely different team. They've got 12 matches left, maybe less with that Smash rule. If they don't step up soon, it is going to be the end of the road for them.
And I mean, if we're going to be throwing another team under the bus, we got to throw in Team Falcons. This team, I said it earlier when I got here with Barney, they got one chicken dinner and they got a total of 11 placement points.
Oof.
Team Falcons, what are we doing? Wake up, baby. This is day 2 of the PMWC at EWC 25.
It is. Do something quick.
I'm joined alongside Ralph from none other than Team Falcons. Our first day of Grand Finals has just concluded, but you boys started off today playing a little bit more defensively. Obviously, that kind of ramped up as the day went on, but how do you feel this compared to your performance during survival stage?
I feel compared to survival stage, we played worse today, to be honest. I don't think we got the chance to play our gameplay. I also think there was some bad decision making, and hopefully we can work on that for tomorrow.
Well, all is not lost because you boys walked away with a winner chicken dinner in the 4th match of the day. Obviously, the circle favored you just a little bit, but what did you kind of change in your approach in order to end on 12 eliminations?
We tried to move a bit quicker on that match, scout more, take more positions towards the center. Of course, we got don't blessed, I would say, but we played it right at the same time. Like we made the right moves to secure the chicken dinner.
Well, in match 5, you had a bit of a tense situation where Narvalo was up against none other than Alter Ego. Do you feel like it was maybe not the best approach for him to overextend to try and secure that elimination?
I think at that situation, he had no other options but to go for the elimination, because if he continued the rotation, he would die. It was my call for him to go get the turret, get at least one more point, because his car was already almost blown up, you know?
Damn, they're out of coffee. Don't worry, I've got just the thing for this. 7YSG, get in here. Thank you so much. Now, get out of here. Fantastic. Well, we just heard a little bit from the Falcons, and we're going to continue to talk about them a little bit with a hot take from Blank.
Yeah, I've got to straight cook these guys, you know, roast them a little bit, because the bird is feeling fairly charred right now. At the moment, that team is sort of just Koa a little bit. Ralph even tried to eliminate him earlier with a nade, but surprisingly, we were able to bring it back together. I do think, personally, for the Falcons, Ralph's a bit of a doubter right now. He's doubting his own performance when we know he's a great IGL. There's been some moments of greatness from this guy. I think he's just got to believe himself a little bit more. A bit more of a wholesome approach to it, but John's going to get a bit more spicy with things now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm going to talk about the end of the tournament, how things are going to be closing down here. The Smash ruling is, of course, in effect on day 3, and I'm going to be looking forward to that. But I'm thinking that if there is a Smash rule victory, it's not going to be from a points leader. It's going to be from a team coming through from behind and snatching that crown away from them. It's going to be exciting towards the end, but we're going to have to find out how things will unfold as we head over to the Battlegrounds. But first, we tuned in with Alpha Gaming.
I think Alpha Gaming were able to make it quite easily through the group stage because their fragging power is just that strong that they can just kind of obliterate any lobby. This is a team that can just eliminate everyone quite easily, and because of that, they make it from the group stage right into the finals pretty damn easily.
This is a great wrap from Alpha Gaming. The lineup as well is beautiful to see.
Alpha Gaming take the chicken dinner.
Харин тодорхой хэмжээнд зөндөө өөрчлөлт байгаа. Гэхдээ ер нь бол одоо нэг туршилж үзсэн юмнууд дээр яг үндэслээд тэгээд орно.
I do think having a lot of fraggers with a big ego is an issue, and I think that a lot of internal issues could be happening because everyone has a different idea of how they want to execute the game plan. I mean, you have Top, PMGC MVP, you have Zio, also PMGC MVP, now Doc that has been a PMGO MVP. Everyone has found success in the past, and everyone maybe has a different idea of what they want to execute going into the game. So internally, I think that could cause some issues, but if they can fix it again, this team could be taking home this PMWC trophy.
За одоо энэ тоглогчтой одоо ер нь IGL-ихэд ер нь ямар ч асуудалгүй байгаа. Яагаад гэвэл одоо бүгд туршлагатай тоглогчд учраас ер нь ямар нэг асуудал гарахгүй төвхтэй зүйл ч юм уу ер нь нэг тоглолтод ерөөсөө нөлөөлөхгүй байгаа.
I do think Doc could take home the best IGL award. There's going to be a lot of competition for that role though, because you're looking at players like maybe IQ from 4 Thrives who could be taking it home. It's going to be a tough one. I think that APG have shown over the years, even as 4MV, that they are one of the best teams macro-wise. They can rotate so efficiently in really good positions. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's the one to take it away, but knowing Doc, he might also try and be the best fragger in the lobby.
Ер нь World Cup бол мэдээж том тэмцээн. Тэгээд ер нь бусад тэмцээнүүдийг бодвол шагналсан нь ер нь хамаагүй өндөр. Ер нь тийм болохоор бас нэлээд чухал.
And by the way, Doc is about to become a father, so maybe this PMWC is even more important to him as he could try and take home a lot of money to buy diapers.
Тэгээс алдсан ч онсон ч дэмжээрэй л гэж хэлээ да.
A lot of money on the line, a lot of diapers on the line. Day 2 of the grand final here for PMWC at the ESPORTS WORLD CUP 25. And we have got ourselves another 6 games to determine who is going to be able to ascend the mountain and get themselves a position of power. Joining me to start things off, we have ourselves Seven Worlds Gaming, we have Neptura, we have Max Man. Max Man, do you think that we are going to see Yangon stay at #1 for today, for the rest of the day?
Oh, no.
Okay, all right. Well,
no, don't think so.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. That's all I have on that. Yesterday was such a weird day. I think we're going to have the leaderboards all over the place. And I think, as I said earlier, my hot take is our champion is currently standing in the bottom 8. So there's going to be a big comeback today.
That's an exciting prospect because, of course, if they can fight back, obviously yesterday was a very close day, 7, but now if they do fight back, which they very reasonably could, we could go into the last day with an insane leaderboard.
I mean, for this team, one thing I really enjoyed was how adaptable they were. Not only did we see them being able to adapt whenever they ended up going to Nova, but we also saw the landing spot being able to adapt. They ended up going to Greats, South of George. That was quite a pleasant surprise for me.
Yeah, another pleasant surprise that I saw was actually Alter Ego able to maintain a little bit more of that consistency, even though we did have some weird zones, some weird games. They were able to still keep on top of things and keep that top 5 position, which, again, going into that Smash Rule threshold point, could be really, really good for them.
The Jamil Motorsports walk in here for all of these arriving players to get ready for day number 2 of our grand final. And understandably, teams like Horror are going to need to step things up alongside all these other guys who fell by the wayside a little bit. And as Neptura's bringing up here, 7, even if you don't end up at #1 by the end of the day, try your very best to keep up with that #1 just in case the Smash Zone begins.
That's going to be right. I mean, especially going into tomorrow, you don't want to have a team that's in first place with a 30-point lead because now you're going to have to catch up to them. And if that team comes off hot, Max, they're going to be able to get into that Smash Zone and possibly win via Smash Rule.
A big point lead after day 2 is just going to be horrendous for all of the lobby right now. You want to make sure that gap is just as small as possible, which it is currently small. But is that going to remain the case if they get, like, let's say 2 wins in a row or something like that we have witnessed here at PMWC on this stage? It's going to be a scary one, but keep in mind here that the teams at the top, everyone's going to try and create that lead. So it's going to be very competitive here for day 2.
Let's check in with the Gadir top players here from our finals so far and see how all of these teams are shaped up. are looking good to go. As we take a look back at what was going on, we started off with Sandhawk, which for quite a few of us, Seven, was kind of the most exciting match of the day. And then everything else went weird from there.
It's my favorite map. All right, and I was happy to see it. And I was super happy to see him actually being able to perform. And I'm talking about Alter Ego. You were talking about them earlier. I enjoyed how much control of Trifecta that team was able to show. It seemed like we were actually watching that game. We're like, okay, if this team is going to be playing like this the whole day, they're more than likely going to become the champion. Luckily for everybody else, that didn't happen.
No, it didn't happen. Those circles just were not going in their favor. Even when they did, they just were unable to actually get that control back on the board like we saw on Sandhawk. So maybe if they have a few extra games today, they start off on the Sandhawk doing well and keep that rolling a couple more games, they should be really good to go.
That's true. You're wearing kind of Alter Ego colors today,
actually. I kind of am,
actually.
actually.
Are you up for some Alter Ego gameplay? Is that what I'm thinking?
Yes. Yeah. I'm supporting via fashion.
Is she jumping the boat? You're not a Team Falcon supporter anymore?
No, I'm always team.
Where's the green and white? That is crazy.
I know. Well, where's my jersey? If you give me the jersey, then I'll wear it.
That is the second time she has pitched to get a jersey.
No, only because I was told I was going to get one. Only because I was told I was going to get one.
No. I like this better than the jersey. This is looking fantastic. But Maxman, as things do break down here, Alter Ego, of course, I do think are one of the bigger favorites to try and do something, especially from what I saw in the group stage.
Yeah.
Well, how are you seeing a prospect here for them?
So for Alter Ego, I have one thing that I would like to see them adjust. We saw on Sanok, their split was very controlling. I really enjoyed that. When you look at Miramar, they were overly eager to split again. They just want to split in every single map, but there are times where splits are not the answer. Sometimes you just got to bunker down, regroup, hold a position very defensively, and that's how you can also try and be consistent on other maps. So if Alter Ego adjust their splits to sometimes just stick together, maybe they can just be a little bit more consistent on your Wrangles and Miramars.
Well, for all the weebs out there like Maxman, we got the Crunchyroll reactions coming in from everything. What's wrong?
I love it.
You love anime, and you can check it all out at Crunchyroll and check out all of these reactions coming in as well, Neptura, because all of these players playing for glory. It looked like our South Korean overlords had some good times yesterday as well.
Yeah, they actually had some really good games. I mean, again, not the most dominant games that we wanted to see from them, but certainly, you know, DRX were able to take what was given to them and multiply it a little bit. Not the biggest elimination win we've seen from them, but still really, really nice. They are up in the top spots. They can contend for that smash point.
Yes.
And so that is exactly where they need to be at end of day one.
We've got weeaboos like Maxman. We've got Korea boos like me and Neptura 7. We like Korea. How about you? Do you like Korea?
I like their food. I don't like how Korea has been playing.
What about the team?
I mean, if we're going to be talking about the team, I didn't want to be this negative right away. But Nongshim Red Force, I mean, this team, I want to see a little bit more reaction out of this team because yesterday they ended up giving a win. The only win that Regnum Karya got, it was gifted by Nongshim Red Force. Nongshim Red Force, I want to see them being a little bit more proactive early on. Don't wait until the end like you guys were able to do yesterday where you pretty much stayed in the compound the whole match and then decided to move at the wrong time. But I'm looking to see a bit of an improvement out of that, Max.
Take a look at that overall here, Max, and see how they've all shaped on up. And so what do you think, Max?
I mean, looking at Korea, DRX, of course, second place, a really good day. They've been hyper consistent yesterday. Looking back at their results, they got themselves a 4th place, 10th place, that was their worst result, then a 2nd, a 3rd, a 1st, and a 4th place. So always reaching that late game, always getting a lot of placement points. But when we look at, again, the fact that we have smash rules in here, PMWC, it does scare me that how quickly could they get into that smash zone, get the extra 10 points if they are, let's say, leading the pack at the end of day 2. I think that would take a lot of time, meaning they could possibly lose that top spot to another squad that's just a little bit more frag-oriented.
The same thing goes for Weibo Gaming, though. You're talking about that consistency. Yesterday, they had 5 out of 6 top 8 finishes. Only one of those games were they in 13th position, actually. So it is a really good start. You see a little bit of consistency there, but they need to build on that, much like DRX. They need to make sure that they can do both to secure that smash point.
I mean, you're talking about consistency. You were asking me if I actually like the South Korean teams. I did enjoy the consistency out of DRX. They ended up with 5 top 4 finishes. That is just impressive for that squad. Coming in today, I want to see more fragging out of them.
Let's move on our 9th through 16th as well and see how all of these teams need to catch up. If Maxman's predictions are correct, which is rare, we will potentially see a champion come out from this bracket, Max.
It wasn't a prediction, it was a hot take.
That's not a prediction? Okay, yeah.
Maybe. I mean, if I'm correct, yes. If it's not, it's just a hot take. We'll see how it goes for the rest of the day. But no, 2 teams, I mean, one in particular after the group stage, here 7, 4 Thrives.
right? From Pakistan, we were like so hyped because every player were doing so well. Noki stepped up in the group stage. The rotations were strong. They were getting wins. We were like 4 thrives. Maybe the dream for Pakistan is coming alive. But unfortunately here, day 1 of the finals didn't quite go as planned.
Hilarious is not going to back you on this. I'm going to back you on this. I also think that the team that's going to end up winning on Sunday is going to be on that second page of the overall. Ooh. But it all comes down on how they're going to start off today. They cannot start off slow. We cannot allow them to get into a mindset. And you were talking about 4 thrives. 4 thrives. I don't want to end up seeing a hot drop once again in Sandhawk. I was getting a chance to talk to Falik. I was like, please switch it. He's like, we have no other option. So more than likely, we're going to end up seeing a hot drop.
No other option?
That's survival.
Which is insane.
Sorry. Oh my goodness.
Hey, I mean,
not good.
I mean, at least they're sticking to their guns, right? You know, we wanted to see them. No, what I mean is, listen to me. Listen. We've always wanted them to just follow through with what they want to do. If they make a decision, do it. At least they're doing what we wanted them to do, just not in the right way. We don't want you to hot drop. Please stop. But at least they're following through.
Stop it, please. I mean, even trash dropping, I feel like, and just going for some compounds here and there. You look at teams like, actually, now that I think about it, Yangon, who actually moved away from Paradise in some of these games, trash looted, and look where they are, Max. There is options.
There are other ways. Not even just that. Yangon also changed from Nova over to Crates into George Ball. Like, they are actively changing their drop locations. You can do the same. I think Power have done it multiple times, where you go for the compounds south of Hartin, and you don't have to fight Power anymore. That would be something I would like to see, but known 4 thrives, they might be a little bit overcommitted to Hartin.
Well, of course, some of our top performers as well as some people's expectations for teams like Falcons. And I guess I'll just come to Neptura for that, since Seven is now looking her directly in the face about Falcons.
Hi.
Talk to us about Falcons, please.
Yeah, what's up with
I'll talk about Falcons. I like Falcons. Listen, they have a good foundation. They're obviously a good team. They have a good strategy. My problem is that they don't seem to believe that they have a good strategy. When you talk about mindset, when you think about the mentality of these players, they are kind of an emotional team. Their results heavily weigh on their mind. So for me, I want them to step back, erase the mistakes from their mind, go game by game, and actually start believing in the strategy they've built.
It's weird, right? Because I feel like they should almost erase the entirety of yesterday. Because if you look at that graph, where did it peak? The one time the circle comes towards Museum and they're able to get what effectively should have been their win to begin with. Everything else didn't materialize, so wipe the slate clean, bring something new to today, and represent Falcons proud.
I do think they're going to bring something new on the board today, because I talked to Narvalo. He's not feeling great today. He had a little bit of a disappointment. So if we do see Snowix playing, maybe he's going to replace him, but Narvalo was one of the top performers too for the team. So if he's not feeling it today, that could really hurt their performances even more today.
Well, let's take a look at the power ranking then and see where you guys have placed some of these teams. Seven. What do you think? Oh, championship caliber Falcons.
No.
Well,
that wasn't me. That wasn't me. I'll talk about APG, because that team was one team that was actually able to impress me with the way that they were able to play yesterday. We saw them playing a bit more compact. We saw Doc staying within the team. And at one point, Max, actually, it was Doc being the last player alive for this team, which I had to double check. I even put on my glasses.
Yeah. No, but after your point, the rotates were good from them, but they're always in these strong positions, and they just don't have the full team. If they play the same way, and they just have 3, maybe even 4 players, I think they can actually convert wins here, but they just keep losing players upon rotation, and that just really hurts their opportunities to get these chicken dinners.
I'm sure it seems like you guys have put in the bye-bye category both Seven and Max's predictions, but mine and yours predictions aren't in the bye-bye category. I think we're doing well.
I think we're doing very well. I think these two don't know what they're talking about.
Are in the bin.
You supported Falcons, and now you're going for Alter Ego. I will not take your criticism.
I said Falcons.
Okay, Max, king of the bins.
Thank you for using my entire title there. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I do. We're okay. We're having too much fun here. We're having too much fun. We've got a few moments before we get into our next games here, Seven. So what are you looking out for? Of course, Sandhawk is a very important map. We're expecting, that 4 thrives situation to continue to develop, but they're not here when it comes to the top performance from Sandhawk so far. So they've got to really step things up.
For 4 thrives, we know that hot drop is going to happen. I'm going to be looking at them, hopefully winning the hot drop. If that doesn't happen, if they end up losing a player, try to find a way to just back out of it. It's an option. You can back out of a hot drop. You don't have to fully commit to it, especially if you get some loot and they give you a chance to back out of it.
Max?
Looking at this one, I'm looking at Ida in particular, one of the top performers on Sanhok. They're currently standing in 8th position, tied with Regnum. They're about 30 points away from first place. You want to stay close to that first place position at the end of today. If they can start hot with the Sanhok, they could be in contention until the end of this second day.
Mr.
I think Korra need a good game today if they want to do a really good day today. So for them, game 1 is really important. They need to do well.
Yes, please.
Please. Today. You're keen for that, Max?
I would like that very much, yes.
Sky almost beat him up earlier.
Yeah.
He did not like me.
He was pulling some faces at you. Wait, I saw that. All right, well, thank you very much. We've had a lot of fun here at the desk, apparently, and now we're about to have a lot of fun for day number 2 of the grand final here for PMWC.
The defending champions will not be going through to the finals.
Absolutely insanity.
This is a sad sight for Alpha 7.
Four Thrives on top again and again.
Power has more control over the circle. Alter Egos are looking like the top dogs here.
Yesterday, 16 teams brought flair, grit and passion to the main stage. Some made bold statements whilst others tripped at the starting line, but today could be the day that the tides turn. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host, and welcome to day 2 of the PMWC Grand Finals at the 2025 ESPORTS World Cup. And if you thought day 1 was wild, you haven't seen anything yet, because today the stakes are higher and every round intensifies. And so, with that being said, it is time to introduce your finalists once again to the main stage, kicking things off with EDA Esports. Yangon Galacticos. Thunder Talk Global. Team Falcons. Team Secret. Nongshim Red Force. Alpha Gaming. E Arena. Weibo Gaming. Regnum Carrier Esports. Esports. Alter Ego RS. Hora Esports. Today, the pressure builds. Whether your team came out swinging yesterday or you are hungry for redemption, today is where the story truly starts to take shape. And so, with that being said, it is time for day 2 of the PMWC Grand Finals.
Made for this. Tell them I was made for this. I was made for this. Told you that I was made for this moment. Totally unfazed when I'm in the cage with opponents. Give me your best shot. But either way, man, I'm golden. Don't make a difference like one drop of rain in the ocean. So buckle up if you with it. We ain't playing around. We're getting down to some business. Step to the blade, you getting it with quickness. Set the date, cause they ain't gon' wanna mix this. So while you giving word to your crew, allow me to set it off without further ado. So if you and your homies ready for the show, there's nothing left to be said. Just get ready and let's go.
Yangon Galacticos was able to set the tone in day number 1. Now, can everyone else keep up? They're in number 1 right now here. They are staring down the potential of winning PMWC, and everybody else is going to have to try and move forwards. Even Optimus Prime is hoping for them to be able to do something against Yangon Galacticos at number 1.
No.
Optimum Prime. Optimum Prime.
I was almost taller than him. What is that? Oh, he ate the logo of Weibo?
That's terrifying. Oh, what is that? That's an abomination.
Okay, actually, talking about Weibo, I'll just move on to them, I guess. You said it, Kalash, in our hot take segment. You want to see more from China.
Yep.
Weibo, I believe they can adapt, be a little bit less, narrow-minded sometimes on some of their fights, and actually step up. I would love to see them be maybe in top 3 at the end of today, be in reach of getting in the smash zone for tomorrow.
And the big takeaway for me for that team was yesterday with Suk. I love the explosive bow, but please don't just get too tunnel vision with it. Make sure you keep an eye on what's happening around you as well.
Maybe play DPS sometimes. It's what it's good.
Yeah, that's also doable, right? You can still do that. Yes, we want to see the explosive bow a little bit, but you're right. Both of you are right. The tunnel vision thing is the major issue with them. They have done really well so far to be up at that top spot, but they need to do more. They need to do more, yes.
Seven, your thoughts coming into Sandhawk?
Thoughts coming into Sandhawk, it's a lot of teams kind of sometimes just disregard Sandhawk, but if we actually take a look at what happened yesterday with Alter Ego, if it wasn't up to Alter Ego being able to get that win and being able to back it up with the eliminations, they will be nowhere near the top 4. So for all of those other teams, and this is kind of why we're stealing 4 thrives, you know what, don't hot drop. You need to make sure you get enough points here in Sandhawk to set the momentum for the day.
It truly sets the pace, and it is a brutal one to do it on. Right, thank you very much, guys. Time to head on to our first game of day 2 here for PMWC Grand Finals.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. As always, great to get the insight from the desk there to set the stage, and physically it is rising in front of the tension, the atmosphere, and the physical manifestation of what these teams are fighting for, that gorgeous trophy blank.
On the plinth at the top of the pyramid, which all the players are currently climbing, clambering, trying to get towards the zenith and take that trophy home with them. It will be concluded in just 2 days. One of those days.
Big today.
Right now,
yeah.
In fact, as we come over from the top side of Sandhawk down towards the south side, Regnum Kai out nice and early around Cow at the moment, and it will be the second to last time we see Sandhawk here over at the playoffs for PMWC at EWC.
Curious as well, of course, of how things are going to go for some of these squads. We'll dial in. Oh, hang on a minute. Is it happening again? Power Gaming on the drop blank. The back-to-back versus 4 Thrives.
Yesterday it went very badly for 4 Thrives, almost immediately going down with Power coming out on top there. Let's see if 4 Thrives can get anything done, because right now they're in 13th place. Very much different to what we expected from them coming off the back of that group stage. Maybe they're feeling a little bit cold into this, but they back off over towards the western side of Hartin. Try and stall things out for a little bit longer while they find their footing versus Power.
I believe that was nearly a clean sweep last time as well. I think at most they lost 1 player and then made it out, obviously, just completely dismantling the entirety of the 4 Thrives roster. Which you think about how much that threw a curveball into their day, Blank. Oof. If this happens again here, it could be a crazy start for Power. We'll dial in, we'll see how it develops.
Yeah, with the circle as well, heading up towards the northwest side of the map, this fight becomes very, very important. Like you say, Al-Haji already taken around about 20% damage here. Sending the shots through with the Tommy. Trying to back 4 Thrives off. It's a good setup from 4 Thrives, actually, trying to control the western edge. Having sightlines looking up through the pathways as well. Does leave Power a little bit uncomfortable.
I mean, Falak just got vision there. Timing on the reload. Al-Haji on the peek back out. Bit of chip damage. That causes Falak to back off. Try and at least play for some time with the delay. Throw the flash back over. You got IQ up on the roof. And obviously, this is the verticality that you're talking about. Adds another element. For Hedans in the back line with Easy. This roof can provide so much additional cover that he can peek into them, and Al-Haji just can't quite get the angle. If he peeks through in the building, it's going to be really bad for him. Falak even re-engaging back onto Ragnar there and getting the first knock. T24. Oh my goodness! It's heavy. Big damage done. Noki with the reply. Instantly engaging to clean up onto the down players as well.
The rest of Power just not there to follow up, and Al-Haji with a heroic play will find 2, but not quite enough. Dropping Power now down to just the 1 player, and 4 Thrives come ahead of it without losing a single so far. Easy is going to bring something to the table, but it looks like he brought nothing with him but an empty plate. And Power go down first.
Oh, and you could see the stand up there. Looked like Noki popping off immediately, getting loud in the arena. They're all in the building, Blank. You see each other, you hear that, you see that. Memories from yesterday suddenly tainted for Power.
It was a great start for them. They felt good off the back of it. They ended up 6th place yesterday, around about 38 points, which is middle of the pack, I would say, in terms of teams that want to challenge for that first place. Well, yeah, going down here on Sandhawk early on a team that does prioritize a lot of those eliminations. I mean, we saw yesterday finishing off, I think it was the 3rd game, they had 25 elims, 0 placement points. So not being able to capitalize on a map like Sandhawk, which is very much elim heavy, that feels rough. That certainly feels rough for you. In the meantime, we've had teams rotating across. Here's Yangon Galacticos, a team that Kale thought would not be continuing.
I'll see if they can prove that the firepower is still there. Galacticos can cast a shadow over the lobby once more again today. Already a nice start, keeping all 4 players topped up on HP and walking away with that 1 elim. And it's funny, actually, you raise a really good point with that, because I think Power, right, what was it, 9 elims on the game alone on the first game yesterday? Yep. And that was even with Easy having to kind of rat it out late game as a solo.
Oh, yeah.
You got the backstab onto Alter Ego. Oh, man. God, the storyline's developing, Blank. Interesting stuff.
Very much so. Speaking of Alter, a slightly quicker approach over towards the northwest side. Heading across the shallows. But they will have to come up against Ida, who has been a constant problem for them, actually, over in this playoff. They managed to squeeze themselves over towards the edge. In the meantime, the rest of Ida is currently battling off against Alpha. It's a nice shot, but it's immediately replied onto.
Yes, Darkin in the back line. We've got the connection there. Tap straight to the cranium on Refus. Roll up from Alter Ego. They sense weakness and want to see if they can dive in to snatch away some of these points as well. Rita inside, but at least a little bit of cover to play. We've got Alva on a wide berth around the edge as well, so he can cover for the team if they further back, whilst they're advancing up close. Rosemary looking for the engagement here. Loves these close quarters fights.
S12K in his hands. Reach with the DBS is a distraction there that comes through, and at least they're able to find it. The Krypton almost dancing off in the distance, throwing up the jazz hands, distracts him actually for long enough. It's a wild play. It's almost a comical play. And it allows Alter Ego to find that Elim. They're laughing about it as well. So it shows Krypton's just looking like a clown in the distance. But it is so distracting.
Yeah, the smoke screen went up. The jazz hands to dissipate it.
Bonk. Check this out. There's a little water on your face. Oh, got you.
Oh, mate. It's a great bit of comedy. Can't believe they're not only looking very dominant in PUBG Mobile, but they're practicing stand-up comedy routines.
Yeah, it's amazing. And stand-up, they'll have to in this game, right? I mean, starting in 4th place is a prime opportunity to get a little bit further into this one. They took a really quick rotate over towards the northwest side, and Alter Ego very much a team that is not afraid to go for these quick maneuvers, and I think they understood that. Their last Sandhawk, it was a little bit slow. In the meantime, though, 4th Rise are able to get a cheeky shot down towards the southern edge. That's onto Regnum Kaya, and so easy finding Scarface from Fireflux. So a lot popping off on the map, but it's actually quite difficult to keep track of it all as we get ourselves into more and more comfortable and favorable locations on the maps for this teams.
I had to quickly adjust my eye line, look over towards the map screen on that one before Prime's getting a knock on Loxy. He was quite far out compared to the rest of the squad, but had some cover. They've been able to go back over. They look to pick him back up. So a few resources that are going to need to be burned on that one. DRX were on screen there as well, taking shots over towards Fireflux that I think it's fair to say yesterday, it felt like those two teams were scrapping early. We saw a similar start in game 1 as well, where DRX were able to snatch away a player, and it was far slower for Fireflux yesterday, Blank.
Very difficult. They got themselves locked in a little bit. I think it is hard, especially in this kind of lobby. There is a massive amount of teams that do like to rotate on the south side of the map past Painan, and it's creating a lot of traffic jams, which is why I think, actually, we saw Alter Ego go for that aggressive play, and as soon as they heard that fighting, they could not afford not to third party there. They had to go for something a little bit more quick and aggressive because they wanted to secure location on the southeast side. Luckily for them as well, the circle centers up a little bit over towards the east. They can continue to play over towards this coastal edge. Saw a big wrap through there on our screens from Fireflux over towards the valley, which is not a comfortable position to be in.
No, and it was uncomfortable in the rotate as well, losing 2 players now in total, and one of them being Scarface. Obviously, Sketch and Carface. Oh, hang on. That's the way you could tie it in. Kind of a jumble up of the letters. Ketch and Scarface were quite a lethal duo in how they were playing off one another. Instead, obviously, fragmenting that, you take Scarface out of the equation early. Ketch is still up, but I think you need both of them. The way they were playing off one another looked really good. The setups from distance. So we'll see if that comes back to haunt them, if the rough day from yesterday will begin to bleed into today's games. Team Secret here, nade on top. That's Sky from Hora kicking off the engagement. He's got one more remaining. Oh, close nade. A little bit late on the detonation. Team Secret find him. Ready. Sky down and out. Shot back over. No fear, at least catches one.
It's a weird engagement from Hora, honestly, getting themselves caught up in the mix of it. This is over towards the north side before they're crossing on that northern bridge to Hatin. I respect the teams that are trying to go for this more often. Yangon Galacticos as well found themselves a knock over towards Regnum Kaya in the midst of all that. Falek has moved down over towards Regnum Kaya, and Loxy replies in kind, sending a nade over his way, signed and delivered.
Yeah, curious if we can get vision on that one. Obviously, the Team Secret fight still being elongated here. Bit of a spread bout between the two of them. But that is a bold dive in. I mean, it's classic Falak, right? It feels like if he's presented with an opportunity, he'll try and grab it with both hands. Instantly engaged on there by Regnum Karia, though.
You're tempted to take the high ground that sits over towards their western side. It's an okay spot. There is a lot of sight lines looking down towards it. And I think Regnum Kaya is just pulling themselves off from that angle as well. Now they know that the shot's coming in from the eastern side. It's smart from them. See if Noki's able to pick Falak up again. Regnum Kaya might just be baiting that knock. Meantime, Team Secret will go down with No Fear and Sleepy, picking up those final members. Mernat, though, will stick his nose in. Falak finally will bleed out on that north side. Loxy picking up that Elim with the nade.
Yeah, and I thought that was the setup there as well. Obviously, leave more time for you to try and run the risk of going to pick up Valak and then lose another player because of it.
There's a lot of fighting going on down the side. I'm glad we actually stop in with DRX as well as E-Arena. E-Arena has been impressive. I think it's a team that we didn't expect a whole lot out of, but have actually impressed quite a bit. But Alter Ego are in front of them. This circle is disgusting. This is a really, really horrible circle for a lot of teams. The entirety of the river just encompassing here, a lot of unplayable space. Yes, there's the shallows. Weibo have a member set in stone over towards the island as well. This is grim, dude.
Yeah, majority water in the upcoming zones. You've got to get a move on and try and establish some kind of actual safe playground. Already, fights continuing here as well. It's the arena that are head-to-head versus DRX. Soez is down at the minute. He's been knocked by the shot's over, but they replied with one full confirmation onto Joker. Hang on a minute. Alter Ego as well. That's the rock up onto Falcons with a split. Two of the players spotted out there. Full confirmation onto one. You're able to shut that down. So again, Falcons going for the 2-2 group up. Doesn't work when they run into Alter Ego. Noki. Oh, going for the push up against Fireflux, and they're able to grab onto that one.
It was realistically their big play that they had to make as well from 4Thrives to head down towards this valley. They couldn't swipe over towards the right side. There's a lot of angles coming through from the east towards them. So 4Thrives will pick up the valley. They know they can't push over towards Regnum Kai after they lost a player. T24 goes down in the back to an angle. Hard to pick him up as well. We'll have to crawl across.
I didn't quite see it, but you certainly heard it, and the damage there from Rosemary was enough to really put the backs up for DRX on the rotate through the vehicle. Oh, a bit of space between them as well. Hyunbin just on the cliff face here. We're back up from the team, but it's a clean divide down the middle. Alter Ego just trying to test the waters, throwing out those nades, seeing if they can get the chip damage in to have a better read on where they've gone.
Alter Ego just very much looking over towards that location. Like you say, testing the waters with the nades, trying to grab some hit markers, understand where DRX is currently playing. Regnum Kaya takes down another, and they were certainly baiting out that pick as well. I think that's now 4Thrives down to just the singular over in Noki, who has been fairly clutch in the past as just a solo. It starts to get very heated down towards the southwest side with Falcons moving through, Koa gliding up the hill right now.
Yeah, showing off his former professional ice skating skills there. But Krypton, he's ready for it. Open ground, no cover, no trees to provide any semblance of protection, so it's an easy burst. And suddenly it goes down to one, just Koa. Obviously, Falcons prefer to play these fast, slower games on Sandhawk. Ever since they went into that survival stage, something changed. Still, though, you've got teams just throwing you into the carnage in these lobbies. They just don't get to play the way they want to. Nonshin Red Force even making an appearance over in the Elim feed versus E-Arena, whilst Koa just has to sit and hope.
Yeah, Koa's going to get hard. And again, this is the big difference between Falcons and a team like Alter Ego, where the Falcons just took too long to make this cross. Yeah. Alter Ego was much more prepared to take the risk. And I think in the playoffs, especially with Smash ruling, you have to take risks on day one and day two if you want to make it through to the end. This circle actually pushes over towards Bootcamp, actually giving Nongshim Red Force an area to play on the coastal edge of Bootcamp. I think that is one player going down from Horror, actually. Weibo Gaming with he actually holding his own. Does have a teammate in Suk over towards the western side, so big split coming through from Weibo.
It really is only a matter of time until Koa goes down, but you could see the backstab there, at least onto Alter Ego, resulting in one player being knocked. So a bit of a stab up close and personal with the cook on the nade as well. Horror looking to get revenge against Weibo as they push their way up. Cheeky nade could be enough. It's a molly through the window. Set fire to the cover that he's got to work with. Shots in the back line. That's Yangon that are coming in from the side as well. They actually get that full confirmation onto he as he peeks and know about Sleepy.
Yangon gets very lucky. Right, up towards the top side. They have had some good elims so far. They've been controlling the zone. That's 4Thrives now out. But for Yangon,
this circle is just unheard of, right? It doesn't happen very often, but it's giving Yangon way more time than they necessarily should have had here on a Sandhawk Northwest circle, and they just get to play it out as 4. There is not a small possibility that they're able to get across the shallows and start actually working the game here.
Oh, the Wild West maneuvers coming in. Don't want none of this, brother. Running this. They begun in this. And Hyunbin hitting like the Buffalo Soldier up close versus Nonshin. Red Force shuts down another one. There is a couple trades back though, so DRX still suffering from casualties. And Nonshin, they have been very aggressive in the games we've seen. Even when it feels like they could opt to play slower, play passive, they get riled up and they take the fight to you. Sometimes it's been problematic. In this instance, it's working well.
Now, often to their detriment, but here where it matters most on a chaotic map like Sandhawk, they're certainly finding success off the back of it. Yangon Galacticos making that cross on the shallows, absolutely no one in position to hold them out. It's so funny to me, so funny to me. And with this circle, they actually have a top 3 possibility quite easily. With the 4 players they're still running with. An awful lot of water in this one. Players are going to start to get those soggy socks. We'll see if they can beat the heat here on Sandhawk just to get dry, to be honest.
They'll need it. Couple hair dryers, sort themselves out. Like a day at the theme park, Blank. Quick reset after a splish splash on a water ride. For Alter Ego, as much as there was that knock in the back line, Weibo were able to get an angle onto them. You reset from it. Oh, instant tag out, and they crash onto this immediately. Soup with the DBS, taking the advice of the analyst desk. Let's see what he can do up close, though. Good with the first. The Kryptonite against Krypton. Read on the angle. Alpha, see you later. But the backstab is good to save it.
This is the problem, though. We currently have Alpha Gaming coming in from that western side, and this is a bad fight for Alter Ego versus Solo. This could be easily third-partied onto. Teams can start to move up.
Oh, instant engagement to Alpha, though. Rosemary, he was the man in the back line that got one to open it up and bide some time, but it's a quick response back, Blank.
But that's all they needed. They just needed to buy time, and Rosemary gives his life for it whilst they prepare themselves to get back up again. Alva waiting on the doorway, sees a player get out, but there's hard cover in position. But he's going to take the time with a single grenade. Let's see what Reefers can get done with this one. It could be gigantic. Oh, it misses.
So close to blowing them to bits, but maybe you can handle it with a weapon instead. Nonshin on the move up as well, coming round from the ridge side. All of this noise, attracting commotion. Krypton cooks one for the reply. Bounce out the window on the lip. No damage done. Reefus still just waiting for an opportunity to shine, but Alva strikes with the DBS.
There is going to be so much fire coming their way, and Alter Ego laid low by Sook with the DBS. Puts away the bow and arrow, but it's a bullseye straight to the guys from Alter Ego. With only Krypton remaining, tries to take down the final players from Alpha Gaming who got ahead of them. Yangon Galacticos currently dealing with Nongshim Red Force, but they have been the beast inside the lobby.
Yangon. Nades over the top. Meanwhile, in the Elim feed, you can see Regnum Karia taking shots from Hora as well that are playing with confidence at the moment. Just wide on the nade. Panic. And it's not going to work out the way that they were hoping for. The team's getting fragmented. A sliver of HP is all they have. And with that, it's confirmed that they go down. We say goodbye to Yangon. No chance for the chicken dinner, but potentially a surprise in store for Nonshin. Push up on the ridge side with Doc getting close. He's still got nades to play with.
Alpha, the big dogs here, looking to push things further. Currently in 3rd place on the rankings. 2 players to work with. Doc moves up, moves forward. Nongshim Red Force, can they be shut down? Sleepy will be taken out by the play zone, trying to play out that match on the northeast edge. Ida, through all of this, despite the early rundown from Alter Ego, have lived this one out in a compound on this eastern side of the Northwest Island. Kept it chill and look to get quite a few points off the back of this. They are unfortunately being a little bit passive on this one. I feel like they could get a lot more control down towards the southeast side. That compound is nice for cover, but look at all this space that they could be taking.
So many wide open sight lines and the potential for a lot of these elim points to be soaked up by a few of the teams that are further ahead as well. When you think about Nonshin Red Force with the game they're playing right now, if they can just roam in, close down on Alpha, there's much more that can be done.
I think the thing is Riyadh, they're just scared playing as two. Doxy will find one. Benny looking over towards Doc now, and it's a good shot backwards somehow, some way. Alpha Gaming come out on top. It's an incredible performance from Nongshim Red Force. They're angry, but Alpha's here to calm them down. The simmer pot finally sits tranquil as Alpha Gaming need to keep pushing here. What an incredible performance from Doc. So low HP, but that adrenaline was thumping.
Oh yeah, Nonshin seeing red off the back of that one. Disgusting plays. Doc, the doctor is certainly in the house and he's looking to operate this one cleanly. You can buy time for it now. Slow it down a little bit, keep the pressure on.
3 teams, 6 players, 2 on each. It's the battle of the duos. You know what kind of dialogue these squads can have with one another going forward. Will it be argumentative? Will it be a complete shutdown? Or will it be a drawn-out conversation?
For Alpha, it's the dream scenario with the teams being ushered closer towards them. The zone starts to force you forward. Loxy was always looking for this lockdown sightline over towards Ida. He's able to grab one with the play zone assisting as the third man for the squad of Regnum Karia. And they look to take the fight straight to them. Cheeky peeks on the head. Doc throwing up for the fists.
Silas?
Look if he can grab it. Silas commits on the drive-in. Instant pickup from Zol, and it's just Loxy left.
Leaves it all down to Loxy, and Alpha Gaming look to put a win on the cards. 2 internationally gifted teams, but it is the squad of killers that will come out on top here. An incredible beginning to day 2 for Alpha Gaming.
In the playoffs already yesterday, Alpha Gaming were able to find placement after placement, surviving late into the early flow of games that we saw. But they're not content with just placements. They want raw chicken dinners to kick off today, and they make it look clean. Heads-up maneuvers, the crash from Nonshin Red Force, the fact that they handle that one and then go on to win it, that is an amazing opener.
It's a team full of big egos on the side of Alpha. It's in the name, realistically, but the fact that the companionship looks so good on that squad right now, everyone's working together. Doc looks nowhere near as outrageous as he used to. He's playing hand in hand with the squad there to get big wins, especially like this one over on Sandhawk.
Cybertron's future is near.
Well, what a circle to start off day 2. And Nepturi yesterday said APG was going to get themselves a win today, and they start off with a banger here to get it rolling on Sandhawk. Joining me, we have 7. We have Maxman, very aggressive. Here for this aggressive Sandhawk 7, where APG gets the win.
It was aggressive, but to be fair, APG didn't really have to do much. They lost a player early on. They were sitting in a compound for the longest time. One thing I do enjoy is how proactive this team was to just fully clear Thunder Talk. As soon as they saw Thunder Talk getting a little bit closer, they went for it. And Doc, we got to talk about Doc. He keeps clutching it for the squad, being the last one alive there at one point. And on top of that, being able to pick up Seoul, which ultimately, that duo is just nasty.
Of course, when you're looking at it, Seoul and Doc are just going to be MVP contenders every single day of the week here. But 22 points on the board for Alpha Gaming. As you said, very quick rotation. Actually, the compound they went for was occupied by a solo of Ida. It was such a valuable compound that, we have to take this fight. If we win it, we're just going to be in a great position for pretty much the rest of this match.
I think both of you were looking at Yangon, though, to be really flying away with this one, considering the position that they had 7. And overall, didn't quite go their way, which then it didn't go Nongshim's way, which then eventually it went Alpha's way.
Yeah, for Yangon Galacticos, we actually enjoyed the 2-2 split that they had in Circle 5. We were saying, okay, they're just waiting to see what the next circle is going to be. They decided to regroup. It ended up working out for them. But surprisingly, Namjoon Red Force, a team that I've been just harping about, they're not aggressive enough. They decided to be aggressive. And I got to give some props to Namjoon Red Force as well, because this team, the way that not only were they able to just take the fight to E Arena, win that, and also set themselves up to defend fights against DRX.
Yeah, a lot of props to DRX, E Arena, and the side of Nongshim Red Force, because a lot of teams understood, oh wait, keeps on shifting to the eastern side, western side of the northwestern island is not going to be valuable anymore because you're going through that big mountain that's held, as we know, by Thunder Talk. So now they just go for the wide wrap towards Trifecta to try and just survive longer into the game. It's a very, very smart play, but unfortunately, a lot of teams had the same idea, which means you have to fight for that rotate for it to pull it off. And as we saw, that didn't quite work out for E Arena, but did work out for Nongshim Red Force.
Here comes the match report, and the biggest fan of Doc on the planet, Maxman. Oh, he's so excited already. Talk to me.
I like it. No.
Wait, are you still a fan of Doc?
I'm still a fan of Doc.
Okay.
I'm just not going to predict him and his team ever again. I've been hurt too many times.
That means they might win.
No, I predicted the last. You remember Star Wars? I used to always pick Star Wars 2. Never won.
So did I.
Yeah, and it didn't work out.
I don't know why I joined you in your predictions, but yeah, for this one, yes, if Maxman does go anywhere near APG, the fans will be out in force to stop Max in his tracks. But taking a look at the highlights, 7.
Yeah, I was looking at the first fight. We were talking about it. 4 Thrives. What are they going to be doing there with the hot drop in Hot Teen? Are they going to be taking the fight once again with power? They did. It ended up coming out in their favor. I have to be happy about what they were able to do in regards to what they did defending that hot drop against power. I'm still not happy with that hot drop though, Max.
That hot drop swing, even though you win it, pretty dominantly so, you're just taking a risk, an unnecessary risk. They get 7 eliminations, but they really have no placement points. And again, they're at the bottom of the rankings. Is that going to be enough for them to climb back up at the top of the leaderboards? Hell no. We need to see actual podium finishes, actual win if 4 Thrives want to be back in the conversation.
I'm with you. I agree. I hate the hot drop, but I am happy that they were able to at least secure 7 points. It is going to be a bit of a confidence boost for this squad that didn't have a good performance at all yesterday. That's at least what you want to be able to do. Hopefully going into tomorrow, as much as I would want to say, you know what, I don't want to see the hot drop, it's probably going to happen again, unless Power decides to just back off.
There was a world in that final moments of the game where Regnum Carrier could have done something about that. Obviously, they were sent towards in the cheat, but I was like, in the US, where are we going? We need maybe a tree or some kind of cover there, 7, but nothing really materialized for Regnum Carrier.
For Regnum Carrier, I'm starting to see a pattern here that I saw yesterday. They're just playing a little bit too slow for my liking, and they're not scouting enough. Yesterday, it seems like they were just pushing into the circle late. It ended up working for them whenever they got the win because they were a little bit aggressive. I just personally didn't like the play.
Let's take a look at the overalls then and see where this has put Alpha Gaming. Second place with 70 points. It's a huge leap here for Alpha.
There is a little bit of a gap that's being created between 2nd and 3rd place right now. Again, you don't want too big a gap going into your last day's worth of play here at PMWC. That's going to be a bit scary because Yangon Galacticos were able to make it relatively far in this game. They do stay in contention with Alpha Gaming for that 1st place. They will hold on to it for now, but as you go a little bit lower, I kind of want to go back on the conversation of Regnum Carrier. For me, you asked me what was peak Regnum Karya. For me, it was then we're playing center 2-2 split. Now they're playing slow edge split. For me, this does not suit this roster that is known to be so aggressive. And as of right now, they're just playing completely differently compared to PMGO. And I want them to go back to the basics, back to the old Regnum Karya, because they can come home with a trophy.
Yeah, just way too slow for my liking. I also would like to see them being able to play in the center. And if you are going to be playing slow, just try to scout a little bit more Regnum Karya, because that's currently what's hurting your chances at actually being able to be successful in this match. And if we go here towards the second page, I mean, this is what I was saying. I was happy that 4Thrives was able to get just some points because of that gap that's currently being created there towards the top.
Considering we have 5 more games today, and then who knows how many games tomorrow, are we writing the arena off? It's 11 points. You need a massive, massive push.
Done for me.
You think so?
I think every game going forward, I'm just going to start taking teams off at the bottom, just like you're out of the conversation entirely.
Yeah, it's difficult. Well, we're moving on to Erangel. We've got 3 of them coming up here, 7. And so far, there's names up there that have had a bit of a harder time, but there's also some names up there that are doing really well so far.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at Alter Ego. This is a team that, I mean, for their performances yesterday when it came down to Erangel, it was top 10 or above. And I mean, like, I don't mean like below top 10. I don't mean 8th place, 9th place. No, there was 10th, 11th, 11th. For this team, don't do that again. You didn't get a win here in Sandhawk. You cannot afford to just have this kind of performance going into 3 Erangels.
Yeah. All right, well, you guys at home can be involved in not only watching PMWC, but also getting involved in the Airdrop Carnival that is currently going on. The PUBG Mobile Airdrop Carnival is now live, of course. Don't miss out on the final 3 days this weekend. Log in to summon your surprise airdrop. Collect 2025 Airdrop Carnival vouchers for more chances to win official merch, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win, so come and join the Airdrop Carnival. But coming into Sandhawk, we're coming out of Sandhawk, but into Erangel here, Maxman. What are you looking out for Erangel?
I want 4Thrives. Back in PMSL CSA, that was their best map. They were doing so good on the map. They drop relatively center Ferry Pier. They can quickly rotate. They don't fight Alpha Gaming on the Western Bridge. Sandhawk, for me, it's a bit of a write-off because of the hot drop. Again, they can still get back at the top of the leaderboards, but we need to start seeing results right now.
For you guys at home, make sure to tune into the map feed as well. It gives you so much information. You're able to think about those big macro plays. You might even be able to incorporate some of that into your game as well. There's no better way, from my opinion, than watching that map feed and see how these teams rotate, 7.
100% agree. And I'm just smiling over here whenever Max was talking about 4Thrives, because going into Erangel, I'm actually going to be looking at Horror Esports. I want to see if they're going to continue with those 1-2-1 splits, with those 2-2 splits that kind of worked out for them. Because yesterday, going into Erangel, that was their best performing match. That's when they ended up getting 2nd place with 6 elims and also a 5th place with 4 eliminations. I want to continue to see those kind of improvements here in Erangel.
What is a sadistic lookout? You're looking out for the team he predicted. He's looking out for the team you predicted.
I just don't want to talk about the team from Nepal again. I'm playing it.
You're trying to curse my team now?
Yeah.
Wait a second.
This is all kinds of twisted. That's ridiculous. But yes, going on to Erangel, because there's 3 of them. Obviously, yesterday, I think for some of these games, aside from maybe the Potato Hill game, we saw a lot of compound favored positions, right? Metagaming, what goes on in Erangel, can be so easy for some of these teams at this level, Max, because they've played so much Erangel, so they don't want those compound finishes.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be your bread and butter here. You have 3 matches back to back to back. You need to get points on board on the grassy pastures.
All right, thank you very much, boys. Time to get it going. 3 times Erangel. More action coming your way here for PMWC.
Oh, the tension in the air is thick. You could cut it with a knife, looking at the emotions that are on display from our teams. And hey, even over in the analyst desk, you know, a bit of tension there, a bit of back and forth. The curses from Maxman, the 7 sight lines. I'm trademarking that one. What do you reckon? 7 sight lines.
I'm gonna look in.
Yeah, like you know, he stands behind the team and he's like, you could do that better.
You could do that. This is a bad sight line.
7 sight lines.
My sight line for you. It's not good. Not you personally.
Just in general?
Or just in general.
I was going to say, what's happening?
We're heading in towards our 2nd match of the day over on Erangel. There is a lot of tension, like you say. It's going to have to be probably a massive pair of scissors. Human-sized scissors.
Like the ones you get when you go to Korean barbecue. You've got to cut the beef. Massive scissors.
Yeah. Just enlarged. Yeah.
God.
To cut the tension. Because you're right, it's thick. It's thick.
Palpable.
Yeah.
Other describing words.
Yeah.
Yeah. So talk to me, Blank. another game.
Another game, another day. But not just any day. This is a PMWC playoffs day.
Oh, yeah.
And we're heading in from Nova Abnoya up towards Severny now. 74 points for Yangon Galacticos, but look at that. That last game, Alpha Gaming puts themselves in a very good position to challenge in second place with 70 points, an exact 10-point average for them. Alpha Gaming looking very, very good. Obviously, there has been some amazing plays yesterday just in terms of survival, in terms of grit, making their way through it, continuing to put that damage out. It's nice to see Doc performing at such a level, but not necessarily just on his own. I think that Alpha Gaming has come into their own with these 4 players on side of Top, Doc, Zyol and Reefers, all incredibly well-known players representing their region. Down towards Sosnovka to start, but they have a long way to go up towards Severny, where the circle resides.
And I think it's nice for Doc as well, of course, because we saw in that opening VT where he was saying, you know, win or lose, we just want people to cheer for us. We want to do this for the fans, for the people that are watching at home from the region. And win or lose, they've been doing that as a team and as individuals. Like you said, so many of the statistical highlights there representing not one, but a couple of the players from the roster. They've been playing off each other very nicely, even in situations, Mike, where it feels like you should be at a disadvantage. They're quick to the draw today. They're looking hot, dialed in for the action, and just ready for it, which is everything you want as we're getting closer and closer to, obviously, tomorrow, the pinnacle day. They keep going like this. Wow.
Yeah. There is a bit of poignancy as well with the fact that you're saying win or lose. We just want people to cheer for us from our region. And I do think it's super important to bring that up, because in the past there has been moments where they have won, yet there's not been a whole amount of cheering, because it's a case of a lot of times, you know, Doc will go off on his own, or we'll make weird plays, we'll go for strange splits, and yeah, the game will be won, but was it won in a way that felt good? Probably not a couple of times for them over the years. And I think that here it really does feel like when they lose together, and I think you can cheer for that, knowing that they've done their best, that they went for rotates that made sense, they were aggressive when it was needed, and you can cheer for them all together. You're not cheering for one singular player at a time. This is a team that has developed nicely as this tournament has gone on. Talking about some other squads though, right now, Alter Ego quite far behind with 4th place at 49 points. It's a big drop-off, Jackie, between Alter Ego and Yangon Galacticos at 74 points, and then down towards 5th with 44 tied in place between Regnum Kaya and Ida, which is quite nice just in terms of storylines there for that team. But yet some teams will have to step it up, because going into our 3rd and final day, Smash rules will be in effect. Right now, you're just wanting to be as close as possible to 1st place to set yourself up nicely into day 3 on match point.
I think it's an interesting one as well, because obviously you mentioned it there with Alter Ego. It's the fact that it's been their fragging power where they've been keeping themselves towards this top spot. But it's why there is such a big point differential when you think about placements. They're not getting as deep into games as we've seen before back in the group stage. For them as well, you know, you're just the one chicken dinner, actually, which it comes back to haunt you a little bit. Teams definitely spotting them out. Yes, they can still handle themselves, and you've got a good distribution of firepower with the gun skill, but looking for some of those placement games now, like you say, try and leapfrog further up to get yourself back into a focal position towards the top spot. We get power on our screens as well. Another team that similarly, it's been down to a lot of their work when it comes to taking head-on engagements, hot drops, late game developments where you're looking at sort of 9 to 10 eliminations. But again, teams have scoped them out. They're stopping them from making it too far into the overall flow of the game. We'll see if maybe that will change here for a few of our teams.
Meantime, let's take a look on that northern side. Regnum Kaya currently sat fairly central, looking to push further into this one. For Alter Ego, like you were saying, placement points are a little bit of a scarcity. Definitely not like they haven't got any here, but in terms of Alva's scouting, that was the main thing that kind of made them look special in their group stages, where it was very easy for them to cut themselves away in towards that end game.
It's definitely different here when you get to the playoffs where you're playing against the best of the 24, right? Very much confirmed onto, well, not always those rotations are as easy as they were in the past for them. Alpha's not finding these critically unclaimed areas of the map. But still, that last game was just it's a worrying one, but also a promising one, where they get taken down essentially by Sook. He gets a shot, like you were saying before. It was a nasty one that came through over towards Rosemary and one of the players early, so it just slowed them down. Then they move up, they lose 2 on the knock, which allows Alpha Gaming a very clear approach over towards their position. That could have been an amazing game. Just a lot of little mistakes came through, which led to them just not having that opportunity. These sorts of things just can't really happen here in the playoffs, especially when you're playing 3v1 and you're losing 2 players on a knock. That must feel very frustrating. So for a lot of teams who did have those mistakes last game, day 2 is all just about being able to reset game after game after game.
Yeah, you've got no time to let yourself feel disparaged, really, in kind of your head-in-hand moments. It has got to be very quick turnaround from game to game and straight back in, just focusing on the overall run for the championship. Because obviously, as we said, as we clued up, going out a survival stage with no Alpha 7, any one of these squads has the opportunity to be crowned a new champion. You won't have the 2-time possibility, which should really reinvigorate some of the squads as well that are going into this thinking, you know what, we can push for so much here. The legacy, steal away the title, embody ourselves, be another squad that has our history made here live in Saudi Arabia.
Let's take a look at the rotations going through now. Alter Ego, they wrap round over towards Stalbert. Nice bit of high ground to get good vision on. Horror actually finding Sleepy. We have a quick knockout towards Fahidan. Guy backs it off and takes a bit of damage. Nice shots from Al-Haji, but there is a response which backs him off. This guy is going to crawl back over towards his teammates while priming another nade, and Jiggle's very worried about holding that angle there. Power's going to done a fantastic job here at keeping them at bay.
It's the last magazine for Al-Haji as well, with the shotty up close. 6 shells remaining for him. He was pre-firing on the corner, hoping they'd re-peek into it. Ooh, down to the wire there as well to go for the double back to grab Fahidan, but he will be able to pick him up. You've got cover. Hora aren't instantly engaging off for this, and there is protection at least from the rooftop side there, slightly further back. That's easy, a man that is incredibly crisp. He can take the window peek. Oh, nade over. Seeing if they can get that one on target. Nearly, but not quite hitting the mark.
It's one of the very, very open compounds on the northeast side of the map, just underneath Stalber. This does isolate the fight a little bit. No one's really wanting to run into this one because those sight lines are so open. Does happily contain 2 teams. For Horror, they're figuring out whether this is worth it to them, right? Is it worth it to continue this fight? It's likely not going to end up on this side of the map, and it does not as we shove over towards the western side. The good thing for Horror is they did position Power further away to the point where they could make a getaway first. So they're absolutely going to be ahead of Power in the coming moments.
Yeah, you can set up quicker, which at the end of the day will be far more worth it than running the risk of both of them scrapping it out and you limp away, even with 1 or at worst 2 knocks there if they did take down Power, or vice versa with Horror falling. So it's just not worth the risk. They call it quits, especially with the placements that they're both in 9th and 10th place at the minute. We also get vision of 4 Thrives again. Obviously, this is 4 Thrives that have really been struggling in some of these games. They took some uncomfortable early game exits back in day 1. They were able to upset Power on the hot drop here going into day 2's opening game. It's Team Secret that were near them, but you've got close grouping even with Fireflux that are moving down from the ridge side. A little bit of scouting from Scarface.
Small amount being done there. Identify where teams are playing. It's quite difficult around this area as well because there is a lot of slopes. Does deny those sight lines coming through. Information cut off a little bit. Working in the dark. Find a flashlight to figure out the pathways through. Regnum Kaya did move up from that south side slightly to the eastern edge of shooting range, which we all know is pretty horrible at times. We'll see definitely some teams get themselves lined up against that fence. Alter Ego, though, they opted to head far on the north side. They started over towards Stalber. And they're going to work that coastline over towards Severny, where Weibo Gaming on our screens are lying.
It's been nice to see, at least for Weibo as well, the way they've been able to play even when they're split. Even if it's a solo player, there's been some really good heads-up calls in terms of the impact they've been finding with the gun skill, which has been fun to watch. Obviously for them, you do need to try and push for a bit more, keep those points building. Potential to leapfrog a little bit as well with how close the grouping is there. All the way up from 8th place to just behind Alter Ego in 4th, if they could have a great day of it with some of the squads above, struggling at least into our game here.
The gas on side, refueling, getting ready to go. Quite a bit of space on the northwest edge of this map, which is unclaimed right now, Jackie. Teams will probably have to move up from Rozhok soonish and the island that sits between. Yangon Galacticos on their lineup on that southwest side. It's a pretty awkward circle a lot of times for squads. There's few areas to really post up and stay for a long time, but we're centering on shooting range. Now is actually not a bad time to pick up those buildings that sit around shooting range. You can get naded into them and the fence around it does provide cover, but it's better than nothing.
You got Ida that almost looked a little bit camouflaged there as well, and they're late roaming towards the circle with the blue matching the actual blue itself. Thunder Talks taking a bit of damage from the side as well. That's Fireflux that have been scouting out, obviously looking for an opening opportunity to get thrown into an engagement here. You got the hovercraft for the quick getaway, so they can at least keep themselves moving. All squads still currently standing. Only one player has been removed from the equation over on the side of Falcons. They're down to a trio, but we might lose some more players here. The close quarters crash comes in. They dive out of the back of the hovercraft, but straight into the forefront of Weibo. They're able to deal some damage. Oh, ring around the rosies, but they're starting to fall down from the third party of DRX.
Now Power moves in as well, sweeps round, they get a lay of the land, figuring out where these players are. A second swipe comes through, and nades would be easy to send over towards that location. Power's still figuring things out though, and opts to just send it slightly further back. Easy has the 2 nades to work with, but it's not to go in. So funny that AJ just kind of throws that hovercraft in, hoping to catch a few of them on the approach, just squash them all. Doesn't get any, and then proceeds to sit in the hovercraft thinking about what he's done.
Yeah, time to reminisce, and probably not memories that you'll really want replaying if you have that visual memory. Not ideal whatsoever, and that is how we say goodbye to our first team, at least here as well, with Thunder Talks now going down fully off the back of it. Alpha Gaming, Nonshin, Red Force here, right near each other. Obviously Alpha Gaming, and the difference is they've been able to make some heads-up calls towards the late game, whereas Nonshin, it feels like it's very aggressive PUBG Mobile, right? As soon as they catch whiff of an opportunity, they will dogpile on you and not stop.
Nonshin's scary. I think that Seven was talking about on the desk how they looked great there. And I think that it's hard with Nonshin Red Force to figure out whether what they're doing is a great play or a bad play, because when it comes to those engagements, they look really good, but how many of those engagements could they have not taken and still found a good game off the back of it without having to waste resources, find bullet holes in their vests, and just move on looking a little bit more clean. Yangon Galacticos over now towards the southwest side. They've been working the problem, working the issue, and now they're holding out Ida, who did try and cross on the island. And I think they've done enough now to slow them down, to make their approach really, really hard.
Alpha caught whiff of the arena on that drive-by, but trying to dive out and actually be in a position to get the opening shots off before you lose a player was not worth it. So they've had to keep chicaning around and look for better cover to at least pull up for now. Obviously, that's Weibo that are slightly off ever since they had that hovercraft crash that came their way. Fireflux might actually take the punch straight to E-Arena. Joker's been getting a lot of cover down for them, breaking up the sight lines with the smokes at least.
Ida eliminated. The Arena recalls the rest of the team back into the action. There is one knock that goes through. Fireflux do get the center of the circle on this one, on this small plateau that they're working with. I was really hoping for a shooting range finish, honestly. It would have been very fun. Sort of like a maze in there at times. Sook finding Reefus on the knock here for Alpha Gaming, who did set up, and they've been in a world of hurt for a long, long time after Thunder Talk sent in on top of them. Try to sit that hovercraft down on Weibo. Tony-K having a couple of turns of his own. Getting the 360 scope of the land.
Oh.
Wow, maybe he didn't read it as quite as well as I thought.
Yeah, not quite the full scope of the land. Didn't spot that rock, but luckily they don't punish off the back of it.
90% efficiency.
About 10% goes a long way.
There's Alter Ego. This is an interesting rotate actually, and they're rotating directly over towards Nongshim Red Force, which again, they are a terrifying team. They're still a terrifying team, even though they make mistakes sometimes. You've got to admit that their prowess when it comes to engagements, horrible to run into. Krypton immediately gets knocked down by Sleepy as well. That's over towards the north side because he was slightly late on the rotate, scouting over towards the west, desperately trying to find an area that they could play in. At least they have information over towards Horror there, and Krypton's death was not for naught, essentially.
Rosemary, shots down range. Making that one look like the Major 14. Clean connections. It's a nice way to open it up and at least get some bite back over after the damage was done onto their team. So you take Krypton, will keep trying to take heads off of you. Quick switch to the secondary as well. Barrage of bullets keeps on coming in, and they're relatively pinned as well. Regnum Kari is seeing the opportunity for this. Toshpik actually with the explosive bow as well. This one could have some sparks to it, Blank.
It could do. I mean, able to get some damage over the top. Alter Ego, they explode a vehicle, and it ends up in misery with Sleepy hitting the deck. He's going to take a nap on this one for a short while, whilst the rest of the team desperately tries to wake him up, shaking him inside that ditch.
15 arrows left. I mean, you can kind of just zone on this and nip at both of the heels. You can keep it uncomfortable for either squad. Ooh, okay. I mean, uncomfortable being the operative word for him now. Quickly, get your head down, reset.
Good shots back over towards Al-Haji, though, from Wild and Loxy. Instantaneous reaction. Horror's going to try and send some nades their way. A little bit further, probably would have found Toshpik. He's got no first aid kits. He's running on 10 bandages, which is not an ideal scenario for them. Fireflux, though, with an awesome position over towards the center. Same with E Arena. Alpha Gaming will need to circumvent shooting range. Get themselves out of there. Target practice in terms of where they'll land on the map.
In a period as well, I was curious if DRX might actually try and make a bit of a move up towards Alpha, but instead you can see the shift around. Zone comes in as well. Fireflux has been in a great spot for quite some time there. It feels like they've always had the zone on their side. 4-5's again another team that's in a good position off the back of the zone shift.
It's a nice compound to work with for 4 Thrives. It's going to be critical when it comes to holding out teams on the western edge, though, right? With that building control, you have to be proactive taking those shots. Regnum Kaya makes a dangerous maneuver because they'll have to move away. One of the teams that is the furthest away from getting in towards the circle, they are bombarding it directly over towards E Arena. Shots are being sent through as that's from Alter Ego, in fact, and Mormon will pick up the pieces.
Ooh, carnage being caused. Fireflux want to hold on to their good position and deny any entrance from Regnum Karia, with Rosemary in the back confirming shots. Bahora peek back up, and it's another one from Jiggle to knock Rosemary down into his last legs. Meanwhile, you had that head-to-head versus Power and Alpha that was going on over towards shooting range, so it's kicking off in the north. It's all happening in the center as well.
Yeah, Daybot sent away in a vehicle, was on pretty much no HP. Even one tank would take him out, and that desperate run comes to an end very, very quickly. Horror will have to move, though. 4 players all still alive is somewhat surprising from this position, and they make it work. It was an uncomfortable spot to be in, but they laid down in the dirt and finally brushed themselves off and attempt to make it further in towards this circle. Nongshim Red Force challenged them down towards the south side of the map. DRX have made like a nice little rotate, I would say. It's been slow and steady from that western side. They've been very careful of teams around them. They do find a spot to work with.
Yeah, with some of the opportunities they've been presented to potentially engage on third parties as well, I think they're just thinking about placements. They're playing a more strategic game on this one rather than being baited into anything. Power, though, have been pulling no punches. They took the crash down towards shooting range on Weibo. Now they kick off another instigation here versus E Arena, but Fireflux are right there on the precipice of being able to clean up on this one.
Fireflux has always had an opportunity to take fights over towards this side. They're never committing too much into the push though, constantly just going for something a little bit crushing in terms of teams beneath them, adding a little bit of a casualty in there, and the more teams that go down around them, the more secure their position becomes. Alpha Gaming finally makes a move of their own though. They've been up towards shooting range, they work their way through, now looking over towards E Arena as Joker goes down first. Turn EK stops off, but you can't stop for long. Redox in a 1v1, I believe, with Nongshan Red Force.
And it's a bit of a smorgasbord of errors as well from both the Falcons and Nongshan Red Force, with the self-knocks that have been coming through, making it a bit uncomfortable in the head-to-head there. One for either side. Koa gets gatted down as well, with Sleepy getting vision. Nongshan Red Force out in the meantime. Oh, shrapnel everywhere. He's been eating C4 for breakfast, and you're not breathing anymore. Just Redox behind the tree. All bark and probably no bite.
The initial nade was very well placed coming through from Horror. Still have all players up, by the way. One is knocked, but they are in the process of picking him back up again. Circle moves back down towards the southwest side. And this is definitely one of those games where if 4 Thrives cannot convert on this for a chicken dinner, you're counting them out. Like, this is a massive opportunity for them.
DRX, potentially a big opportunity in this exact head-to-head versus Alpha as well. It'd be a squad you want to take down, make it more uncomfortable for them. Uh-oh, the fire and flames burning down Reefus, but top trade straight back with 2 clean tags over on the DRX, keep him pinned in position, pop up from Yunbin. This is the man that can do so much. A bit of a king in the game in PUBG Mobile, but what's he got for us here? Nice nade, bowls out. Rufus goes down off the back of it. Follow up in as well, rolling downhill, chip damage on the dock. Meanwhile, Fireflux thrown into the head-to-head versus Aura that they're going to walk away with.
But we're accelerating things big time right now with the circle pushing in over towards Alpha. M79 to drop those smokes quickly and easily to create cover for DRX to reset on this one. They still have 4 players, but not for long, as Top once again re-engages the Mini 14 at distance. This guy is deadly. Fireflux, like you said, great engagement over towards Horror. Kind of sad we missed that one, as it was a clean sweep from Fireflux.
Playstyle again here as well. It's far similar to what we were seeing from Fireflux when they were really starting to dominate, where you had that back and forth between Ketch and Scarface, the way that they were taking engagements, even on the spread. They're being able to work off each other quite nicely. It's a good placement to be in. 7 elims, a ton of damage. Great zone control for the longest time. Alpha on the roam up. It's Scarface with the quick hit. He's hungry, and the dinner plate will smash over the face. Follows up. Zol down. Goodbye, Doc. Just Top. Trapped behind the tree, and the nade will finish it.
What a clean fight that was. Brought out the dishcloth and mopped that team up. And again, immediately refocusing over towards Team Secret. 2 knocks coming through in the space of bare seconds. Solus will go down, but is in cover. 10 elims on the match here for Fireflux, making it look easy on this northeast side, constantly being a big presence in the game. So weird for Fireflux as well, because you see these games pop up now and again where they just look indomitable inside the lobby. And what can you really do against them? But we need more of this. We need this to happen so much more for Fireflux. It's a lot of times where you see these games and you think to yourself, they're a shining light with inside of this lobby, and other times it's just quite dim on their side.
And I think it's those 2 players that really do bring the lumens to them. It's Ketch and Scarface. And at the minute, they're both still alive. That could be the differential factor that could help them out. And you look at some of the squads that remain. I mean, the battle of attrition is far better for Fireflux. Regnum Cairo is just one man. It was Wild that was able to actually survive the push through Fireflux ages ago. He's had to keep himself down in the dirt. Hyunbin as well, trapped in. Zone shift, though. Ooh, for 4 Thrives, they've been waiting for so damn long. And it's Yangon that are behind them as well, Blank. So this could cause some infighting.
for 4 Thrives, that compound is really quite good. Circle actually headed over that way. It's hard to get 4 Thrives off because not only does it provide you a lot of cover, there's a huge amount of high ground control you can get from that position, which makes it so difficult when you get to the end game where it's quite a flat space on this region. The Circle cuts out every single building, does not keep a single one in the next circle, and Fireflux have all the control on the eastern side here.
T24's POV here. There's been bullets whizzing through the windows for a while. Yangon just taking the peek over. Romeo's further out. Wild, hello. He finally makes a move with the DBS. Close quarters engagement could take Ketch out of the mix. That's going to be a bit of a sore sight for the Fireflux eyes, losing out on one of their players after what's been a blinding game for them, keeping all 4 alive for a good set of time here.
Losing Ketch is a big deal. One of the prime players on that squad. Wild, though, you can't really ever count this guy out on Regnum Kaya, especially as a solo. He is hailed as one of the best solo players in the game. Mini 14 as well as a DPS. He's got long range as well as close range on lock, but it is IQ to find that shot. Hyunbin now waiting in the wings here between them and Fireflux, and they have no idea.
Oh, Hyunbin. Belly down on the ground, sneaking up towards him. No one's got vision. Jumps up with the DBS. The right hook's good for one, but they reply. They turn around. But again, it's issues. That's all these teams had to do. If they wanted to cause problems for Fireflux taking the game itself, they go from 4-2 in the matter of a minute.
The fire is sputtering here. They need to add more fuel to the flames of Fireflux. Losing both your top players here in the matter of minutes. Scarface as well as Ketch. The other boys now need to step up. Yangon Galacticos with 4 players playing it slow on the southwest edge for a long time. They've been quiet, but now look to be deadly.
Mernat bringing the base. Bullet straight to the face. It's uncomfortable for 4 Thrives. Losing so much manpower. Balak with the peek up. Oh, target-rich environment, but the shots just don't deliver. And 4 Thrives are removed. Yangon bided their time for so long. They've engaged off the back of it and made it work. You can get the pickup as well.
This has been an assassination of a gameplay coming through from Yangon Galacticos. They played it slow, they played it steady. Teams weren't really aware of their position. They've just been holding out, waiting for their time to strike, and their time is now. A long nade comes through from Fireflux, who wrap their way around over towards the western side. Team Secret still holding on desperately. White knuckle grip on that compound towards the eastern side, but finally they have to let go.
And it really is no secret that this is the way they like playing these games. If you give them the stock to play passive, they will wait it out and go for the placements. Romeo, vision over, spots onto one, few bullets, witzing by. It's only 2 players there. They can trade off one another and opt to play this out just with the long con, with the fact they've got so much more stock in the bodies. It's Mernat that gets the first connection off.
Romeo looking to deliver the Shakespearean poison, but there will be no resurrection on the side of Team Secret when they go down. Yangon Galacticos continue to wrap. Fireflux with Mernat, with Matcap as well as Solus. 2 players that can step up. Yangon Galacticos look to roam out. Frankie in a whole world of hurt, likely to go down soon, and Yangon Galacticos are just starting to sweep here. Fireflux have had no say in the decimation that's happened around this map.
And you love to see it as well, because it's a head-up call from them. As soon as they got that first knock, they go for the controlled engagement, so not only stealing away 2 additional Elim points, but also now setting themselves up potentially for the grand prize that's just inches away from them. Coming away with this one with that first place on the chicken dinner.
Yangon Galacticos currently in first place on the rankings as well. This would push them further away from any other squad inside the lobby. They have been so consistently dominant through the playoffs here. Now Fireflux have to move forward directly into the sightlines of Yangon Galacticos, and they're going to deny the points. It had been dawn, but now it's dusk for Fireflux, and Yangon Galacticos will be here when the sun rises, pick themselves up another chicken dinner and forcing themselves way up there in the rankings.
A team that had to fight for survival, keep themselves focused game after game, but as soon as they've made it to the playoff stage, we have trained the true potential of this beast, this unit of a squad. And I think if this doesn't start to silence people thinking potentially, is it a fluke? Is it going to slow down? I don't know what will.
There's a lot of doubters here for Yangon Galacticos. But we're just inside of their galaxy right now, and they continue to take ship after ship down here. Lasers are blaring from this team. It looks fantastic, it looks good, and it doesn't look like it's stopping anytime soon, Jackie.
No, not at all. And they embody it there with the celebrations. They wrap it up and silence the competition. Another huge win. The Galacticos is reigning supreme.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 ESPORTS World Cup.
And now Yangon Galacticos poses a problem to the entirety of the lobby. Is it now 15 versus 1 as they take a big victory here for the PMWC? And at the same time, whilst we're talking about that, we of course have the lovely Transformers collaboration going on in-game as well. You can have Optimus Prime, Megatron going one-on-one with each other. I love Starscream personally, but you know, anyway, that's by the by. He's a plane, and you can get that checked out over in the game as well, so make sure to do so. How about yourself, Max? You love some Transformers.
I love the Decepticons. I've got the prize part. Yes, I do. I need to play more games to actually unlock it at the end, but I do have it purchased. I'm gonna be Optimus Prime in game.
Fantastic. But let's talk about this game, right? You got Yangon Galacticos here, 7. Now with another win on the board, they were already in first place, and they're pushing it even further.
This team is going from a surprise team to now just a sole contender for that championship going on to tomorrow. The way that they're currently playing, yes, by the way, congratulations, 19 points. But the way that this team is currently playing, Max, being able to just have splits, 3-1 splits, 2-2 splits, having Romeo getting the off angle has been so impressive to me. And another thing that has been impressive to me is how much control of a circle this team has been able to get.
The thing is, they had a great position just south, actually, of 4 Thrives. They have, like, south of their compound, you have a little bit of a hilltop, and then it goes downhill. You're very safe. The thing that annoyed me is not the way they played, is that no other team tried to take it away. That strong position over to the western side. They pretty much were given a free tick into the late game, not because it was easy mode, it's just that no one else wanted to fight them because, again, their position was so strong. And we said it, they were already looking good in the leaderboards. The fact that they're getting a win now, it's very scary when it comes to how the finals could be set up in day 3.
I'm going to be looking at some of these teams here towards the end. Non-Ship Red Force, I was hoping to see a little bit more out of them. I was impressed with what I saw out of them coming out of Sandhawk. Not the same. Also, E-Arena. I mean, that was another team that I was expecting to see even more of. Got eliminated super early on. But going back, 4 Thrives, I saw them there in the first page. Not impressed with the amount of points that they were able to get, considering the positioning that they had. I wanted them to be a little bit more proactive. I wanted them to just take charge of the compound that they had on and just start looking to see who was rotating around them, and possibly they could even try to third party from far away some fights, or try to get some eliminations from anybody rotating close by.
Like, you would think you're in a central compound, you can get a few eliminations. That compound, actually, because of the terrain around it, a lot of teams are fighting over the lips of the hill, so they can't really third party as much from a distance. The one fight I would have loved to see 4 Thrives actually take here was actually push onto Yangon Galacticos 7. They had a great opportunity to send it down there, because the game at the end, it was not going to be an easy time for them to leave their compound. You leave it onto the southern side, onto Yangon Galacticos. Teams can't really third party you. I think that would have had at least an opportunity for 4 Thrives to get into the podium finish.
100% agree with you on that. Ultimately, you have IQ getting into a vehicle, having to run away. Why not start using IQ as that man that's just scouting a little bit more for you? Not even fully send it, just start scouting to see what Yangon's doing. They were just so patient and passive, just being in the compound, that they got way too comfortable. We've been seeing way too many teams do that.
They left it a little too late, right? When you see the kind of car scout down towards the bottom, see what was going on. Maybe they were hoping for a drive over or something like that, but it was way too late to deal with. Let's take a look at some of the highlights coming in from this match as well, as there was so much fighting in the north. For example, Alpha Gaming had a little bit more room than maybe I would have given them, considering that they could have been a potential threat, and I think it was DRX that was looking to finish them off.
Yes, that was it. It was DRX. They actually got a few knocks right onto Alpha Gaming, and the fight was going really well for them. And actually, I know this is an interesting conversation
Tell me more.
had during this match. DRX, despite getting knocks onto Alpha Gaming up north, they retreat. They don't fully commit to the fight. And I personally am a big enjoyer of that, because actually, if they do commit to the fight, Fireflux just nearby might want to third party it. I think playing it passive was the right call.
I disagree with you.
How possible?
Now, the reason why I disagree with you is because I wanted them not to fully commit to where APG was, but I wanted them just to get some different off angles on those players that were knocked already from APG. In a way, I agree. You don't want them to fully commit, but just continue to get those angles. You know that Fireflux is going to be nearby. You know that you already have them in a bad position. Try to finish those eliminations for DRX. I got to give props to DRX, though. I enjoyed the way that they were playing. I enjoyed those 2-2 splits. I enjoyed the way that they were being a little bit more aggressive and not just what we saw yesterday from them, which was just pretty much sitting in the compound, getting blessed by the circle.
It's a tough slope to play, right? I think that they believed eventually it would just come to them, because APG was stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? So it's an interesting topic to definitely discuss here, but all of these teams looking to try and get themselves further in. These Erangels, Alter Ego, still looking like they're having a good time, kind of, you know, vibing, if I had to use some of your language.
Sure.
Don't wince in pain, you know, but you know, you need to vibe more towards the top of the leaderboards, I think, to say, let's take a look at those leaderboards actually and see where they are. Stop it. Oh, that's brutal.
93 points at the top.
Okay, so this is a problem now for everybody else. 93 points means that Yangon Galacticos throughout this day, 3 wins on the board as well. Everybody else has to step up, and it has to happen now, Max.
Yeah, because right now, let's say we stopped right now, you add 10 points. That's 103 points to get into the Smash Zone, meaning all the teams around here would have to get about 60 to like 30 points for the teams that are on this first page, which is really hard to do that and then back it up with an actual win at the end when you do enter the Smash Zone. So Yangon Galacticos able to maintain that lead and now create an even bigger point gap. The lobby must be rinsing in fear because right now this is not a good prospect for day 3.
And the crazy part, you can see Yangon Galacticos, those 93 points, goes down all the way to 5th place with Rangnam Karya 40. That is a 46-point difference that they have been able to create. Remember what we were talking about at the beginning of the day? We don't want that first place team to get too far away because they're going to be able to get within the Smash Zone. And with the way Yangon Galacticos is playing and with the way that they have been playing throughout this whole tournament, they could end up winning via Smash Rule even though they're in first place.
They might be wiping away tears of joy with money right now because they're thinking to themselves, we're probably going to be top 3 guaranteed just off the back of what is not even technically half of the max games that we could end up going to. It is wild to see Yangon Galacticos position themselves like this.
It is such a scary setup for your last day into this one. I don't know how the rest of the lobby is going to react to this because the thing is that the teams are just struggling to make it to the late game and Yangon are just there pretty much for every time. They're looking good and that is going to be a bad time for the other squads.
Definitely, but not a bad time for everybody watching PMWC right now because starting from August the 1st, which technically was yesterday, that's actually factually yesterday, the PDP Global Fashion Icon Contest is officially kicked off. This competition accepts both in-game outfit design submissions and participating by showcasing real-life outfits for you to wear. So use your sense of fashion to influence the world. The top prize pool can reach up to $120,000, which is exciting. That's a lot of money. To participate on view details, please visit the PDP section on the official PUBG Mobile website or follow official social media accounts. Well, thank you, boys. We're going back into the grassy pastures. Can anyone stop Yangon Galacticos?
No.
PDP, very, very fun there in my opinion, honestly. Always one of my favorite parts of the year, seeing all the fashions and designs being on show. But I'll tell you a team that's looking good right now. It is Yangon Galacticos. There were some non-believers, but I think we've been swayed at this point, honestly. We do have teams chasing them, battling for the top, looking consistent also. Alpha Gaming looking fairly nice right now. Fireflux is a team that concerns me though, Jackie. They have these moments of pop-offs and then it just slowly goes awry in their other games. They need more consistency and I think that is the thing that's hurting them.
No, I agree. I agree. You know, it feels like that team genuinely has so much firepower, a great dynamic, but the problem is there's 2 big heads on that 4-headed beast. And when you lop them off, it feels like the stock, the communication, the power level very quickly begins to scale down. And it's terrifying because, as we've just said, right, even for the non-believers that are maybe now starting to be enlightened by the power of Yangon, wow. With them playing like that and some of the other teams that are bubbling to a brim blank, looking like, you know, they've got the boxing down. They're able to hit you with a... You've got to be scared. You've got to be worried. You can't be on the back foot because they're going to knock you over and KO you.
You do not want that to happen, so you need to re-deliver an uppercut straight to Yangon, or at least these rankings, because we do need to get further upside here. We have a vertical uppercut of a plane path coming through up towards shooting range again. For DRX, after PMGC with D+, it is nice to see that region continue to pop off in these international tournaments. So easy, making it look pretty easy at times, and it's nice the way that they're currently playing out on their rotations and the late games. The Yangon Galacticos feeling like a true edge team now, though, which is very, very sweet to see. I think there's not a lot of teams that really play like that here in this lobby. It's very, very slow paced at times, but calculating, turned strategic towards that end game. And when Yangon saw that opportunity, they took it. And they didn't go out that game without a lot of eliminations either. They were really quite good at sweeping where everyone else had taken a lot of casualties. They realized that, look, if we could just maintain 4 players, we're going to have a fantastic time towards that end game, because a lot of other teams will have fought against one another. And the thing that popped all that off was a very early decision to hold out towards Westbridge on Rozok. It was from minute 10 that they'd been setting that up, so it looked very, very cool. In the meantime, we're going to have a hard southwest circle with a lot of water in it, so most teams likely will be outside the circle for some time, Jackie, just getting looted.
Yeah, have that opportunity to get looted, suited and booted inside of the blue as it ushers you further forward with those early zones, just kind of tickling you rather than really denting you. Man, it's kind of impressive when you actually look at the split there. Obviously trickling down, right, from Yangon that are on screen now with 93 points, closest second being Alpha on 77. It's that mid portion that is a bizarre level of leapfrog capability. Power on 41, all the way up to Regnum Karia, just behind Alter Ego in 4th place there on 47, tied with Fireflux. Like, the opportunity for some of these teams to shift is gargantuan, but it's the point vacuum of Yangon that really makes it so terrifying. Because as much as you can power struggle amongst each other, trying to overtake them, if this day continues, it is going to need everything from all 4 players on your squad.
It's terrifying. It really is terrifying. I mean, you speak of the points vacuum, and they have been creating a ridiculous vacuum over towards the top side of things. If you look at 11th place to 4th place, it is a 10-point difference. That kind of optic is just wild to even utter out loud. So there is a lot of interchangeability on these rankings, but the further Yangon Galacticos gets ahead, the worse it's going to become for teams on the final day, where match point is realistically just not achievable until match 3, match 4, in which case Yangon Galacticos can reach those heights nice and early and just close out the entire tournament there and then. It's also worrying because it's not like Yangon Galacticos is not getting a ton of chicken dinners, the thing that will initiate the Smash ruling.
I think everyone's backs are going to be up. Everyone's eyes are going to be dialed in. Maybe for some teams, the decision-making changes a little bit, where you realize, look, we not only need to start to win these games and play better individually, but we need to target these fights a bit more. We need to control who's actually getting the outcome of points off the back of the games. We'll see if it will be a bit of a bumpy ride, though, to start off. We're here on the night bus as we crash in with Regnum Karia. You had the bypass from Yangon, bit of a split up. I think it was Romeo inside of the ruins. Kind of fitting, actually.
Yep. Will not be heading down over towards the crypts though, and this time Romeo will survive as Regnum Karia passes on by. Like ships of the night there, they won't come into contact with one another. Yangon Galacticos, Romeo sees another day. But a nice rotate, in my opinion, from Regnum Karia, and this is a great time to unleash bullets from Romeo. It's the final player. He knows it's the final player as well from Regnum Karia to move through, so why not take a couple of shots? Maybe you can weaken a team that's going in front of you with the M249. It was a great opportunity for it.
Yeah, it was a good engage. I mean, the thing is, you know, he's singing his praises if he was able to isolate just Loxy there. No one would have been anywhere near being able to turn their heads on a swivel and get back in time to pick him back up, so we could have grabbed that one. Takes the engage at a smart opportunity. Neither side gets what they wanted, though.
It's cool, though, because I think a lot of teams, if they were Romeo in that situation, they would have just been glad to get out of there, you know, unspotted. But Romeo's thinking about what's the next step. What's the next step for me here is to try and weaken a team ahead. That's how he can do it. And again, that's the big thing that makes Yangon Galacticos so good, is just that proactive nature. And I think that we've talked about them so much, and you're probably getting quite bored of us talking about them, but there is a lot to say about this team that other teams can learn from.
No, it's true. It's been great decision-making. And I think that's the nice thing as well, because it feels like all the individuals have had their moments, whereas, you know, we've seen some of our squads where that's been a bit of a bigger issue, right? Feels like it's top-heavy with 2 or 3 players in some teams that have been able to really excel, but the weaker links are pulling the chain apart, and you can't have that, especially now, the position we're in the tournament, with how it's going as well on the day. Yeah, everyone's got to shape up, get yourself in position quickly. For Power, there's been some very high highs, but similarly, we've had some lows as contrast for them. It's Weibo's order that's got vision over, taking a few establishing shots at least with cover to play with.
Weibo did start down towards Primorsk. It's a good spot, at least on this circle as well, I'd say, where it's probably going to set up around this region of the map unless we get some very, very difficult circles into the future. But a lot of teams making these quick rotates. Regnum Karya being one of them. We saw them earlier, but they have tucked in very quickly down towards this south side. And it is a huge clump, huge mass of teams all trying to play around these swamps, pick up some of the high ground, some of the more critical compounds in that area, because there's only a few. There is only a few.
Ooh, Koa. Okay, that's the Falcons that get first contact over onto Team Secret. Fragment them a little bit. 3 vehicles to play with so they can put up a bit of temporary cover. It's actually the additional Jeep as well. So 4 of them in cars here, looking for the rotate back over, taking the fight to where the shots have come from. But it's Regnum Karya that are there. So it's a little bit messy. Squads all around. Wild. Quick taps up. Gets a bit of chip damage off, but no overcommit. The RX just hearing all of this.
Staying quiet with it though, don't want to really get too involved in the commotion, especially when you're one of the more central teams. You are very, very set up for third parties to come your way, who want to remove you from that location, have it as their own. So you do have to be careful which fights you're picking to take and which you're just letting go by. We're getting through towards our second circle of the game soon. Alpha Gaming moved up from Sosnovka. They're on the eastern side of Ferry Pier, one of the last teams that will be heading over towards the center of the circle. But again, this next circle could change a lot in terms of positioning. You can see a lot of this eastern area is completely void of players other than the ones coming in late, just because it's a lot of fielded area. You don't really want to position yourself early, and most teams did make the correct decision over towards this northern side of Primorsk.
I was curious on the rotate if we'd see Hora run into Alter Ego as well. They caught whiff of one another and immediately bailed on it, so instead go for a bit of a wider wrap on that. Could get funneled slightly further down towards Fire Flux though. It's Yangon that are just ahead of Alter Ego there. A little bit of damage that's coming through as well. We cut back over to the Alpha action. See what they're up to. Bit of a rotate. Thunder Talk's not far off. They got a bit of a free roam into the zone.
The big thing for Yangon Galacticos, and it's something that Alter Ego has to be massively aware of, especially on our next match over on Erangel, if they make this similar rotate. Oh, for Hedon, that's not a bad park actually. It's not a bad, I think it is just tucked in, but it's Falcons up against Power. We'll talk about Yangon Galacticos and Alter Ego in just a second. This is good damage coming through from the Falcons overall up towards Power. Lots of damage sent in, and the first knock is found over towards Al Hadji.
Yeah, better than good, it's great. Falcons making the plays and trying to put Power on the dinner plate for this one. Koa up top, casting nades in, trying to keep a little bit of high ground overwatch for the team that are close, with Redox and Ralph in position. Rest and relaxation for Power. Don't really want to over-egg it though. You've got that chip damage in, you forced them to burn some of their resources. And you want it to be a clean fight in the head-to-head.
That's a nice spray down coming through from Doc at distance, but you know he's got it in him. If you look at that, you're talking of resources. Power is struggling. I didn't think I saw too many first aid kits on board. They're just running on stims at the moment to keep themselves nice and topped up with bandages as well. Falcons find themselves in a good position. They are completely surrounded by teams, and this is a position of the map that they like to hold for their own, but it's order from Weibo to find Ralph at distance. This is from inside of Quarry. This does put a halt on this one. A little bit of respite now for Power.
Ooh, Valo. Incredibly low on the drive around. He gets himself into cover at least, so he can't be shot in the backline from Weibo, like you were saying. Obviously, they had the full lay of the land on this. Order got the read on Power when they pushed up, so they know what's happening here. In this downtime, even though it's been limited resources for Power, they've been able to reset themselves from the initial chip damage that was cast out. So they're not in a horrific spot. It just depends who's able to land the first punch.
Difficult for Falcons. I wonder how many nades they have remaining, and like you said, it's very hard for them to even step out and get those nades in because Weibo's watching. Weibo is watching. Loot crate being dropped off as we head over towards the
next circle, which will confirm over towards Quarry. Very interesting ending on the circle here. DRX is going to look for the high ground compound that's down towards the south of them, which is a very nice spot to play around, but we'll wait and see of where those next circles go. A lot of prime position to be taken. And this is one that doesn't really benefit Yangon on their very much edge play style. It is hard to come in from those edges a lot of time, but E-Arena's just not moving at all. They're just happy to see sit out on the beachhead.
And this is really movement for absolutely everyone. Obviously, Power and Falcons that have been trapped in position for so long. You get the move up from DRX, Fireflux that were there at the spot. It all Regnum Karia hustling and bustling as they try and bypass all the commotion that's being caused. So it's all getting quite intense. A bit of a hell in the cell matchup on this one. Scarface up close, trying to get the bullets on target as they chicane in the vehicles and keep them guessing with the crosshair placement. Meanwhile, it's he that gets the shot back over onto Toshbik.
Yeah, Regnum, this is a bold push from Regnum Karia. We have to say, I mean, I know where they're coming from because what they have been angling towards every single game so far is just aggressive pushes, take center. We know we play center very well. Personally, in my opinion, trying to just brute force it over towards the center of Quarry, it's not a great idea, okay? It's just not the best of ideas. Yes, you might have found a small opening here, but you know there's going to be so many more teams nice and central earlier than you.
Okay, so this fight that's been going on for so long finally kicks back off, and it's Power that literally handle it with ease. I mean, sideline shot from Regnum Karia is really the only beneficial thing that comes in to slow them down. But Falcons, you run into a brick wall of Power on that, just shot after shot.
Power just kind of wandered in. With the rest of the Falcons sent out and two players left alone on the backside there, and for Power, they were a beast cornered. They saw that slight opening and they quickly shimmied through. And they know they've got the firepower to make it happen as well. Fireflux still roaming in vehicles. There's a position to play for them as they come further down from that north side. Yangon Galacticos as well as Alter Ego playing it safe and slow on the north.
Your Ego fans there as well. Flying the banner. Currently in 4th place, all 4 players alive, 51 points to their name. Nearly 50 points ahead for Yangon. That's just the disparity that we're working with inside of this lobby. Nonshin just playing on the ridge here, upwards hill fight for them towards Hora that have just been scouting, looking on the periphery to see if there is an opportunity to actually take a clean fight to this. Cover to work with Doxy at least having a bit of protection from the hovercraft.
Circle shifts out over towards that western side. Eda's got a great position, by the way. A lovely spot to work around with. It does cut you off slightly in terms of sight lines over the ridge there, but in terms of safety, very, very nice. The only problem will come into effect when they let teams get too close because suddenly you become very nadeable, and that is a possibility over the fields, but not until much later in the game where we start cutting out a lot more teams. So right now, Eda's got a very, very strong position to play from, which is promising for their late game. Not so promising for a lot of teams over on the edge. They feel like they've been lied to on this circle. Will have to slowly force their way through pretty rough terrain through Quarry to get over towards this western side, and even then you're heading over towards the swamps, over towards fields. E-Arena, in fact, gets themselves a very nice position on this beachhead. They can play over towards the plateaus to sit on that western side and drag this game out.
Yeah, this actually could work out well for them in the long con. Meanwhile now though, Blank, Compound move up round towards Alter Ego and Yangon. Low HP for Krypton, barely dodging the shrapnel from that one. Yeah, if he went down, it could have been uncomfortable. Protection from Moana at least as well. He could actually backstab up on towards Smile, and E-Arena are getting a little bit of a look in towards this one. In the meantime, Hora as well. We lose out on Sleepy as Fireflux take the engagement there. And this is what I was saying. I mean, E-Arena, you get Joker, instant tag there from the side. He's able to punish onto one of the players, break up the fight a little bit.
Yeah, this is a pretty wild fight, though, happening on our screens. It's Alter Ego in 4th place, challenging against our current 1st placers in Yangon Galacticos. And Alter Ego take over the buildings just in miraculous fashion. And Yangon Galacticos really had nothing to say back to them. Now they're starting to work the problem. 2 players off towards the side of Rosemary. And Nate goes in, does a fair bit of damage, but no, not quite found yet. I think Murnat went down, but was quickly brought back up into the fray.
Rosemary's low, forced to top himself back up with a temporary HP to play with on this one. Meanwhile as well, Team Secret up against 4 Thrives, and they're handling that one with ease, it seems. It's a bit of damage even further gets thrown on top from Alpha Gaming. The Krypton finally takes the peak up towards the rooftop. That was the isolated player in SayCloud who gets removed from the equation. They've got cover to work with to grab some of the additional resources as well. Meanwhile, down in the close quarters combat, Moana, not really with a weapon of choice. You might have one heads-up call to instead try and dip out through the window. He's caught because of it.
I think he should have just held his own. He's got the M249. He has ammo advantage there. I know he wants to get back to the rest of the team. Maybe a bit of a miscomm request, and he returns back over towards this building because they have the high ground advantage there. Oh, that is rough. That is very, very rough. Alter Ego going down to 3. And E-Arena waiting in the wings. Nongshim Red Force also taking heavy hits time and time again.
Scarier now for Alter Ego. Throwing out the smokes, they know they're going to have to usher themselves a little bit further forward here eventually as well, with the zone starting to come in and cut off some of the play space inside of the compounds they've got.
Next circle gets a little bit swampish over towards the north side. Actually a horrible circle. There's fields down towards the southwest. There's this one compound that Ida's currently holding. There's the disgusting terrain of Quarry that so many teams need to brave their way through. And on the north side, it's just the swamps that you are going to have to wade into no matter who wins on this north side between Yangon, Alter Ego, as well as E-Arena.
Alter Ego fans still trying to hype them up, hope that they'll walk away with their heads held high on this one. Like you said, the longer it goes on, the more uncomfortable it feels, with E-Arena just sort of perched up, looking for an opportunity to play. Romeo with the spray on the dive over. That's a bit of a chip back onto Rosemary. Actually, Joker as well, getting the spot in again. Same player, same play. Murnat goes down because of it this time. Fireflux fighting out versus Power. Rosemary re-engages back onto them.
They lose Krypton. It'll be hard to get him back up from the position he's playing in, and Romeo will just take him out. So it's Alva and Rosemary, 2 players that we have touted a lot so far, but E-Arena is making this so uncomfortable. It's a heads-up call to move up towards this north side. They know there's going to be barely any teams around this area, so they can just continue to put the hurt on both Alter Ego as well as Yangon Galacticos. Here's Team Secret up against Nongshim Red Force, and the aftermath that came through. It's 3 separate teams put the hurt on over towards Nongshim.
Rosemary with a quick stutter step on the peak with the DBS, hoping that he'd be blessed on that one, but it's not going to work from distance. Quick barrage of bullets straight to the face, so low on health. Single tap's all they need to at least convert that one and guarantee the Eagle point off the back of Rosemary. E-Arena just edging further closer towards this, feeling more and more comfortable that now's the time to just go for it.
E-Arena very much emboldened by these plays. A good name from Turney K, who now looks to send the shots through the building. Romeo goes down, leaving only Alva now for Alter Ego, and he should not be up too much longer.
Doesn't really have the close range potential. It's the SMG instead. Good for one, but he's left out in the cold. They trade back onto that and can get the pick-me-up play on Joker as well, so they'll still remain as a 4-player squad.
And we are cutting teams out left, right, and center down to 9, but only 28 players at the 20-minute mark here. Ida has just been laughing their heads off. This has been such a comfy game for them to play through. Super relaxed, taking a spa day right now. But Weibo has been dominant over towards the south side. From there, cut out from Primorsk over towards Quarry. They have slowly backed things up, just the 9 teams out towards the eastern side of the map. That is not what you want to see. I think this is a nice call from either, but it's slightly messy, put it that way. I thought this is an incredible call from Ida. I like the fact that they're pushing out here.
I mean, it's the time to go for it realistically. With Sakura in this position, if they could at least build off the back of it, a bit uncomfortable with the vehicles, but hey-ho, let's see how it goes. That's not what you want for Emre. Nate straight round on the side. They're not tagging him from HP. You're right, man. They're just not getting enough to engage from this.
Need to get Emre out of that. I mean, he's not getting back up. They might have just fed across one elim to E-Arena, and now they realize that actually we need to go play back in these buildings. They do slow E-Arena down at least, and they're hoping that the remnants of whatever comes out from Quarry, it is going to be a case of those are 3-man, 2-man squads. But with how dominant Weibo's being, it's likely they'll be leaving with not only a lot of eliminations, but also quite a few players still on side.
It's a clean line of sight down onto 4 Thrives, and they're so broken up as well with the placement that Valak just can't assist on his teammates. So Weibo are able to grab that one with absolute ease. Now you're pinned in position as a last man solo there. They've just had great lines of sight up on top of this ridge for so long. All the teams that have tried to move out from any kind of cover have just been taking so much damage from it. The only team that actually did get out was Power, that again here show up to finish off Regnum Karia.
Power, they've had a bad time. They had a bad time in those warehouses. The fact that they've been able to continue to push through on some difficult timings is really nice to see. Weibo taking out the remainder of Thundertalks here. Sook with some fantastic aim on side with the signature bow in hand too. And Thundertalks just could not make that cross.
No fund up, no talking, just bullets from downrange. DRX, 2 players again here as well. Hyunbin still standing. His brother in arms taking a bit of a hefty hit from that one. It's Valak that's kind of just belly crawling up to see if he can get any kind of impact or potentially just keep his nose clean. Nice nade thrown over, barely off target there.
Shots from the side and a quick swipe that comes through from Valak of all players. He will finally be taken down, and Weibo continues to just rack up point after point after point. 8 elims now held on side, and Fireflux with consistency, which is great to see here for them. We were wondering if the bonfire would start to die down after that last match, but no, they are still here to play here on our angle.
He even spotting vision back out onto Ida. You are pinned in position as well. E-Arena looking to clean up from the first man they took out so long ago with Emre on that kind of flubbed push they went for. So they're scrapping amongst one another inside of the compound. And Weibo, heads on a swivel really, like 360-degree vision with a lot of the fights that have been going on with opportunity to steal fights.
2,000 total damage in the match as well is nice. They've been had a lot of impact here. Again for Ida, that's so good. Sending over towards the north. What a fun game this has been. But for Ida, it's a case of Emre going out too far. His off angle is way too much. Yes, they missed the nades on it, but he was never getting back out of that situation, right? They had to full commit there. It's a great nade that gets sent in by Eren.
The follow-up from the DBS is good as well. The nade to establish it, shotty to blow the legs away. Mormon in panic stations now as well. Luckily, heads up call, dips down to the ground floor, able to get out and stay away from the nade, but they roam into it. Mormon replies, close down onto Ida, but look who's here, waiting to strike again. He could very well be him if he's able to find the follow-up impact that they're looking for on this one, with E-Arena reeling to recover.
Fireflux looking to make their setup here, taking shots down the side. Scarface looks for the long-range engagement over towards Weibo. E-Arena cowering over towards the buildings on the western side, and Power, through it all, is still in this game. Still running, not quite on empty. The Power still spiking on the meters. To put some more points up here. Currently down towards 9th place, but we said before those points are incredibly interchangeable. You could find yourself up in 4th easily off the back of a chicken dinner on this match.
Yeah, the potential to jump up is there in full force. And the potential for some explosive plays from Suk could very well be coming our way as well. Right now, he's just zoning towards E Arena, keeping those shots going one after another to make it uncomfortable for them. But Fireflux sees this opportunity to get a little bit closer. More cover to work with, block off the sight lines from any power maneuvers, and instead cause carnage up close versus Weibo. Soulless goes in. Quick burst from the damage. 2 players on low HP. One of them converted as Suk switches to the shotty. Doesn't need the bow as he's quick with the secondary as well.
Down towards the basement right now. Quick heads-up maneuver coming through from Fireflux to just send down, but Suk's already done quite a bit here. Really has ruined the health bars of Fireflux. He immediately drops to the deck, and this might be a power game.
Going uncontested for them. There's no need to fight. They can just wait. Everyone else has been scrapping amongst one another, so they're just sitting pretty for the opportunity to even play the game. And after the back of that commotion inside of the basement, it's just E Arena and Power that are left.
Goodness me, E Arena, who started the game down towards the beaches, now find themselves in a rough scenario like Sand. And the Sands of Times are running out here as Power starts to move forward, finding damage over to Mormon, as well as Turney K, who was not quite able to pull himself out of that position. They have angles on them. Vahiden starts off with one over towards Turney K, and it's just Mormon as Power starts to descend.
And we would need to see more man from this man, as right now he's trying to get bullets down Rage, but Vahiden's got him spotted, and Power bring the punishment. A game where they were allowed to play slow. You forgot about Power, but they live up to their name and take the chicken dinner on that one.
It's a great performance as well because it shows that they can play slow, they can play it passive, they can play it patient. Power isn't all just about those big elims, those big plays. And again, they got caught very early with little to no resources. They see an opportunity that's given to them by the Falcons, and they jump on top of it over towards those 2 players. It is very, very nice maneuvers coming through from Power, and set themselves up on that northeast side as well, understanding that most teams probably will be looking for that compound. Everyone kind of misinterpreted the power of the swamp.
Yeah, they were confident enough to play with the open sight lines and just grind it down. And the teams did that work for them. They take the chicken dinner though, and another game closes as we get closer and closer to our final matchup of the day. Join us for more action as we carry on here.
This land is calling.
New Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
Well, that was a game of PUBG Mobile here for PMWC as Power got themselves the victory in a weird one. I think one thing that does cause a problem in this circle, guys, Seven joining me for this one, is Swamp. Swamp causes a big problem, right? It's a very open area, Seven, for all these teams to navigate around, and eventually Power does move into the winning position.
I mean, Power for the longest time just really not having to do much throughout that whole game, having everybody else fight in Quarry. But for them, I mean, this is just a big statement to send out here on day 2. Remember yesterday, we were giving this team flack because they just weren't able to get a win. Now, coming to today, even though it wasn't a pretty one, it was still a win.
A win is a win, and you can't really kind of fault that or argue against it, right? I mean, 17 points, decent amount of eliminations coming in here. It's not too bad at all.
Yeah.
They had, for being in an off-angle position to being on that edge in a very difficult zone, because Quarry is always difficult, going into that swamp is insane. It is all right. It's a decent win. It's a decent amount of elims, and it's looking good.
It's a big game for Weibo, and it's a big game for E-Arena as well, who had the compound down toward the south. But Seven, for these two teams, important points. Weibo obviously way up in those standings compared to E-Arena, but at least E-Arena is fighting for technically a lot of prize money down towards those bottom positions too.
I'm sorry, Arena. I'm just gonna skip you. Let's talk about Weibo. I was actually impressed with the way that they were able to just kind of defend against Four Thrives. I thought Four Thrives was gonna be going on a different rotation. Maybe just wrap around and go towards the west. It was wide open at one point for that team, but for Weibo, it was the way that they were able to take on the fight with Four Thrives. Once they eliminated them and they pushed the other two players from Four Thrives down, guess what? They started worrying about everybody that was in Quarry, and it just became absolute mayhem. They were getting eliminations easily.
Obviously, though, a very important point about this Neptura. I do apologize for interrupting your point here, but Yangon, only 3 points. Hooray!
I mean, yeah, sure, why not? Again, they do their classic large rotation onto an edge play sort of thing. They came down off the north side off of Everest, which was looking like a good split initially, but then the zone moves away from there. They have to rethink. There were some interesting moves, I'm going to have to say. They fought against Alter Ego, right? Yeah, that's the one. It just took too long. That's the problem with all of these fights. Time and time again, they just take too long. They allowed not Alter Ego, E-Arena to just move in third party, take everything that they could. It's just like, it's just too slow, these teams.
It's good to see the opportunistic kind of nature coming out from E-Arena, though, considering that they were languishing down in that 16th place position. But you mentioned Alter Ego here, and we do have Rosemary ready for an interview here at the halftime show.
Welcome back to the Gadia Esports Arena, where we are halfway through day 2 of the PMWC Grand Finals. I've got Rosemary from Alter Ego Ares here with me for a very quick chat. Rosemary, we've got to talk a little bit about yesterday, because you opened up the Grand Finals with a winner-winner chicken dinner and put loads of points on the board, which is great. I want to know, what were the communications like? What was communication like between you and your teammates after you did that? Because you could be the first Indonesian team to secure a global title since 2019.
Tentunya di sini kita mau kembali dulu ke hari pertama gitu, di mana Alter Ego berhasil mendapatkan chicken dan berhasil mendapatkan poin yang banyak gitu di map pertama. Kita pengen tahu komunikasinya seperti apa sih gitu di map pertama itu, dan kira-kira apakah ada kepikiran juga, karena ini kalau misalkan Alter Ego bisa menang, kalian bakal menjadi tim pertama yang menjadi juara dunia setelah Indonesia menang di terakhir tahun 2019.
Kalau untuk ditanya tentang komunikasi sih, gue nggak bisa bilang sesuai dengan apa yang kita rasain kemarin ya, karena apapun yang pengen kita lakuin ya tinggal lakuin aja sih. Jadi kayak ya gitulah.
Okay, I think for communication, I cannot describe it perfectly. It's just like we're just feeling it. It's just like whatever we do, it just happens for us. So yeah, that's just what happens yesterday. And for today, we're trying to do magically it happened again. Yeah.
Oh, trying to make it happen again? I know that we all kind of agree that because you guys like to play quite aggressive. We like your style, but also the analysts have started to notice that you guys play quite split, particularly on maps like Miramar. And yesterday, particularly on the first Miramar, you split a little bit too far and you got caught out. And then that kind of worked against you. So today, coming into these Miramar matches that are coming up quite soon, are you planning on playing that split again, or are you guys going to rein it in a little bit?
Jadi tentunya juga di kemarin dicek oleh analis atau dilihat oleh analis bahwa kalian bermain sangat agresif dan juga bisa dilihat kelihatan agak terpisah gitu, khususnya di map Miramar. Tetapi kemarin ternyata setelah di map Miramar itu kalian terlalu terpisahnya, kelihatannya agak terlalu jauh sampai ketangkep gitu kan. Nah itu kira-kira apakah bakal dilakukan lagi hari ini? Kalian bakal melakukan strategi yang sama atau kalian bakal melakukan sesuatu yang lebih berbeda atau mungkin lebih ngumpul?
Kalau ditanya untuk tentang splitan kemarin, mungkin kita bakal ngelakuin itu lagi, cuman mungkin agak lebih connect lagi satu sama lain ya. Karena kemarin kita nge-split memang rada jauh sih bisa dibilang, karena kita juga di center circle kita nggak bisa maksimalin itulah. Dengan tipikal kita yang bermain dari outer, kita nggak bisa pas kita dapat kesempatan main di mid, tapi kita nggak maksimalin defense-nya lah gitu lah.
Yeah, I think in general our strategy is still correct. We're still gonna play a split, but we gonna have a better communication and have a better connection within each other. Because even yesterday when we play in the outer side to the inner side, we got the circle already, but we just don't play good enough. So that's why I think we're losing in that battle. And for today, we're trying to have that better connection.
I think that's also part of being one of the best teams on stage here. You got to recognize your mistakes and you got to own them, and then you got to rectify them. Rosemary, thank you so much for joining me in this post-match interview. We are halfway through day 2 of the PMWC Grand Finals. Things are really heating up. The pressure is being dialed up to 11, and we can't wait to see what these teams bring in the second half of today. Back to you guys.
Well, they might be happy with it, but the catch-up still got to be on for teams like Alter Ego to try and take that #1 spot here. Let's take a look at the overalls and see what we're working with so far after our 9th game has concluded. Currently, Yangon still in #1 with those 96 points. Thankfully for the rest of the lobby, though, they did not run away with anything in this previous one, as Alpha Gaming still on those 80. And now we're slowly getting a little bit of a catch-up for these teams here, Neptura, but that lead is quite big.
Yeah, I was just noticing it is looking a little bit more like we're having a gap as we get closer to that deciding that match point, right? That is not ideal for any of those teams in 3rd place and below. I will say only 20 points between 3rd and 8th place, right? But that little bit of a gap, it's starting to get bigger and bigger as those games go on, and that's exactly what we were talking about before.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at Alter Ego. I don't know what you're happy about. You're currently just so far behind in regards to 1st place. I want to start seeing them being able to win some games for Alpha Gaming. I also kind of want them to have just a dominant performance that we haven't really gotten a chance to see out of them. Yes, we're getting a chance to see a win out of you guys. You guys have been able to maintain yourselves there in contention to only 16 points behind. But I want to see the Alpha Gaming that a lot of people expect here with a dominant win. And one team that I do want to talk about real quick before we go to the second page there was Power. Power, outside of that win, only 4 placement points. Please follow up this win with just more placement points, at least a minimum of top 5.
The Arena is going to try and challenge some these teams down towards the bottom, but even with them doing so well in this previous one, still only tying Team Secret for that 15th place spot. And now, with us having ourselves a little bit of a reset, hopefully, for some of these teams, like the Alter Ego situation, right? If you're going to make these splits happen, it's a fine line between looking like a genius and not having it work completely at all. And in some games, they do look like a genius when they take those splits, but it's about knowing when you can get away with those splits.
It is. It's all about knowing where the zone is gone, what the other teams are going to be doing, what the terrain looks like when you're in those spaces as well. It's all about that map knowledge and knowing the other teams around you. If you know that you can get away with a certain split that's a little bit risky, but based on everything else, it's going to do well, then cool. But the problem is when you don't know those things, or you just go for it without any sort of information or any sort of backup for that, that's where it all falls apart. And, you know, he was talking about a little bit, Seven, you know, that communication, they want to have better communication. If you're going to make big splits like that, it's so vital that you actually have good communication for that.
It definitely is, and it comes down to those fights. And as you mentioned earlier, that fight earlier on just took way too long with Yangon, allowing the Arena to just come and just pretty much start picking them apart. You need to be fully set. If you're gonna be able to get the fight, just use those angles that you guys usually get. Use those splits that you guys usually get to just finish off a fight like what we were able to see during survival stage. Right now, I'm not seeing the alter ego that I expected to see here in this situation.
Well, of course, thank you very much, guys. We're going to head over to the stage now and see what Veracity's got for us over on the stage.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the grand finals here at PMWC. My name is Veracity, and if there's one thing that I've learned throughout the duration of this event, it's that eliminations don't necessarily guarantee chicken dinners. And match 1 is certainly proof of that. Let me tell you that right now. We saw Regnum Cario, who opted to secure some placement points, but unfortunately they fell down short to none other than Alpha Gaming with the power of the dockening. Those boys managed to secure themselves 12 eliminations and 10 placement points. What do you make of that, Barney?
Well, Veracity, what do I make of that? I make of map number 2. It seems like most teams are actually still alive at stage 3 of the circle, meaning that most of our teams are playing a little bit more passively. But the final face-off was between Yangon Galactic Ops and Fire Flux Esports, with Yangon taking 19 points and the chicken dinner, but also Fire Flux managing to secure 12, I was about to say 17, what's wrong with me? 12 elimination points as well. Map number 3 was an opportunity for teams to climb that leaderboard because the top 2 teams were eliminated fairly early on. So DRX had an opportunity. The duo, they fought valiantly, but ultimately they were taken out. And Power Esports, our local heroes, they managed to secure the chicken dinner. GG's all around. You know what, Veracity? It's day 2. The birds are chirping, everyone's singing, and players are getting gunned down left, right, and centre, and I'm loving it.
You know what, Barney? I'm absolutely here for it. So without further ado, let's go ahead, dive into match number 4. We're good, and get the show on the road.
Show on the road, baby. Let's get it going. Hey, look, it's going to be a lot of fun here at Taylor Reflections Double, joined by John. We head into map 4. We already have, well, really a 2-horse race at the moment towards the top. Yangon Galacticus have been highly consistent from yesterday. Of course, 3 winner chicken dinners, dwarfing everyone who currently sits at 1. That is the max. Yangon Galacticus in a totally different stratosphere, even when it comes to eliminations at 54. Alpha Gaming, though, very close to them, and the team to potentially catch up. The question is, can we also add an additional racer? In this case, DRX. They are the closest. We got our official map feed, by the way. Go and check it out, and it's live right now on YouTube, so you can know where everybody is at and follow along with the commentary. John, Yangon Galacticus taking the tournament by storm. It looks like they just refuse to slow down.
It is a little bit unexpected as well. A lot of other names in this tournament were presumed to be on the front page where they are not, up towards the top of the tables where they are not as well. And we were wondering if Yangon Galacticos could come in from yesterday, obviously having a massive day 1. It's not often that we see that continue in such a fashion, but this time around, Yangon Galacticos have managed to solve the puzzle. The question is, can they keep that pace up? Because they are streets ahead of everybody else, up and over that 10-point average, right? And that is what we look at for the metric to think about a first-place team, right? Over that 10-point average as our teams are getting ready to drop on it. Hey, that's Sanok. We don't need that one anymore. We're going back over towards Erangel for the final time today. The grassy pastures await as we will send our 16 finals teams once again over and into the skies.
Let's get it going. The big thing for today off the back end of these maps, for any of those rosters who are below first place, which is setting the threshold going into Smash Point tomorrow, you've got to catch up. You really do. If you're Alpha Gaming, DRX, especially when you drop down to Fireflux, Weibo, and Power, you've got a long way to go. We're talking at some points 40 plus or more points that are needed in order to reach the theoretical threshold, which who knows where it'll be. Yangon Galacticos are on fire. This game, they could apex 100 points. That is the reality. But here it is, our last Erangel of the day. Before we head into back-to-back Miramars, it's always fun. That last zone was wonderful to see, but we haven't had a true military zone today, so I'm hoping we get a little bit of that action.
Hey, you never know. We have had a few of them so far this tournament, though. I think we've had 2 military circles already gracing us with their presence at the moment.
And as I said before, that 10-point average is what you look at for the top team. So obviously with the smash ruling, the number of matches played in this set are variable. If it goes the distance, we'll get up to 18 matches at the end of day 3. That is if nobody wins via smash ruling. So 180 points, it's likely you're at least in the running for that first place spot. So we'll have to see if our teams can keep up that pace. I think coming into this tournament, looking at Fireflux right now, being the main contender from Europe, from Turkey, this is not the team that you would have put at the top of the list, right? You have Falcons from the Europe region. That's right. You have also Regnum Karya from the Turkish region, such a passionate region. Coming into the season even, right? Fireflux were kind of down in the dumps, so to see them now up in 4th place, it is a great return to form coming through for them, but they are still so far behind Django Galacticos, it feels so unlikely to be able to take this one.
Yeah, everybody. I mean, 3 winner-winner chicken dinners is insane, right? In grand finals, and that's going to be so valuable going into tomorrow's competition when they do, or if they do, I should say, rather, pass the threshold. Well, they are a team that has proven that they can win. And the scary thing, they've proven they can win consistently on Erangel, which is map number 2, 3, and 4. So the tournament could very well end in just 2 maps, but like you said, it could also go the distance and go to the final map number 6. And even for the team that wins, right, you got to consider the standings still matter. Getting as many points as possible is still critical, even if you don't necessarily have a chance to win, because once that team does in fact conclude the tournament, where you stand is where you're ending the tournament, right? That's the amount of money you're going to be making. So if you go into map number 3, the team who's eligible for Smash Point, they win the tournament, and you're sitting in 8th place, you're not happy with that? You don't have a choice. You don't have any more games to go through and ultimately elevate yourself up the standings. So every point matters, and for some of those rosters towards the bottom, they seriously need to get to work. But as we do start talking about map number 4, we've got a northern zone. Quite a few teams need to make their way up, and obviously I look at Thunder Talk, APG, Weibo, who now have to go across that western bridge where 4 Thrives is currently at, albeit there is still plenty of time. But 3 teams in military, it's about the max you want to see over there.
Yeah, it's not too many more that could reasonably stay at each other's arm's lengths and be nice and safe. I imagine Weibo are going to go for a rotate through the water, whether that's on hovercraft, boats, will depend on what they've been able to find around the coastline. They can send over towards potentially Primorsk from this drop, so not really going to be conflict on that western bridge for now. Previously, we've also seen 4 Thrives depart from the ferry pier area fairly early on and not contest APG on this rotate. It's not impossible. I don't think 4 Thrives are going to go for a bridge camp, especially with the river sat right in the middle of the circle. Yeah. You want to put yourself in a position to go north, to go south of that river at the drop of a hat, because it currently splits the middle of the circle. It's my least favorite circle in the game.
Okay, fair enough. Well, you mentioned Weibo. They do, in fact, rotate out. The hovercraft is going to be great for in-game or potentially just any fights that you get out into the open. Hovercrafts are critical, in my opinion, when it comes to rotations on Erangel. The fact that they already have one is great. And he is going to go ahead and go inland as far as he can with Sook. So see what is up ahead, which will be DRX, but still plenty of distance between the two. And I agree with you on the 4 Thrives narrative. Just looking at the map, with them being split up in that 2-2 split, I don't see them gatekeeping APG. We don't know what might end up happening, but for 4 Thrives, they are a little bit further down than they probably want to be. Maybe getting a bit aggro might be the answer for them, but I've seen a lot of mistakes today.
I think that has been the story of this tournament so far, certainly for the finals. It's just a lot of mistakes being compounded one on top of the other, and Django Galacticos are sitting there just sort of not doing anything necessarily particularly special, but they're just not making these mistakes that other teams are, and it has allowed them such an advantage in this scenario, you can't be letting teams get away with this at this stage. We are now over halfway through our grand finals. This match is the first match of the second half of these grand finals, in fact. But you can't be letting teams get away with things like this. And at this level of gameplay, it's disappointing.
I think it is, and we came into this tournament thinking it's going to be the most competitive finals we've seen, and so far it's been great. We've had plenty of wonderful moments, but these back end 3 maps, I want to start seeing those rosters who are maybe, honestly, at this point, even Fireflux down, start to get active, get involved, and get busy. Let's get aggressive and let's start playing like your tournament life is on the line, which it is. You want to make sure you are the champion. It's wide open. Alpha 7 are no longer here. This is the time to take the bull by the horn and full send it. Weibo still rotating up. Alter Egos, they're going to be taking the northern side, maybe even up towards Severity, depending on how they decide to play this current zone. But it's getting quite contested up towards the top. You've got Ida, you've got, of course, Fire Flux, and you've got Noxium Red Force, who's also fighting for center control.
Northeast of Pachinki, trying to move up towards Yasnaya, potentially going over for the bridges on that direction, but they divert from one another, and again, no casualties to be seen on this circle. It's more likely that you're going to try and put control around a bridge position, which is why I'm looking at what Power have done. Quite close to where Fireflux are right now, but they have control over quite a few crossings as it stands. Their split is fairly wide, and teams will start to test them on that. They will start to poke the prod around Rozhok on the north side for the bridges, around Yasnaya for the west side on those bridges, and I imagine the Power are going to have to reconfigure at some point, because they do still have two players on that south split. So we'll wait and see how long they try and hold that one and see if they can keep up their heads.
Let's see it. You know, splits can be quite punishing. Sometimes the juice isn't worth the squeeze, but for Power, I think they should be all right. After all, they are coming off of wins, so I think the confidence is truly there. Would love to see Power elevate themselves up the standings. Currently in 6th place, not very far behind for breaking into top 3, but they do have some distance between not only APG and ultimately Yangon Galacticas. So for Power, if they can do well here, this could be a tremendous game. 4 Thrives have finally moved away from the western side bridge, giving space for APG to go across, and ultimately for 4 Thrives, one up closer and closer towards Yangon Galacticas, and ultimately that of DRX. Still plenty of distance between the two. They should be just fine. Everybody plenty of space. Nobody's dropped yet, so very slow early goings in the initial game.
Yeah, 4 Thrives currently just rocking up to that ruined split that will sit around those bridge crossings. And again, I'm going to re-emphasize this. Teams are going to be looking to control those crossings. With a team, with a circle that is split down the middle with this river, those positions are going to be huge, not only in terms of your ability to rotate yourself, but in the ability to control other teams around you. So this split for 4 Thrives, pretty solid right now, with DRX being that counterpoint on the north edge. The west side is starting to get really difficult. Next circle pops in. This is nasty, all the way up to North George.
I love it. I really do. And look at how many teams now have to rotate to the western side of the map, get up top. The whole northern parts, shooting range and above, completely free, but maybe not for long. We haven't lost a player yet, but John, I think we're about to lose our first.
Oh, these bridge crossings are going to get brutal now. DRX, they're moving away from it, which might allow 4 Thrives to get on through nice and quickly, but the first knock comes on through. It's over towards Noxium Red Force. This is over by Fireflux as well, in school, in apartments, and you could see that Fireflux do not want to allow the team from South Korea to get out unscathed from this area. They're on the long side of the circle. In 20 seconds, it'll start closing. It's early stages, so you can hang out in the blue zone for a while, but they don't have too much time.
Tell you what, we talk about Yangon Galacticas, APG, and how well they've been playing today, but Fireflux, we got to give them their flowers, John. I mean, we're talking a 2nd and 3rd place in back-to-back maps, 12 eliminations in game number 8, game number 9 sitting at 9, so they're elevating themselves up. Now, for Fadine, he's moving forward, Sleepy just up above, he'll park the bus, move away, and I thought he was going to fire on the vehicle. He doesn't, so Sleepy in survival mode currently in the shed.
Power going parallel to a lot of these other teams, slamming into the east side of the circle, trying to push themselves into these hills. Thundertalk right on the boundary of this next circle. They do need to move further in, but so do Alter Ego, and they are across the road from one another. You could see these fights are a little bit isolated from one another right now. A 2v1 on the north side in favor of Thundertalk, but a 3v2 on the south side in favor of Alter Ego. Across the road, they're looking for that pressure, and that's brilliant. Okay, hang on a minute. They regroup 3 versus 3 for Alter Ego on this south point, but a big nade opens things up, and Moana can start to move in.
He's definitely going to move in. If he can time this right, he can get the shots on the King, and Nate is being cooked, but I don't think it's going to have an effect on Moana. Shuts the door maybe to throw off the scent of what Thundertalk is up to. Rosemary being down is going to be tough, however. He's been instrumental in these fights. He's so good, but Krypton, have good faith he's going to be able to get Rosemary back up. Moana, in the meantime, will continue to keep the pressure up, so Thundertalk can't push forward.
Ooh, are they going to get the res before it goes off on that nade? I don't think they did. Maybe looking for the re-knock. No, just about able able to squeak away from the damage there. And Thundertalk going to live to see another day as 4. Rosemary is still down. They had to reposition away from the nade. Krypton still with 2 in hand, but the pump action, the leap around the broken wall, not going to quite connect. And Moana's down again. Now Ching trying to cut through them, and it's Alter Ego to fall next to the team from PEL. Thundertalk at the bottom of the tables get 4 points to add to their tally.
Beautiful, beautiful job. Thundertalk refused to push up and get overly aggressive. They held their ground. Luckily, Utility wasn't able to reach them, but the way they played that was great. All 4 members stay alive, and more importantly, they've got a free and clear route straight into the current zone. Thundertalk, a potential strong game setting up, but the zone centers up to where it currently was. It still has those bridges and the river in play. 4 Thrive starts to look quite interesting as well, where they're currently at. Falcons too, but Falcons, I do worry about APG, Noxium Red Force, who most likely are going to come up north right behind them.
Yeah, it could get difficult on the south side. I mean, APG on the top of Everest right now. They'll be observing this Nongshan Red Force rotation. The question is, do they want to try and engage the fight before moving? That south side can offer a little bit of sanctuary if APG want to get ahead of it. They might just push up to play around those bridges, but with 4 Thrives across the way, that's going to be pretty difficult to move up unscathed. Regnum Karya pushing up to the river, and again, these positions near the riverbank, very, very valuable.
DRX choosing to keep Regnum Karya's heads down, but the more shots they fire, the more activity they potentially draw in. Team Secret, Ida, Fireflux, who's been very aggressive off the back end of the 2 games. Thundertalk also moving in. So for DRX, they should be just fine, because I expect those edge zone teams to maybe fight each other, or at least keep each other at bay. So in the meantime, DRX will continue to apply the pressure on Regnum Karya. APG though, Falcons, remember APG coming from the outside, now choosing to challenge that of the Falcons on the southern zone, and the nades are detrimental.
They're not going to try and hold on the top of Everest. They descend, and immediately the southern point of the Falcons is dispatched, and this 2-2, it feels like they didn't even expect another team to be on the south coast. You can hold this if you're just facing off against teams towards the north, but they are just isolated on that 2-player. There's no chance that Redox and Ralph could have even gone in to help there.
Right.
Again, I just have to question what the Falcons are thinking here. It feels like they are crumbling.
I agree 100%. Falcons have not been soaring high, and it's quite disappointing being the home team, being who they are, and knowing their potential. The finals just simply have not gone their way. They lose 2 players, and now you've got the players on the shoreline who are forced to keep their head down. Meanwhile, we transition on to Weibo versus Power. Power coming hot off of a big win, potentially elevating themselves up, and this is a critical fight, and the reason why Weibo Power are neck and neck in the point standings.
Trying to push one above the other right now. And Power with the inside track to this one. Remember, Power rotated all the way from the Yaz Bridge split that we saw earlier on. So they found themselves on the west side, on North George. Nongshan Red Force actually rotating in behind Weibo as well. Remember that long rotate that we saw earlier on, where they rotated around the south side of Everest. So potentially a 3-party fight in North George as Nongshan actually cross. Not unscathed, the blue zone has been taking them down, but they can chill out for a little bit because Weibo do not have sightlines.
And also Thundertalk and Ida are going to be fighting on the northern side. They start to get active, which might include Fireflux in just a little bit. So 3 teams converging and clashing up towards shooting range. Zone will rotate down. That forces Power to rotate in. But like I said, Ida, Fireflux, Thundertalk. As Thundertalk reposition, Jing taking a lot of damage. Scarface down low. You got to favor Fireflux in this moment. They've been hot. They've been slaying out. And they are looking to get active once again to catch up to DRX in top 3.
Thundertalk somehow managed to sail straight through the middle of them, and Scarface actually goes down for Fireflux. Not really in the best of spots either, fairly isolated. Thundertalk looking to disengage, get ahead of this rotation and get in towards the next circle. The slow pickup there may cost them a knock. As Xing hits the deck behind the rock, there's still pressure from behind. Fireflux looking for the res as well.
And Ida's in hot pursuit, mind you. They are not going to back down. They want to third party this, and they want to take advantage of the hillside where Rita is currently at, and Aaron, of course, and the rest are starting to move through. And now you've got Fireflux in this bowl. This is not going to be good for them, and most likely Ida is going to be able to pick them apart piece by piece.
Aaron on the hunt now, looking to try and capitalize on a downed player for Fireflux, but it's not quite come through just yet. Solus now is on the deck right next to Scarface. He's going to kneel up, go for this res, and then backed off the angle. Matcap putting lead down, putting pressure over towards the hillside, and that is going to allow this res to come through.
I am shocked EDA did not fully capitalize off of their location on the top ends, but hey, maybe they know something we don't. They look as if they're going to reposition straight into the zone, potentially to just stay ahead or maybe even disengage completely from this Fireflux fight. But even still, Aaron getting tagged up, and he's forced to retreat, the straggler left behind.
Still fairly low elim counts across the board. 15 teams remain, the highest being Thundertalk with 4 elims. Of course, against Alter Ego, they're able to get a lot of value there. Their path is still treacherous.
Whoa.
And the Fireflux are going to ensure that. A slam straight in and against the rock. There's only one player now left standing. With Solus down, though, Fireflux, are they disengaging from this?
There's no way. Why would you? We already witnessed EDA disengage. Now Fireflux does as well. Even though Thundertalk is a down player and only one with half health, it makes no sense.
I mean, there's teams off in the distance. Maybe they're looking to try and keep themselves safe from the third party, but losing 2 players, they're going to crash straight on into the middle. Scarface wants a little bit of an off angle here, but Regnum Kaya, they spin him out. They crunch him on down. That nade actually did quite a lot of damage to Regnum Kaya, but Silas is there. There's a consistence from across the way. Catch. No way does he take down Regnum Kaya here. No way did they let this happen.
Catch, good connection. Regnum Kari is getting taken down. Silas has to look on helplessly. He cannot get down there and assist. The only thing he can do is try to keep Catch at bay. The solo from Fireflux. The solo that might be able to get 3 cleanups. Another nade rolls in, but it doesn't connect. So Silas still has the maneuverability in conjunction with Loxy to maybe get Regnum Karia back up into the fight.
They can potentially go for the full reset here. It's a question of if Catch can connect with another nade, or if a team from the south side gets angles on it. There's Loxy going down. 2 4th Thrives who are on the northern shore already. They managed to play the buildings on the east side on the cube and will spot the shot. But Wild was rezzed just before that knock was sent on in, which means that Regnum Kaya can still get the full reset.
All right, it's going to be tough though. Catch refuses to back away. Being in the shed, he's not overexposing himself. Therefore, nobody can truly get an angle. Now, with APG firing off from the distance, Silas has no choice but to back away and maintain his life.
The circle south shift again keeps the Falcons under the bridge alive for the time being, potentially for APG. A nice little turn up. Nongshim Red Force, they've been trying to push their way in behind this engagement for a while. They have 3 players left standing with Weibo in their way as well, with 2 players on that roster, and Power off to the north, playing as 2 themselves. It's been scrappy in North George for a while now, and nobody's really looking to push all the way out. I think Weibo closest to it.
Yeah, when the zone shifted, I knew these 2 teams were going to have to clash eventually, and unfortunately for Power, they've lost a lot, and they're going to continue to lose even more. Ragnar, who I feel has had an off day, the last one standing for Team Power. Nongshim Red Force, they want the final elimination, and there's nothing that tells me they're not going to be able to get it. Nongshim Red Force, a team trying to work their way up, currently in 10th place, but their tournament run is not over with just yet. Power finds a way to disengage and get out of there, but only for a little bit of time. I mean, Weibo most likely going to see him if he runs across the field.
And Yangon Galacticos across the way, very happy to be on the turret, overlooking the exit from North George right now. They've got control over a lot of this circle. Regnum Kaya, that sits out to their east, have that ridge line where Silas was hunting out towards the riverbank there, but that could potentially be challenged depending on how this fight on the north side concludes. With So Easy on that ridge, they're looking to try and take care of the arena, and they need to try and fight it out now.
Well, Eda's fully eliminated. They were the ones getting into a fight with Fireflux and Thundertalk on the northern side, but even though they're gone, it doesn't mean the northern side is free and clear. DRX, E-Arena, fighting currently for the hilltop control. Of course, they still have to move their way in, and when it comes to E-Arena, they're taking some heavy damage. Joker barely able to stand up, finally dropped as DRX continues to push up, continues to slay out, and there's no reason why I think they're going to lose this fight.
Unfortunately, though, DRX have a knock on their back line and potentially off, oh goodness me, potentially an off angle coming through from Team Secret on their western side. This is dangerous, this is pretty tricky to navigate, but they do still have the momentum advantage. Nongshim Red Force, by the way, eliminated over in the northwest side, so were Power, so only Weibo going to have a chance to get out of North George there. Another nade sent on over, but look at the angle that Silas has. This is brutal oversight onto this fight.
Here it goes, they're clashing, they're up close, now it's a CQC fight. Hyunbin, great shots, but also takes a little bit of damage himself, and through the smoke he drops. And look, Silas with the off angle, just peppering shots on anybody he possibly can. It's even going to be Toshpik taking down a DRX player. And by the way, update, Regnum Karya does manage to recover, get all 4 members up. They still have great legs in this map.
Definitely a lot of opportunity here for Regnum Karya. At the point standings that they're at right now, they do need every blessing they can get. Yangon Galacticos are still alive, though. They have 3 elims. They're in a really solid spot. The difficulty will potentially be in their run out when it comes to stage 7, that sort of phase of the game. You could see Silas, as soon as he gets rid of Irina on that far side hill, their position goes sky high in terms of its potential, right? You just need to take down the arena. You start to extend your line north, south. They're right on the edge of this next circle. They'll have to contend with Team Secret trying to push it from the north edge, but Arena going to have to move first.
I do wonder where 4 Thrives are going to decide to go. They're a bit split on the river side, so they wanted to control both ends. They got to move up. If they go up north, they're going to run into Regnum Karya, and that engagement that's taking place with Team Secret, Arena. For the other 2, if they go down low, it's not going to be easy for them either, but they're forced to move forward. That's going to be into Redox. The solo from Team Falcons, and Falak is going straight into him.
Falak is going to continue that crash on the south side. Noki does get pinged away there by Ziol, who is overlooking that south side of the bridge. The fact that the southern shoreline is still in is crazy. This is the only reason, really, that Alpha Gaming are still alive in this one. 4 Thrives going to go for a swim, going to try and meet up with Falak on that western side.
They have to, because APG is also about. So you got the solo from Falcons with Redox, and then you also have APG, or they're going to be fighting desperately for control on the southern side. Wavo a little bit too far away. I don't think they're going to have an effect, but maybe so. This Regnum Karya fight is still ongoing, and it's taking place with a ton of distance. You've got E-Arena still firing on Wild and Co. in the south. You've got Team Secret, who's still looking to find a couple of positions. But all of this right going down is favorable for Yangon Galacticos to potentially apex 100 points, and more importantly, get another winner chicken dinner.
It could be massive here. They are 1 point shy, and there's placements yet to be added for them. They will be crossing the boundary over into triple digits here on match number 10. A beautiful average, still keeping pace. Can anyone take it away from them now? Because Silas has been re-knocked. They do manage to get rid of Irina, but 2 players now down on the deck as Team Secret push in on the long spit ridgeline against Regnum Karya, and it looks like there's no resistance.
Silas, Toshpik now fully gone for Regnum Karya. 2 more with a sliver of health. Wild looking at IQ from a distance. Loxy forced to hit the dirt, get a little bit of health before he re-engages onto the fights of the 4-man unit from Team Secret, who continues to push up. Now, we do notice IQ gets active on APG, so that 4 Thrives rotate in. It takes down the solo from Falcons, and it also engages into the APG fight, which a couple of players are going to be down as we look at Team Secret once again pushing forward on Loxy, on Wild. I want to say for Regnum Karya to be alive this long, to recover when you looked at him earlier, 3 players down. Silas, the guy to try and keep them up, and they managed to recover, and they're still up fighting against Team Secret. It's been a wonderful game for them.
Regnum Karya will be going down here, though, almost certainly. Loxy has a nade in hand. He's looking to try and get the cook on, get a knock or 2 maybe towards Team Secret, but they have 4 players. They're all above him on this ridgeline. They should know he's on this buggy.
Don't count him
They'll
out.
send it out wide, and they're spraying already. They're pre-firing, and I'm counting him out now because he's dead. He's gone. He's out of there. Regnum Karya full. And now Team Secret with an opportunity to play that ridgeline that I put so much stock in terms of that predictive power. I feel like Team Secret do have a big chance here, but the next circle,
let's see it,
is just around the corner, and it will dictate how this game goes. APG already starting to put their feelers over towards the northern side. With 4 Thrives, their lone player still remains, and we're going across the river. Yangon Galacticos, I mean, it's like these circles want them to win this tournament.
100%. Yangon Galacticos have been chilling. I've seen them get active in the elimination feed a couple of times, right, with Smile from a distance with a knock here and there, but it's like they've just been chilling. They're hanging out. They're in a great spot in the standings. They already have a point lead even over second place, and even more so over third at DRX at 69. So for them, They don't need to do anything special. They just need to play good PUBG Mobile. And that's exactly what they're doing. This game surely going their way. Meanwhile, in the southern portion, still deadly as ever. Weibo focused on APG. You notice 4 Thrives were taken out. They were a team that crashed in on the solo of Falcons. APG then started fighting with them, managed to stay all 4 up. So for Team Secret, most likely going to try and gatekeep APG. This could be wonderful for them. They can rack up even more eliminations.
Team Secret starting to get a move on now, get a shift across. There really isn't too much cover that sits ahead of them here, but Weibo finally going to get drained away. 3 teams now remain, and they are all sat at 4 players remaining. This is all-out warfare. At the moment, interestingly enough, Alpha Gaming actually the most central team. However, Yangon Galacticos can move forwards on their buildings, and they will be even more central than that. Team Secret, the first team that needs to make a move now.
So APG has good real estate on the shoreline, but Team Secret also have good real estate on the high ground, and they're going to be able to stop APG. I say that, Doc, though, it's a wonderful shot on the train, dropping a player from Team Secret. Yangon Galactica says, hey, you guys can still fight it out. We're going for the placement points. We want another winner chicken dinner to Apex everybody, which would be at 4, by the way, which would be incredible. Team Secret manages to get trained back up. Another 4v4 about to ensue.
Nobody biting the dust just yet. 3 teams, 12 players in action. Reefus getting rezzed as well. You can see Yangon Galacticos playing the high ground on the rooftops there, which is why they're staying so far back on their building. The next circle will be coming in 10 seconds as well. Could potentially shift away from Yangon Galacticos towards Alpha Gaming. I think this is why we haven't seen any moves being made just now. Team Secret, they feel like they're too close to the edge and they want to get more ground. It shifts away from Yangon Galacticos over on this side of the map, and maybe Team Secret went too early. They pulled the trigger, and Alpha Gaming were ready for them.
Absolutely ready. Jaiki now has to get desperate. He's got to push up the solo to try and keep APG's hope and dreams alive for the winner chicken dinner, but APG takes them apart 1 by 1. But hey, maybe there's life. Maybe there's an opportunity. Jaiki pushes up, and Buddy's dropped down, unfortunately, and now Yangon Galacticos are pushing in, and Romeo's got a beautiful off angle.
You wait 5 seconds as Team Secret, and none of this happens. You don't rotate down. You don't go for this crash because you don't need to. You wait for Yangon Galacticos to move, but all of a sudden, it's over towards the top of the tables, and Yangon Galacticos trying to defend their first place spot, but Alpha Gaming won't go down without a fight, and they're being assisted by their opponents here. Self-nades, Smile down next, and Yangon Galacticos lose a few in the fight.
Alpha Gaming can still do this, but I love the off angle from Romeo, and a beautiful nade puts it into it, and Yangon Galacticos takes another win for today to put them at 2 and a total of 4 winner chicken dinners.
This is insane at a global level. Yangon Galacticos get a challenge for the records here as they rack up yet another chicken dinner. Beautiful stuff coming on through, but I have to say a lot of that was because of Team Secret. They opened the door, they pushed 100%. Down, they allowed Yangon Galacticos to get across this one for free.
Wasn't necessary. Wasn't necessary.
It's messy, and I feel like this is what we're seeing. It's mistakes being made.
Yes.
And Yangon Galacticos, the only team that seems to see through it all.
Without a doubt, again, with them in the point standing, so comfortable, they don't need to get desperate. They can just play nice and controlled PUBG Mobile. That's exactly what they're doing, and they're forcing other rosters to make the mistakes themselves. Fully agree with you, John. That push from Team Secret, messy and just so unnecessary. So much to talk about, so much to break down. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll recap map number 4 and hop in to map number 5.
This land is calling.
Hello, Earth. I'm here.
New Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
Yangon Galacticos, with only 10 games down, 4 wins under their belt, they are inches away from that trophy. Of course, everything can happen when we get into the Smash Zone, but right now, they are making waves. They are creating a typhoon, never mind waves. This is ridiculous. I was concerned about how they were playing this out overall with the compound, but then the perfect push out. Oh, Neptura, 7. Neptura, Yangon looks fantastic.
Don't they just? It's so nice to see. I mean, you could say time and time again, yeah, they get a lot of compounds in the central zone. The zone keeps going to them. But what really impresses me about this team is the timing.
Yeah.
I mean, we were all saying it backstage, right? You get in there and there's a fight going on, and instantly, as soon as they clock what's happening, they are up on that high ground. They're pushing in from 2 different sides. It's the synergy that we're, to be honest, if I may be so bold, we're not seeing from the other teams. This is the synergy we want to see. This is the timing.
I would actually have to disagree with that. I think there is one team that is showing us a little bit more synergy, or even just tying their synergy, and is that second place team on this match ranking, Alpha Gaming, with those 16 points. The way that this team was able to clear 2 players up from Team Falcons on the South Circle earlier on, taking full control of that, and then having to spread out and making sure they took care of Weibo, making sure they took care of Team Secret too. Ultimately, there was no way that they were going to be able to focus on 2 things at once. They had to focus on Team Secret, which allowed Yangon Galacticos the perfect time to third-party that fight.
Yeah, I think Alpha Gaming knew how they wanted to approach all of the scenarios, but Yangon just didn't give them it, right? Just considering how quickly they hit on that 3rd position when the compound had been pushed down. Team Secret at the same time, able to dispatch of where Regnum Cario was in that dip, and then move down the way that they moved down. I think that Team Secret played this well, as well Neptura, considering the harshness of the terrain overall.
Yeah, this was a very difficult zone. It's not one we see often, so it's not one that these teams actually get a lot of practice on. I do agree. I think they took their time to clear that north side, but once that was empty and free for them, Team Secret were able to just move down really, really well, take control of that high ground, sweep through Regnum Caria. I really enjoyed that because that also gives you that momentum. You've got those elims behind you. You're ready to conquer the next team. It was very nice from them.
The way that they were able to take the fight with Regnum Cario, it was what's impressive to me, because we saw earlier on Fireflux trying to take that fight too. Yeah, Ketch was able to knock 2 players, but he wasn't able to confirm those eliminations. They made sure they got the player that had the highest ground, which was Silas. On top of that, it forced one of the other players from Regnum Caria to try to push out, see if he could revive Silas. They saw that opportunity and they hunt him down quickly.
Yeah, I mean, considering Random Cario was in that little spot there, 7, for a long time throughout this game, and was able to do a lot from it, to be honest. It's a little shallow little dip, but when it comes to a circle like this, it does have some value.
I personally liked it. I thought it was, I thought the way that they were able to defend it, I'm glad that they didn't have all their 4 players there within that dip. If that would have been the case, then I would have been fully against it. I'm really happy that they were able to use the vehicles as well. As you can see, they set up a barrier to make sure that the dip was even more in their favor. And then on top of that, you have Silas being able to get that high ground, being able to surprise everybody. Silas ultimately is what saved them whenever they were fighting Fireflex.
It's true, and also it's really, really nice to see that he didn't use the highest ground he could go for, because that particular ridge is so open. You can see, anybody can see you wherever they are in the map. So it was really nice that he took a mid-ground position instead. It gave him enough of a vision against other teams, but didn't endanger himself.
Honestly, we watched this grenade like 4 times just then, because it might end up being a PMWC winning grenade. I'm not exaggerating. Yangon Galacticos here with that at the very end. It shows you've got to save your util to the very end of the game. You've got to be able to use it in the most dire of situations. And everyone else was knocked from Yangon Galacticos. They had to do something there, 7, to make it happen, and it happened.
I enjoyed it, and I have to agree with the point that you made earlier in regards to their timing. Their timing is just so good. And on top of that, this team was sitting in the compound for the longest time. What have I been saying this whole time? Sometimes we see this teams being able to just be in the compound. They get too lazy. They aren't proactive. They don't end up scouting. And guess what? Yangon Galacticos is not one of those teams. They are continuing to scout, and they're making sure that they do whatever they can to third party whenever it's possible.
The numbers don't lie, and right now, you're right. If any other team or a lot of the other teams have been in that compound there, they wouldn't have been proactive enough to say, okay, if it shifts away from us, how are we going to move here, 7? What are we going to be able to do to be able to get ourselves out of this rut? And Yangon did it.
Look at the stats. Just look at the stats. By the way, this is from yesterday and today as well. Both days combined, you're averaging 6 eliminations. You're averaging over 1,300 damage. On top of that, the thing that's most impressive to me, Neptura, has to be that average survival time.
It is. I mean, rarely do you see a team with that average over the last 10 matches. To have that sort of average really means you're doing something right. Whether it's those splits, whether it's weaseling your way into zone, whether it's taking full control of the zone, they are able to be in that top 5, in that end game time and time and time again. And that, like you said, is a PMWC winning strategy.
I like what a lot of the teams were trying to do in this game, trying to go to the river, trying to use that riverbank as kind of some shelter. We saw Weibo trying to do it. We saw APG doing it as well, 7. So I get why they wanted to go down there. In the end, it kind of became the most forte position for a lot of these teams, but yeah.
I was glad that APG went for it. I was glad that APG was sweeping that much. I've been glad and happy so far at what I've seen out of APG throughout this whole tournament, honestly. They've been making sure that they have fixed their mistakes. Unluckily for them, the reason why they're currently not in first place is because of the way Yangon Galacticos is playing. But APG, keep on doing what you're doing, because that's definitely working and it's keeping you within range for tomorrow.
The bell tolls for a lot of these teams right now, because Yangon Galacticos not only breaks the 100-point mark, but it's at 114 points. And I think Neptura 7 just hit the nail on the head. If Alpha Gaming doesn't do something, I don't know who will.
I have to agree with you, because even though the points are so close together, 3rd down to 6th, 7th, 8th even, the gap is just not going to be feasible to get back up.
Yeah.
You have to do an alter ego in the group stage. That's the only thing that's going to get them anywhere near what Yangon are currently doing.
Looking at this overall, and I know we still have a whole day to go, but with the Smash rule and only 2 games left, I'm looking at any team that's below that 8th place. You know what? I'm looking at any team that's currently below that 6th place. If you're not able to get at least 1 chicken dinner going into this last 2 games, hoping that you close the gap to Yangon Galacticos, you're not even going to be challenging tomorrow.
And you can't let the goalpost keep moving as well.
Yes.
Someone shut down Yangon Galacticos in the next 2 games on Miramar. The only problem is we had a Yangon Galacticos win on Miramar yesterday, and they looked really good doing it on the West as we take a look through our 9th through 16th here, Neptura.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, some teams have better maps than others. For Yangon so far, every map is their map. They can do whatever they want, whenever they want, on whatever map they want. And so for these teams that are struggling a little bit more. This is super, super hard for them to even get close to it. APG at this point is the rest of the lobby's only hope.
And we'll see if there's any surprises remaining for Yangon Galacticos. But you guys at home can get your surprises, get your airdrops for the airdrop carnival that's going on. Don't miss for the final 3 days. Well, 2 days now left over here for this weekend. Log in, summon your surprise airdrops, collect 2025 airdrop vouchers for a chance to win official merch, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed rewards. Come and join the airdrop carnival and unbox your surprise. Thank you guys. It's time to get to the dusty dunes of Miramar. We have the casters ready to go. Someone stop Yangon Galacticos!
Nobody's getting in their way right now. It feels like they've got free reign over this lobby, and the numbers bear that out. It is only Alpha Gaming who really have a shot at taking down the Giants at the top of the table.
That's it. It's Alpha Gaming, APG, the only roster to potentially dethrone the dominating performance of Yangon Galacticos. For everybody else, I mean, it's getting away from them. I mean, after all, Yangon Galacticos nearly have double the points of third place, which stands as DRX. That is huge and cannot be understated. The performance from Yangon Galacticos, 4 winner-winner chicken dinners. Nobody else can get a win because they refuse to budge. These next Miramars have to go to the way of the teams below APG. And to even put it in even more perspective, APG last game, second place. They walk away with 16 points. Normally, that would be wonderful. You'd be singing their praises. But then Yangon Galacticos get 18, and they're already in first place. The rich get richer.
They are going out of their minds right now. And if you're a Yangon Galacticos fan, you are having a brilliant time.
You're
here.
ecstatic.
You just, I mean, how often do you get to watch a team play 40% of their matches as a win, right? Like, that is incredible as a record. On 11.4 average points per match, this is a sort of domination that we haven't seen before at this sort of level of gameplay, right? Sure. We see it sometimes in the regional stages, in these lower level qualification tournaments where there is a far and away top tier team playing in and amongst them. But they are honestly making the lobby look like chumps right now.
This is the thing, right, about Yangon Galacticos in the position they are currently in. They're not really worried anymore about anybody else. The pressure has been lifted off of their shoulders. They're already in such a good spot. I understand you could argue the pressure of winning. The championship is still at stake. APG are nipping on their heels, but at least from a game-to-game basis, Yangon Galacticos don't need to do anything fancy. Like I was saying before, they just need to play good, solid PUBG Mobile. They do that, they are going to be okay and stay consistent, even if they're only getting 5 points per game, right? It's still going to be enough to stay ahead of the curve. For everybody else, they've got to potentially change things up. They need to start challenging in a way that shuts down Yangon Galacticos, which, speaking of which roster is going to try and do it? In this game, will it be Hora? Well, they land at least close to them, but we'll see if they cut off their rotation.
So the most likely rotational path for Yangon Galacticos is down this west coast, right? The question is, when are they going to make that rotation, and where are they going to try and end up? Who's going to get in the way of that? I'm looking at teams like Falcons. They generally move over towards El Pozo. I'm expecting that to come on through. But for Yangon Galacticos, they could go all the way down to Valle de Mar. There's actually Loxley picks up the first elim of the match. A nice clean elim there, added to the tally for Regnum Kaya over on the middle side of the tables. But I'm expecting Yangon Galacticos to potentially push down all the way to the south of this one. Get over towards La Driera, that Valle de Mar area, potentially. And I don't imagine that too many teams are going to get in their way immediately. They could just stop off over towards Trailer Park, though.
That's right.
They might just loot early and get on in that way.
Well, one of the things Yangon Galacticos does on Miramar that we've been hyping up over the past couple of days is they stay in blue zone for the longest time. So it's going to be hard to even see them until maybe stage 3, where they finally decide to get within a zone. And if I'm Falcons or Hora, I'm going to constantly keep that in the back of their mind. They have history. They are the teams who have been trying to gatekeep Yangon Galacticos in our previous Miramars. So most likely, those are going to be the 3 teams to clash a little bit later. Like I said, though, unless Yangon Galacticos does what they normally do, and that's stay inside blue for the longest time. Now, for Alter Egos, revenge is needed. You got Regnum Kari. They just took down one of your teammates. The question is, how much do you want to commit for the challenge onto them a little bit later on? This zone, not too crazy, not too exciting at the moment. Everybody has their own real estate. Everybody has kept their distance, but my eyes, once again, goes up towards the northwest between Yangon Galacticos, Hora, and Falcons. Maybe even throw 4 Thrives in there. Eventually, that's going to be spicy.
I mean, yeah, it does look like Yangon Galacticos do stop early, loot up around the northwest side near Trailer Park, and they'll play in from that northwest edge. They wanted to get looted earlier. They do have a lot of vehicles on side as well already gathered, so they can move nice and quickly, but we're now coming into our 4th minute as the first circle starts to close. So you imagine that they do want to get a shift on fairly soon, fairly quickly, and at the moment, we're not really seeing too many other teams putting pressure on one another for the time being. I'm looking at Alter Ego, potentially Weibo coming into conflict with one another over on the northeast side, just east of San Martin, near Hacienda del Patron. On that edge, but it looks like Eren may be under threat from Nongshim Red Force as well. This is much, much closer to the middle of the map here, just out north of Picado.
And Weibo's a great shout, by the way, a team that has performed decently well on previous Miramars in this tournament, more specifically here in the finals. Weibo, a team that is very, I mean, what is close? It's all relative, but at least close enough to break into top 3, maybe start challenging the top 2 teams of APG and Yangon Galacticos. The opportunity is there. So for Weibo on these Miramar maps, I do look to them to kind of be the front runner, in my opinion, to maybe start shaking things up in our top 3 run.
I mean, these are numbers you just don't see, right? Like, it's so unfamiliar to be playing with this sort of lobby disparity towards the top of the tables, right? I mean, we were coming out of the first day, it was fairly close by, like everyone was sort of neck and neck. Yangon Galacticos got a little bit of a lead towards the end of that first day, but it's, I mean, it's just completely topsy-turvy now. Like, there's no, I don't think there's precedent really for a tournament situation like this. Yeah. And for Yangon Galacticos, they've got to feel real good about themselves. Team Secret on the southeast side, just out west of Impala, near La Bendita as well, taking shots over towards Regnum Kaya as they try and move on the east side. Wild has taken quite a lot of damage, and another tag sent on in as well. This is dangerous. Trang could potentially get a shot or 2 sent his way as well, but Wild just about escapes with his life.
Barely gets away. I thought for sure Trang was going to park the bus, fire some shots. I would have for sure at least tried to get that knock, because Wild would have been out in no man's land. And that's a team you do want to take out. Regnum Kaya, despite being in 7th place, is a roster that is scary when you fight against them and you're opposite of them. And for Team Secret's sake, I mean, even further down the standings for them, taking out Regnum Kaya would have been huge. Now for E-Arena, a team that needs to step it up, fighting against our 2nd place team, APG. Rethus has the high ground.
Rufus on top right now. For APG, of course, one of the very few teams, and by very few I mean the only team that is within even thinking distance of Yangon Galacticos right now. Mormon takes himself out, and that's going to be an easy pickup for Rufus. Very happy with that. E-Arena, fumble, not good, especially when you're in 15th place. You can't let that sort of thing happen. Rufus on the outside, he's all too happy to take this fight, and the backup's coming through for E-Arena, but getting up and challenging him is so difficult. And now Doc is on the ground floor, Top moving in from the sideline. They are going to close the jaws on this trap.
You would think so. Still, though, in close and personal in a CQC fight, E-Arena does have the shotties needed in order to battle against APG once they do push forward. And Rethus can only do so much from the hilltop. It's going to be up, or it should be from the rooftop. It's going to be up to the rest of the roster to push in from the bottom side of things. By the way, update, Power loses Al-Haji, a crowd favorite. I'm curious how that's going to impact a little bit later on. For APG, though, they start to tighten the vice grip. Joker, though, on the outside is a little bit interesting. If Rethus does decide to overexpose himself on that rooftop, Joker might be able to knock him down, giving an opportunity for E-Arena to potentially take the high ground for themselves.
I mean, the issue is the off angles, right? For Alpha Gaming, it's going to be really difficult to have an impact for Joker. Rethus isn't going to give him the opportunity. I can guarantee you that. And Doc will find out about this position as well. So the off angle there is spotted. They'll easily handle this, and it should be E-Arena disengaging, if they can.
Yeah. Tough for Joker. If he knocks down Doc, maybe he starts to push up. Zayal potentially takes over the place and maybe challenges Joker himself, but it just doesn't end up occurring. Zayal, though, continues to push up, maybe being the tip of the spear in this engagement. Sakura hasn't moved, and in fact, E-Arena, the bottom players don't have to. It's up to APG to penetrate this building.
Certainly is. I'm taking a look at the rotates on the map as well. Yangon Galacticos currently making their way in on the west side against the Falcons. You can see that in the picture-in-picture on your top right. The expanded mini-map there could potentially come into conflict. They're still quite far away from each other. As the nades start to come through, Tiny K gets an opener over towards Yol. They got to try and chase this one down. He knows Top's on the wall, burns off corner, burns off that retreat, and could potentially put a lot more pressure onto this one, but Top actually hops forward, gets up to cover, and the rest of the team are going to sidle on in and keep this one at arm's distance. 4 Thrives moving on past this, not going to get stuck in either. Tourniquet just about escaping there before his health bar depletes to 0.
Oh, but how aggressive does Doc want to get? He knew the damage was in, but now he doesn't have the positioning. Tourniquet will recover, get his health back up into play. Shots will ring out, but Tourniquet is safe. This angle is nasty. He has the right-hand peek advantage, and he'll try and take advantage, but gets mowed down as he peeks in the line of sight of 3 players from APG. Now Joker has no choice but to retreat back into a corner and try and stay up, but he can't go anywhere. Nowhere safe.
Doc around the corner there, keeping that suppressive fire down, and they find another. Sakura falls, and now Joker is the last to go. No knock sent back towards APG, and E-Arena donate 4 more points to put them over into the triple digits as well.
Okay, all right. APG wins a critical fight. All 4 stay alive. And if you're interested in this race between Yangon Galacticus and APG, you're hoping APG has a couple of pop-up games to truly challenge Yangon Galacticus to make tomorrow even more interesting. For DRX, the struggles continue as one player will get dropped, fully finished off. And, well, no surprise, it's Horta Sky who loves his long-range fights.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to clock that shot. An easy flush out as well. 3 players for DRX, the 3rd place team right now, who sit so far behind first place. It's unbelievable at this stage in the tournament. You know, after 10 matches played, you expect things to be closer, but they have just had their path made all the harder by playing on as 3 here on Miramar. The circle centered over towards Picardo. Not guaranteed to be going on to the inside of it just now, but Power can rest easy for the time being, despite losing a player earlier to Regnum Karya.
You mentioned Yangon Galacticus taking that southern portion, and they have gone all the way down to Chumasera. Now start to rotate their way in. This time not in blue, but I think that's only because of how the zone is kind of centered up, or else Yangon Galacticus would be totally happy being a little bit further south. But they start to move in. APG, most likely the team to fight against them. St. Cloud's a bit separate, so there is a chance, and so is Reefish, right? So there is a chance we have a 3v3 between Yangon Galacticus and APG if YG starts to move up a little bit further on. Weibo does start to get a little bit closer to Noxtrom Red Force, and for other rosters, of course, in the center area, like you mentioned, Power, they're chilling. No reason to rush anything.
I haven't quite figured it out yet, but I'm wondering at what point does it make sense for Yangon Galacticos just to start hot dropping APG every game?
Ooh.
And
not now. I don't think now.
I feel like, yeah, definitely not right now.
Yeah.
But limiting APG's point scoring potential is the only thing they really need to worry about moving in towards tomorrow. Of course, the gap is surmountable on some blowout days for a couple of teams beneath them, like DRX, for instance. But still, it's very, very unlikely. So maybe if you're thinking about towards the second half of tomorrow, we could see things get a little bit freaky if they don't want to try and break the record of most chicken dinners in a tournament.
Well, it's not a hot drop at the moment, but Yangon Galacticus, APG, I think APG is getting closer and closer, and you talked about him challenging YG to maybe shut them down, stop the points. They've got YG very separate, and actually Smile is going to be isolated by himself in between 2 members of APG, and to add in a little bit more of a curveball, DRX going down south. Falcons force them out even further than they're probably wanting to with a couple of shots, and DRX will soon be crossing paths with Yangon Galacticus. So now all of a sudden our southern region has become quite active.
APG going to coalesce towards a compound right now. They don't want the smoke from Yangon Galacticos. Smile stanchions himself out to the east side, and we'll just feed this information back with Alpha Gaming going a little bit slow, being pushed out to the east side. Yangon Galacticos could potentially navigate all the way through Los Leones. There is a chance that they could just try and enter out that way. Getting a little bit closer towards La Bandita, out to the east side there. We'll have to wait and see. DRX still in pursuit, as you highlighted.
Yeah. I don't know if they necessarily know who's ahead of them, but they are in pursuit. When they see that team in front of them, they might be forced to fight it out. Now, for Fireflux, I wonder if they're aware of everything that is going on just south of them, because they do play a gatekeeper role in a way. With this 2-2 split, they've got a lot of options. Magnum Karya just to the north of them. To the west, you've got Falcons and APG, who are now getting dangerously close to themselves. So from APG to Yangon Galacticos, APG now over towards Falcons area. The question is, how deep do they decide to get into the zone? And for DRX, how quickly can they get up to Yangon Galacticos? APG still holding down a hardcover POI as hard as they can with Falcons up ahead.
Yeah, they slip back out to the western side, and Falcons now going to be the team to try and take them on. Of course, the hometown heroes here in Saudi Arabia. The organization has a lot of fans out there, but they have been underperforming expectations so far. Their calls have been slightly messy. Their confidence definitely knocked here. And it would take something miraculous, something unbelievable to see them find a title here. But as the day is dusking, it feels like it might be over for the Falcons, as it has been for so many other teams with high expectations into this tournament.
I think so, and you know, that's really hard to say because Falcons, so much hype coming into this. But again, I do want to highlight for every team that has made it to grand finals, is still a big accomplishment because they've had to battle it out and they've surpassed other rosters. Now, let's talk about Falcons versus Power. Power have the advantage. 4 Thrives even getting active as Ralph will fall to the third party. So 4 Thrives, Ida, Power, Falcons all within the area, and Falcons are getting dismantled.
Redog's the only one to stand now on the inside. Navallo down and can't really go for the cross cleanly here. Trying to slam into the east side of Picardo. I mean, it's not ideal, right, in this scenario. There's this big hillside that sits in the middle of the circle, but it's really exposed out to the east edge right now. Once the circle shrinks a little bit more, that ridgeline will start to gain power, similar to how we saw on the ridgeline to the north of the river in the previous match, start to gain power once the circle closed on towards it. Very exposed before that, but can gain momentum. Yangon Galacticos going to be playing on that east side to potentially take shots out that way.
Yeah, DRX finally made their way up. They had to go deep into blue through the south. Once they finally got up into the northern side of things, they run straight in to Yangon Galacticos. A couple of shots are exchanged. DRX takes a little bit of damage, loses a player, but still relatively healthy. But for them, they've got to worry about alter egos because they're collapsing. Alva was the first one to get active onto the DRX members, and now the rest are going to join in. We've got a fight over here in the factory, and Moana is down.
Going down first there on the engagement, DRX wanting to rack up a point or two if they can. Nade over towards another, and Alva goes down next as Roseberry, his point is picked up by DRX, but Yangon Galacticos get one of the points on this engagement, because why not?
Why not?
They need more points, I'm pretty sure.
That's right. You can always use more points. The question is, actually, chat, let us know prediction. How high will Yangon Galacticos go in the standings, at least points-wise, by the next 2 games, this game included? For DRX, they successfully win the fight, but they can't stay here. They've got to move forward. With it being said, for Say Cloud, he's got the forward position. So DRX, maybe a northern rotation is in the books. For Yangon Galacticos, things do start to get a bit spicy. You've got Team Secret who's up ahead of them. Fireflux to the left, DRX to the right. So at a certain point, there is a real chance Yangon Galacticos get into an engagement and then ultimately end up being third party, either from DRX or Fireflux from a distance.
Nades in from Nongshim Red Force as they try and put pressure on from the north side of the compound towards Hora. Trying to land a little bit more damage. 3 players alive for Hora, and Tizi going to try and keep those health bars nice and low, so that this assault is made all the easier. I'm looking at No Fear right now, thinking about how this position can impact the engagement. Needs to catch at least 1 player from Nongshim Red Force on this approach. If he doesn't, his team is done for.
Remember, I mentioned Weibo at the very beginning. A great Miramar team. They've been relatively slow so far. However, I think this is where they start to capitalize off their current positioning. They can look down on this fight between Hora and Nongshim Red Force. They can also look down onto DRX. Well, but up close and personal, we see Nongshim Red Force with Tizi throwing out utility, taking down Hora, as Hora are in trouble at the moment. Only 2 players alive. Sky is down and out. Tizi even burning himself to go in for the full finish.
Looking for another point. Add it onto the tally, and No Fear has no impact on the engagement there. Will not be able to help his teammates out, and he'll play on as a solo on the northeast side of this next circle that does shift up a little bit to the north, so I'm sure that the Falcons are regretting their decision to crash into Picardo, because everybody's going to have to leave from there. They don't have to just yet, but certainly in Stage 6 they will do.
Yangong Galacticos, DRX, they've been kind of going toe-to-toe with each other. They did have a bit of a fight earlier. DRX broke away and chose to challenge a team up ahead, but now for DRX taking the fight to YG. Cars coming, and Hyunbin ready for it, but gets tagged up. Surely he falls, and he will. Now the rest of the DRX roster forced to stand up, forced to try and be heroic in the moment, but Smile gets to full finish. DRX down to 2 players, and YG goes for a reset.
You cut off one head, 2 more arise to take its place. Yangon Galacticos rallying around Murnat there. Pop him in the back of the buggy, put pressure onto DRX, back them off here. An emergency evacuation being enacted right now. DRX have no say in the matter.
Say indeed. DRX running out of time, running out of resources. Only 2 players left, and on top of that, you've also got Hora maybe to deal with from No Fear to solo Noxium Red Force, who are starting to progress on the hilltops, maybe to look down for a third party. For DRX, they've got to fight tooth and nail. They need to get active, and maybe a buggy exit is what they needed.
Hora are eliminated in the meantime, and DRX giving another point over to Yangon Galacticos. Smile in pursuit. They want to chase this one down. Noxium Red Force there over the road on the north side, and Scissor spotted. Smile, he is able to take them down to 1 player on DRX, and they keep churning through these games, through these teams, and it's just domination left and right. The only other time I can remember something like this happening is all the way back in like 2019, right? With Bigatron over in Kuala Lumpur. They dominated by about over 100-point margin. Obviously, the point scoring system was a bit different back then, but that's the only other time I can remember this sort of domination happening in a tournament at a global level.
And they're just feeling, again, the pressure isn't as heavy as it is for other rosters. Yangon Galacticos, they've hit their flow state, and they're just looking so good. DRX forces in Sohej just straight in the middle with a buggy exit, and now Yangshum, wow, okay, Yangon Galacticos managed to get a knock, and they take the fight from a distance against Noxium Red Force. Tizzy is down, he's dropped, but only for a little bit of time. I believe he's going to be picked back up. So, for this fight, Yangon Galacticos, no reason why they don't have the advantage in a moment. Now, I don't want to see another crash in this spot, though. No reason for either team to get overly aggressive. Take your time, you have plenty of it.
Certainly a lot of opportunity. The circle comes in and it goes central. Now, this is where that ridgeline I was talking about starts to come into play. On the south side, you can see there's an approach for teams like Fireflux, like Team Secret, to push up towards the north. APG are there as well. But let's hop into this fight because it's popping off over on the edges of Picardo.
Yes, it is. It's going to be our team of 4 Thrives going against Ida, who is now getting pieced apart. 4 Thrives, wolfpacking together continually upwards. Now, notice Falcons and Power are not too far behind. Naki needs to be very careful at how he swings this angle, because most likely he's going to get shot instead of back. With Ida being dealt with, Aaron fully gone, now you can focus your attention on the Falcons and Power. But I ask you, John, is it worth it to challenge this, to go for the third party, or short 4 Thrives, go with IQ into the next zone?
I feel like getting ahead of this is going to be more impactful for 4 Thrives if they can find a position out to their east side, potentially uncontested for the time being. There's potential danger from Weibo off in the distance, and Navallo tried to cut across them. Yangon Galacticos, are they in danger right now? Okay, hang on a minute. Romeo and SayCloud both down on the front. Noxium Red Force have 4 players alive. It looks like they're going to be able to finally do something against the roster that's been a terror to the rest of the lobby.
Well, it seems to be the case, doesn't it? But Noxium Red Force with 4. You got 2 mighty warriors from Yangon Galacticos. Murnat firing some shots, drops 1, goes for the second, can't connect enough. But what a valiant effort it was, but it doesn't mean they are gone just yet. Actually, it does, excuse me, as they're fully finished. I thought there was going to be at least 1 more warrior from Yangon Galacticos to put up a fight, but even 3 points, I mean, come on, you got to give it to them. They fight to the very end, and now we have to shift our attention to APG, the closest team to catching up to Yangon Galacticos, the team looking to take down the Falcons.
117 points is their target now after this match. They are currently on 104 with the 8 points that they've gotten so far. which means that they are 13 points behind right now. So they still have quite a way to go if they want to catch up. But this is brilliant news. Like you said, the opportunity now to draw level with Yangon Galacticos, which is something that could only be dreamed of further down the tables.
That's right. This could be a massive game for APG, but Fireflux, they want to stop them. After all, Fireflux, they still got skin in this game. They're in 5th place. There's a lot of money still to be earned in a championship potential run. Solus up close, gets mowed down. Fireflux left with just one more standing. But for how long? Well, Madcap says, I've got this. Boys, I'm going to take the cake. I'm going to push up. 1v3, no problem. APG, not like this.
Oh, they are going to push Madcap back off the angle, though. He has one more hurdle to jump. He will go for the fire. Reefus keeps them together. The full reset potential, but Narvalo could also change things around. The Falcons moving on up with their last player. He's not going to be there in time. He's just trying to get a little bit further forwards onto this circle. So Alpha Gaming now up to 11 eliminations, 10 points behind Yangon Galacticos.
Woo, okay, so a potential 21-point game. Who knows, maybe even more if they get eliminations, which would put APG in 1st place. And you mentioned Narvalo, he's gone. Falcons are eliminated. For APG, this is their game to take. They've got a lot of great competition. They still have to fight for zone, maybe even against 4th Thrive. I'm assuming Nox from Red Force, but APG have already put up one hell of a game.
Weibo on the north side are a major threat. Last player from DRX could change that around if he doesn't get spotted by them, but you imagine that Weibo are going to be able to spot that one out. You hope so at the very least. So on the northern side, they have a lot of control. So easy. I think he's been spotted. No. Oh, that was in reverse there. Hang on a minute. They're going away. They might leave into his own devices.
So it stays alive just a little bit longer. Weibo finally starting to fire a couple of shots, I believe, onto Phallic. IQ will try to alleviate some of the pressure from a distance. Weibo have a lot of utility here. Soaz will stay just where he's at. No reason for him to fire off. He's going to be a sneaky beaver as long as he possibly can. Actually, I do start to worry about Weibo now as he might get gunned down.
Oh no. Uh-oh. Do they know he's right there? Surely he checks the angle. Surely they spot out. He's pulled his gun away. No, he's getting spotted. Okay. M4 is out, and it is DRX eliminated. Crisis averted on the northern side. Weibo, the Chinese fans, very happy about that one.
Very happy indeed. That could have been crazy. Losing half your team in just a moment's time to a solo who's been surviving. That would have hurt for sure. T24 down, but not for long. Naki's going to get him back onto his feet. 4 Thrives will be able to continue to potentially thrive in this game with 4 of their players. We look at the zone and, man, Weibo, Nox from Red Force, just neck and neck. Doc starting to move in potentially into APG. Now, I do worry if he gets a bit too far away from his team, APG's going to mow him down. You need numbers in these final fights.
And at the moment, center of the circle, closest occupant is 4 Thrives, who we're on board with just there. And they will get a little bit closer to this one. However, the high ground now has to be rolled off. APG, you can see how low their health bars are. You've got to imagine that their meds are looking a little bit threadbare as they take some shots over towards Nox and Red Force. But Doc C hasn't been handled just yet, and he finds both of the backline. Again, it's all up to Reefus to keep them alive, but Top is going to get flushed away, and it's IQ to actually push Doc C off of that high ground. In the meantime, there's a trade-off. A Weibo taken back down. This engagement is going every direction on this circle.
All right, huge. If we can get a reset, at least with a duo, Weibo now focused fully on Nox from Red Force up ahead. Sook, a great grenade. He's going to throw it. It goes down the hill, but Benny and Tizzy managed to distance himself, but a wonderful shot will drop one. Reefus gets some shots onto Doc C, getting yet another point, I believe, putting APG at 12.
Could potentially be racking up more and more. Haven't quite got that flush just yet, so the 12 elims, they'll try and add to that tally. Falak nade over the top. This looks good, and it will find the knock of the 33Z. Weibo's sidelines now are opened up a little bit, and he manages to get back as well behind that Molotov. Really timely retreat. The old ducks behind the headland just in time.
Gotta favor 4 Thrives in this moment. A team that was so incredible. The dominant roster throughout group play, struggling when it comes to grand finals, but a chance to step it up. Reefus is down a solo. Last alive for the team of APG. Zion also taking damage himself, and Alpha Gaming will in fact be eliminated. But good news even more so for Four Thrives, who have a dominating position and they have dominant control here. I don't think they can lose this game.
Weibo try and find Bini in the ditch there, but he's in the smoke. A little bit too hard to find this time around, but the spray downs, the shotgun puts him out of the business. Four Thrives now with 9 eliminations, trying to convert this one against Weibo. They've crunched them in. Look at how they sit on this circle. We're on to stage 8 now. It will close dead center, and Four Thrives should have this one on lock in a 4 versus 3. Nade over the top from T24. Falax gonna be up on that off angle now. Sook should be next on the menu, and you can imagine he's gonna bite down something hard. Falak able to nail that shot, of course.
Well done.
No chance he doesn't.
Now it's a 4v2. T24 pushing closer and closer to Order, and he down below. T24 finally looks like he starts to fire a couple of shots. Order most likely dropping in a moment. He as well. Is this the game? Will we see it won from Four Thrives perspective? Only one more player remains, and I just don't know if it's enough. Four Thrives will take game number 5. Much needed points going their way.
Pushing themselves up towards the middle side of those tables. Obviously, a little bit futile to hope that you could get up towards the top, but it is money that you're earning. As you ladder up on those tables, there are big pay gaps that you can cross. So beautiful news for Four Thrives. Coming into this, one of the highest point scoring qualifiers from the group stages. They needed to keep things back under control, and you can see maybe a little bit despondent about that performance, but either way, they take the 10 chicken dinner points.
And you know what? You got to give credit to APG. They closed the gap even further onto Yangon Galacticos, who were eliminated earlier than they wanted. So for APG, making it very competitive. But for number 1 and number 2, they still continue to distance themselves. A great game for Four Thrives. One more game remains. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the final map coming your way.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
highly anticipated addition to the Mummy Series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tube Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Feed set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
واحد بالبيت مفتوح ما يدعنك البيت هذا نيد ما ادري وين شوت رجال والله الثاني وين كفر البيت كفر البيت وين شوت والله حق البيت كفر البيت بس تو من اليمين يمين عامل باقي نايس هاي بقى خلاص هذا يلا تعالوا قاعد تقرب ماشي خلاص هذه لا تنوق انا اوبن هات نايس يا نايس نكمل يا عيال يلا جيجي ضيعنا جيمين نكمل الجيم الجاي يلا
The fight is back on from the rest of the lobby, and you too can endure the final true battle that's going on inside the game here as PUBG Mobile meets Transformers. As we have Optimus Prime, we have the Decepticons, we have everything going on. Check it out in game right now, but we're checking out what's going on in Miramar because 4 thrives on the fight back. Neptura, they get themselves a win finally, yes.
I'm so happy about this last fight. I love everything about it. These two can attest to that. I was going crazy.
Screaming in the green room.
Because finally we see something from all of these teams, right? You had 4 thrives coming in from Picado, completely taking them out, moving in, right? Then you got WBG on the north. You've got who else? Nongshim Red Force kind of on the east side. You got APG on the south. 4 thrives able with Falak on the north, able to push WBG into Nongshim Red Force. You had APG doing the same thing to Nongshim, pushing those 2 teams into each other. The minute that happened, APG go out, which just leaves 4 thrives able to just move in through the entire zone, take control, and just wipe the whole thing clean. It was good.
Chef's kiss.
Yes.
Wow. No, this is definitely a lot closer to the 4 thrives we hope to see going into this one. Was the circle a little bit favoring them? Sure, a little bit towards the end, but the way they take the fight in Picado, eliminate a lot of those teams trying to exit Picado itself, and then actually go to the little dips over to the east of Picado, which is a very good position to gain time, wait for the circle to move in your favor, hopefully, and then you can take the win. I think the terrain knowledge there was on point from 4 thrives. Is it a bit too late, though, because they were at the bottom of the rankings? Maybe, but still nice to see a Pakistani win.
Yeah. Now, of course, Yangon did go out early, though, here, Max.
Actually, yeah, it was quite interesting that Yangon went out early. So there's still hope, though, lingering in the shadow. And for this occasion, I know normally we're not supposed to change predictions, but I do have a special cue card for the occasion.
Wait a minute.
And actually, we're going to be looking here.
No, Max. You're not cursing them.
Yeah, thank you, Seven. What are you trying to do?
What just happened?
What? No,
Honestly,
no,
Max.
not what just happened, Max. What are you doing?
You're a dangerous man.
Me? He just...
You're a dangerous man, Max.
Assaulted.
I'm not even... I didn't even see him get back there. That was impressive.
Yeah.
He's so small.
It's because he's small, yeah.
He is. He's like a small hamster. Yeah, he's crazy. But yes, okay, right. Well, shut up, Max. Nobody needs to hear about that. What's on that cue card?
It's just my notes. My horrible notes I can't write well. It's fine.
Imagine if he had a second one prepared just in case. That would be ridiculous.
I'll be quaking.
Generally, there is hope when it comes down to it. Like Alpha Gaming able to linger a little bit more longer into this game compared to Yangon Galacticos. Actually, it's not even just Alpha Gaming. The other teams that were currently on the first page can try and play catch up a little bit. But we still got one more Miramar. We know they got a win yesterday over on Miramar. So chances are they could try and wrap it up again here on this map.
All right, well, just just keep predicting Yangon, I guess. Let's take a look at the overalls then and see what happens, because there's no way that they are not going to be able to outdo this curse. 117 points. Look at that from Alpha Gaming, though, jumping up to 112. The barrier that they are slowly creating here, Neptura, compared to the rest of the teams, is absolutely nuts.
I'm just going to say, welcome back, Alpha Gaming, to be honest.
Yes.
With one win, they're able to get 112 points, right? 75 eliminations, Max. We're able to see so much of them come back. This is the Alpha Gaming we're used to seeing with that high of elimination count. It's currently in the top 8. They have the most eliminations of everyone.
I mean, we were talking about it earlier a little bit, Neptura. Reefus is the man just saving this day for Alpha Gaming, which is surprising when you have 3 global MVPs in Zyol, Top, and Doc all on the squad. So Reefus, really the unsung hero for APG.
Yeah, I mean, he is really the alpha of the group stage, I think. He's that one player.
Wait.
Oh, he is, though. He's the one player, that support player, the off-angle player, that's doing so much for the team and setting up his fraggers.
What a huge jump from 4th Thrives, though. Moving into 6th place here, Max.
GG.
Yeah, 4th Thrives definitely going to be happy about that one. 65 points. They need another banger, if I had to be completely honest. We need another big game for them. But you know what? I want to go on to another team outside of 4th Thrives. We already talked about them a little bit. Weibo, able to actually reach the late game, able to jump up here in the podium finish. 78 points, about what that's going to be 30, 40 points away from our top squads. Technically in reach of a first position finish if they can try and wrap it up in style here with this last game of the day on Miramar. They've been playing a little bit better. I like the speed at which they rotate, but on the second page here, a lot of teams, again, we don't expect to see here.
I would say definitely Neptura, a tough drop from Power and Alter Ego coming down here.
That is so unexpected. I don't know what's going on there. Power having a much quieter day. Can the day 1 actually carry them through to day 3 where they might have a different story? I'm not sure. Another one, though, that I really want to highlight is Thunder Talk. They have 34 eliminations to 4 placement points. I mean, it's Power day 1 all over again, but just not with the standing that we were, for the presence we were seeing from Power yesterday.
Definitely a tough time. Definitely a tough time. But guys, girls, everybody of all ages, it's time for everybody's favorite segment of the day.
Max Man's Grenade of the Day.
We're back once again. It's Maxman's Grenade of the Day. And this time around is actually going to be quite a serious one because we have a nade that might just be a winning tournament grenade here coming out from Yangon Galacticos. They wrap it up. They get the knock, the flush, and the winner chicken dinner because of an initial amazing third party from Yangon onto Team Secret versus Alpha Gaming. They get the nade. They get the squad wipe. They get the win and again create even more of a lead in the leaderboards. That nade was truly maybe not just nade of the day, but nade of the tournament.
Yeah! Yes! Like it! Good job, Max.
Thank you.
Oh, I was so hyped.
Can I get my APG cue?
No, shush you, shush.
Okay. Thank you.
Nothing more from you now, Max.
Okay.
You're banned from talking. Neptura, let's talk about this next game.
Yes.
One more Miramar for the day, and of course, everybody is looking towards, not Max Man, Alpha Gaming currently being able to somehow make this kind of lead up from what we've seen from Yangon. I think it's spectacular what we've seen from Alpha Gaming.
It's so nice to see them back. I think there's been so much concern over them. Finally, they're stepping into what we're used to seeing from them. So really, really good to see them back at it again. Can they win this next game to just secure the top of the leaderboard before we get into day number 3, before we find out what our smash point is going to be? Can they be the one to set that standard, or is it going to be Yangon at the end? I don't know.
The +10 tomorrow will be big, of course, here. No, we're not getting anything from you, Max. I can see you mouthing something. Shut up. It is now to head over to the commentators. Thank you very much, Neptura, for everything here. Not you, Max. It's time to go into our final Miramar of the day. Over to the casters.
Yeah, and then I said, don't worry, Alpha Gaming. Maxman's definitely not going to be... Oh, hi, guys.
Hello.
We are back once again, getting into the final match of the tournament today. Of course, it is that race between Yangon Galacticos and Alpha Gaming that got so closer after that first Miramar. We're going again to the desert, and let's see if we can change that story once again. Are Alpha Gaming going to be able to usurp the Titans at the top of the tables, or are they going to pale in the face of danger?
I think at this point, even if they don't usurp, as you said, I think Alpha Gaming has put themselves in a wonderful spot going into tomorrow's competition. Even if they get a goose egg in this map. Alpha Gaming, the team to potentially challenge Yangon Galacticos, who have been highly consistent. But you got to question Weibo. Again, a great roster when it comes to Miramar. Now going into yet another Miramar team that is inching their way closer. So much time is needed for them to catch up. But the reality is the closer they get, it becomes even more realistic that they're able to potentially get on that smash point themselves and steal the championship away from Yangon Galacticos, from APG. The opportunity's there. It's just a matter of what the players want for themselves. This next game is going to be critical for our top two teams and critical for the other rosters on down the standings to step it up. And for Alter Egos, a team that still has a pretty, I don't know, I think a lot of fight in them. I do. They're a little bit further down in the standings, but they've made a big impact. And let's not forget their tremendous day throughout group play, I believe it was, where it was group player survival stage, getting one of our highest scores yet in a day. So for Alter Egos, I look at them to potentially make an impact, not only in this final map, but also in tomorrow's competition.
We do, of course, always have these outside chances coming on through. I mean, we just saw the fans from Weibo, or for Weibo, I should say, as well as the team gearing up. They are right on the cusp of thinking about maybe being anywhere near to the top two right now, which is more than you could say for most in this tournament. Them and DRX, kind of those two teams who are sat there. Maybe Fireflux as well. Throw a couple of those on into the mix. But so far, it is really just such a difficult situation for the teams in the middle of the tables because we've had two such dominant teams at the top of the standings. We've scooped out a lot of the point scoring from the rest of these tables, which makes it so much more volatile. And that's going to hit the middle of the table hardest in this instance, which means that teams can go up and down upwards of 5 places just every single game. It can reshuffle the middle of these tables very, very quickly. Things can get spicy here as we head on in for our final time today over towards Miramar to see what we've got coming on up.
It's our final time, our final chance to see who will set the point threshold. Will it be Yangon Galacticos? Will it be APG? Those are going to be your two front runners to set the threshold going into tomorrow. 10 points would then be added on top of that, and that will be our smash point. Don't get too caught up in that, though. I know we'll be explaining it tomorrow, but at least as this game goes, this is the final opportunity to get as many points as possible to set yourself up nicely going in to tomorrow's competition. And I do hope, at least for the sake of a lot of our rosters, this zone isn't too crazy. But if I know anything about Grand Finals, if I know anything about PUBG Mobile, they love to throw some wild things at you, some wild zones. So honestly, I'm kind of feeling it in my bones. Where are we going?
Ooh, okay.
Give me something spicy.
I mean, the spiciest circle on Miramar, as we all know, will be that East Island circle, right? That we saw at the end of the global stages at the end of last year back in London. That was nutso, and it was really, really dastardly. Not going to happen here, though. Don't be ridiculous. Stop bringing it up, Taylor.
I have to try. I've got to try, man. I need something spicy.
One day you'll get an East Island circle.
One day. You know, I didn't get my military zone. If I would have got that, I would have been perfectly satisfied with normal, okay? But this is going to be all right, and it's going to be great for those teams who just like a standard style of gameplay will most likely actually Yangon Galacticos not going as north as we're used to seeing them. They're going to be a bit more south, which doesn't change up too much necessarily, but still could be a little bit weird for their competition. For 33Z, Weibo Gaming, come on. We look at you to be the front runner to break the top two, and you already lost one.
They haven't lost them yet.
Not just yet.
Not just yet.
We'll see.
Very certain that they are going to lose it very soon, but not yet.
They're going up. They're trying.
Oh, no, they did push back.
They're all in one vehicle. We know this is not necessarily a good thing.
I hate it so much. Stop that. Thank you very much. Goodness me. Alter Ego, hop out of the vehicle, drop 2 off, and they haven't actually confirmed this flush just yet. So, looks like they're not even going to try. Just going to get away, get out of there. I mean, disengaging, maybe a good idea. It seems like Weibo Gaming, they're going to be happy to play on the score.
You know, if I'm Alter Egos, I want that point. Right, I'm a little bit further down than I want to be going into tomorrow's competition. Even with a heroic game this time around, it only breaks you up into maybe 70 points. And still not close enough, at least. Not as close as you would want to be. behind to the rest of the others. But they get back in. Oh, maybe a trap has been set. They forgo one. Oh, excuse me, Alter Ego's fire back onto Weibo. They forgo one cleanup, potentially getting two now. I see the math. It's working out.
Hey, look, he's still down behind that rock.
So now, let him send in a third. Let him send in a third to get the other two up and take down three, and then do it again and take all four down.
I reckon they'll fall for it again. They'll do it. They'll be like, oh, yeah, let's do it. Yeah, for sure.
They're actually leaving.
No, they're just leaving. I mean, they've already lost both of them, right? So they want to res up. No point in getting stuck into this one further. So Weibo down, split to half of their roster. DRX now, our major hope for maybe catching over towards the top side, but Yangon Galacticos fairly disengaged. Shumasera was the drop spot for Alpha Gaming, and they are, again, fairly uncontested in the zone. Ooh, a little bit of a drift off the side of the road.
Mernat.
It looked cool.
It did look cool. Yangon Galacticos not only in first place, but also getting style points. I don't know how those points factor into the overall standings, but we'll figure it out. We'll have a discussion with the TO on the back end. Mernat South, that most likely is where the rest of the trio for Yangon Galacticos are going to be heading down, potentially rotating over towards maybe APG. I don't know. I mean, that's the team, right, who's kind of been gatekeeping them several times. They have history, and, well, even more so now, being 1 and 2. So now I bring up the conversation you set up just the last game. When does APG decide to truly challenge Yangon Galacticos? Now, obviously, you brought it up in an initial POI fight, but in this case, for APG, there's a lot of distance. They don't necessarily know where YG is currently at. But if they do see them, shutting them down this game and challenging them, especially with the lead they have over Weibo, who's currently in third, could be worth it.
The idea that I had for potentially Yangon Galacticos going for those hot drops was a bit contingent on having more of a lead over APG, right? Now that they're neck and neck again, I expect them to go just by the book, play their game as they've been playing it up until now. If you're starting to get sort of 30 points ahead of a team, that's when it's sort of a lot less risky to go for the hot drop engagements, right? Because even if you're taking them down by 2 players, right, you're severely limiting their point scoring capability. And if you're able to do that, that is brilliant stuff. Ah, okay, it was a knockout with the Mini 14 from Rosemary on the early game to find that. That's the pickup. That did not go well at all. Goodness me.
I'm actually happy we caught that, though, because it's you take down a solo, questions remain. What are they doing? Well, they did it all to get 2. So bang for their buck. You like to see that. So $3.99, best price out there. Fireflux, a bit spread out. Solus is going to be one who's pretty much by himself, and you've got quite a few players around. Regnum Karya not far behind. Power just up ahead of him. You know, these splits, sometimes they pay off. Oftentimes, I've seen teams get too punished. And, well, in this case, I'm hoping it doesn't happen to Fireflux, but for them, they still seem pretty confident where they're currently at. DRX also coming up behind them. So Fireflux need to band together sooner rather than later.
I'm looking at the northwest side right now, and it seems like our observing team are too. We're going to hop over towards Hora, over by the Crater Fields. The Falcons close by, right on the northwest edge, fairly isolated from any other team, really, so not likely to see any third parties on this spot, but you can see close by to one another. Potential for things to get involved now between these two rosters. In 12th place and 14th place, Hora and Falcons respectively. They need something. I mean, they need something big, right? And unfortunately for them, they're not too far behind, sort of third place at this point, right? They are within striking distance, and that's what I was saying in terms of the volatility of these tables. It's just so crazy what's happened with Yangon Galacticos and APG that sort of ruffles a few feathers in terms of the typical conversations that we have at this sort of stage of the tournament. But it's definitely very, very movable around the middle side, right? If you get a big game here as Falcons, you get 22 points on the board. All of a sudden, you're up at 64. Right. You're in the running for those podium positions.
You never stop fighting until the very end. So the tournament is done with, you continue to fight for every position you can possibly get. And for Narvalo, he's going to do exactly that on the high ground. And more importantly, yeah, he'll get a couple of pop shots, but speaking of which, ought to no fear, but he's also calling out the exact locations of where Hora is at. Airborne, hits the shot on a sleepy and takes him down. Super surprised he's still alive.
Hey, you can take the Falcons to the sky, but those guys just fly out of the way, you know. They're dipping, they're diving, and Koa's on the business.
That's right.
With the pump action there. Hora now busted down to a limited supply of players on 2 now remaining standing. Redox is circling again, giving them an aerial display as they threaten to take down Jiggle. Koa pumping into the smoke with that pump action shotgun. Nade over the top, and Jiggle should not be long for this game. Another nade over the top, and the airburst is good.
Good stuff. One of the strongest starts we've seen from Falcons in quite some time. Koa, a bit of an issue there with the car, but that's all right. He's going to get picked back up onto his feet. So good on Falcons to start off strong as they did. For Hora, well, they're going to have to go at it as a solo. For APG, keeping DRX at bay. APG very central. They're going to be surrounded by Karia, DRX, E-Arena. Very active, especially as the zone gets even smaller as Fourth Rise start to move in as well. Our previous game winners most likely getting a ton of confidence. Doc, he's out of there. He'll find a position to potentially overlook, I believe, Regnum Karia up ahead.
This is nice and central on the circle, right? The north point, the northeast side of Chumasera, up into these hills, a lot of ridge lines they can play around. Potential danger from further to their south. The question is, what teams try and isolate that sort of position? You can see the high ground that is afforded to them. Yango Galacticos, potentially one of those teams behind them. I mean, Doc's just, I mean, they're just pumping, right? They're just popping shots. Actually, 4 Thrives getting involved yet again. Maybe a side swipe from Chumasera.
Yeah, that's the risk you take when you go center zone, especially with a zone such as this. You know there's going to be third parties, and with it being Miramar, there's every single angle possible. And for Fourth Thrives to take great advantage of it, and even for Ragnar, well, he decides to go ahead and take advantage of the fight on the Jing, taking him out from Thunder Talk, who have definitely not been the Thunder Talk team we've witnessed during the survival stage. But again, fight, fight, fight till the very end. That is the goal. For Power, though, they've done decently well, I would say, right? 60 points is still close to the average we have, at least from Weibo Gaming down. Of course, you got your outliers, Gangon Galacticus, as well as Alpha Gaming, but around 70, 60 points. I mean, that seems to be around where everyone is at, so an average performance. But average won't cut it. To be a champion, you need to do a little bit more.
Silas playing mechanic right now, fixing up the vehicle, making sure it's nice and healthy. Well, pop that one inside the garage. Now on the north side of the road, they're very, very central. They should have a lot of control here, but they want to make sure that their vehicles stay nice and healthy because it's likely they're going to have to leave at some point. Northwest side, the Falcons were able to win their engagement with Hora, not fully clearing out the roster, but adding 3 points to their tally. They'll now be chased in by the blue towards Noxian Red Force, so potentially a little bit of difficulty on the road side on the northwest edge. The question is, will they find the positions to deal with those angles that they need to try and breach past?
Falcons have had a great start, but what will their finish look like? Did you set it up nicely? And I agree with you. A 20-point game here puts them in the running, potentially making an impact in tomorrow's Smash Point competition. But it all depends on that Noxian Red Force fight. But the good news is for them, they don't need to get too overly aggressive. They don't have to full send it in. They can stay where they're currently at and wait to see where the next zone is going to pop.
Couple of teams now looking to try and play that edge style, right? Yangon Galacticos, we know they like to play into these games late. They're allowed to do that by the rest of the lobby as well. Falcons actually, oh, is that Falcons getting a knock over towards Nongshan? It may well be. It could be Ida as well. It could be teams off in the distance like Fourth Thrives. A really hard north shift on this circle. Goes back up towards Picardo. Falcons, I mean, this is their only real opportunity here to gain some confidence, if nothing else.
Without a doubt, and they do decide to send in on Noxian Red Force. Meanwhile, for Alter Egos, fighting on the right side, the opposite side of where Falcons and Noxian Red Force are currently engaging. Soulless, just a sliver of health, slips away. Krypton has a chance, and he'll take it. Taking down Scarface, reducing the numbers even more for Fireflux.
Fireflux rolling up like a sushi conveyor belt. Krypton chows down on them, able to knock them straight on out of the vehicle as it flies on past. Add that one to the bill, thank you very much. 4 elims now for Alter Ego as they post up on the east side of the circle.
Good job, Alter Egos in a great spot, fully effectively pushing Fireflux back. Opposite of Power. Meanwhile, for Falcons, we knew this fight was going to take place. Noxian Red Force was their only other enemies. Now, Falcons win this in good fashion with all 4 players left up, excuse me. They're going to have this compound area to themselves, which could be incredibly valuable depending on where the next zone shifts. So, a critical fight for them to take with Tizzy in the smoke. Falcons need to keep their head on a swivel and not just blast on Biome. That UMP is going to knock them out.
Nade in from Koa could find Tizzy if he gets the bounce right. He knows there's a person in here now with the damage tag, and Koa immediately able to put him down there. Again, that's the warehouse now controlled. The longhouse is next up. These are a lot harder to take control of than the warehouses. But the question is, do they need to right now? They've got control of this warehouse. The Falcons, not really too many teams contesting them in this area. Could potentially be third-partied by a team like Yangon Galacticos. And the longhouse still has some teeth to it. Don't necessarily need to push just yet.
Need to keep Narvalo up. Going to be very difficult to do. XCY forced to retreat now, and that should give an ample amount of time to get Narvalo back in the fight, which Redux is going to fully commit to. And Noxian Red Force knows this. Nade's going to be cooked, and it might have a chance to connect onto Koa through the doorway. Good. Oh, just misses. I thought that was good for sure.
Just a little bit too long on the cook. The one side of the wall does catch the damage that they were looking to put in towards Koa's health bar. Now Yangon Galacticos could be a back angle that spots out Nongshim Red Force, because they've been playing on the far side of this longhouse against this push from Falcons for quite a while now. Weibo as well, with Order moving in, could also find angles with Falcons in their sight lines. We'll have to wait and see, because they have drawn the attention. The Sharks are circling.
Yes.
And that is one great white off in the distance.
And I worry about Ralph. I loved his off angle, but now start to question, will Murnat from Yangon Galacticos be able to hit the shots needed? But the pressure's in, the commitment has been sent, and Doc C down to a sliver of health, and in fact he's going to be fully dropped off of that. And Falcons look to win this in full fashion with all 4 players last alive. The question is, what can the last remaining member of Noxian Red Force do?
Circle cutting them in on the edge of the circle as well. They're going to be happy to hold this fight for a little bit longer. XZY on the outside though, spots Koa, looks for the flush as well. I think he was denied and gets cut down by Narvalo, who was rezzed earlier. Putting that import onto that res really pays off for them. The Falcons now losing only 1, meaning they're fairly safe from Yangon Galacticos. But Yangon Galacticos do not need to take this fight right now. They can just try and get ahead of this and keep the Falcons on the edge of this circle.
Which is what they've been great at, and that's why they have been so consistent. They're not focused on crashing in, being aggressive. They're focused on pacing and positioning. And you'll even look at, well, we look at the map, right, for SayCloud, where he's currently at. He already has a great off angle and a good position to gatekeep the team of Falcons, who are very aware of where he's currently at. And if they can't take him out, they get tunnel vision on SayCloud. You then got Murnat, who's getting an off angle himself just behind the Falcons roster. YG are closing the vice grip, and Falcons need to be acutely aware of where they're currently at.
I wonder if they're aware of Murnat on that off angle. He is going to be devastating if he catches someone trying to push up that ridgeline towards where SayCloud was playing, retreated off now, by the way. Then it could be dastardly. But Falcons are going to extend further towards the north side with 2 players left remaining on Weibo. Those are the 2 players who will be playing on the angle. Koa will spot the players inside the building, hear that vehicle rotating. He'll know that there's a bit of a regroup onto that Weibo compound.
Yeah, Koa Redux just trying to fill out where Falcons can go next. They know it's an option to stay put where they're currently at, but they need the information on their next rotation. They wisely retreat back. Redux will stay just above that of Team Secret to get a couple of pop shots, maybe a knock to where Falcons could open up a door for themselves to maybe push in. For Power, though, opposite of Fireflux, who had some early engagements. They lose half of their roster, but still set up very deep into the zone. So for them, they're okay at the moment, but you do have a couple of teams, maybe Power. I'm honestly looking at Alter Egos to maybe be the next roster to push up, and I think that was Alter Egos who took down the 2 members of Fireflux earlier.
They're on the east side for Alter Ego right now. They're fairly isolated. A potentially difficult push. They might target Fireflux. You could see Matcap, Solus trying to hold out their coastline. Well, I say their sidelines rather, as they will be aware of Alter Ego's position. Not willing to peek too much and wait for this next circle to come on through. 40 seconds remain on this phase, and we'll figure out where we're going next, as our teams are starting to quiet down and wait for that pop to come in.
That's it. Where do we go next? We know Falcons are going to have to move. Yangon Galactica since Smile, by the way. They're actually starting to come back in and set up around Falcons once again with SayCloud and Smile. Falcons are back to square one. They know to their north is going to be Team Secret and Weibo. and they know straight ahead is going to be YG. So for Falcons, this is going to be a hard rotate depending on where it goes, and I assume they're going to have to move forward. There's no way they get blessed by this, right?
Well, let's see. It's going southeast. Okay, so they're going to have to leave from the northwest side. Again, there's this big hill ridge in the middle of this circle with Ida as well playing on the compound there that sits out to its west. Regnum Karya down on the south side, playing in a fairly secure spot as it stands. The high ground on the south side of the road, that's going to get dismounted.
So Smile on the flank, Saycloud up ahead, Narvalo almost dropped, I should say. Falcons are going to be put into a blender. These off angles are going to be deadly. It's going to take a miracle shot from Falcons to drop one. Hold up, maybe a miracle third party. Order from Weibo drops one from a distance. Now this gives an opportunity potentially for Falcons to, I don't know, make an impact, but Narvalo needs to get back on his feet. Weibo now going in. Yeah, I think Falcons are cooked in this moment.
3 players remaining. They're mounting up. Let's see if they can find a charge position. I mean, with all 3 players, they could just send onto Saycloud's spot, right? It depends on the speed at which Yangon Galacticos can respond. Smile regroups onto it. It feels like they've read that that is a possibility. But instead of that, Falcon's going to try and sail under the terrain cover, get ahead of Yangon Galacticos, potentially towards Horror and towards Sky, or maybe even all the way over the road. Okay, Redot's going to lead the charge there. Where are they hoping to find an impact here?
They're just, man, I think they're going haywire. They're just trying to get away. There's not a good really route of rotation, in my opinion. I mean, Koa runs into one of the members from Fourth Rise. Valak will take him out, and Falcons get pieced apart. I don't think this is really an issue of Falcons. Like, Falcons held their ground. They didn't get blessed by zone. The pressure from Yangon Galacticus was a little bit too much. Then Weibo joins into the mix, and you lose Narvalo. Falcons realistically didn't have a safe space to rotate to.
It's still disappointing. I feel like maybe they could have taken the fight over towards Yangon Galacticos, right?
Yeah.
As much as you might not want to, it could have been the easier option.
I still think they would have lost.
Crashing onto the duo, maybe. Yeah, it's difficult to say. You know, it's difficult to do what ifs here. But Yangon Galacticos may be struggling against the last player from Horror, who will fall in the end with a little assist from Noki over in the distance. And Yangon Galacticos, hey, you know what? Yeah, let's give them a break, guys. They've had a real tough time of it so far. Let's allow them to get back onto their feet. Fourth Thrives, not willing to do so.
That's right, Fourth Thrives. They want to go back to back, and the potential is here with 4 players still up. You've got Yangon Galacticus in this little bit of a fishbowl. Valak can just mow down nades along with IQ. Even so, the smoke is enough to give a little bit of concealment for Yangon Galacticus. And, well, they're going to go ahead and return the nades themselves, and they can still make it out of this. If I'm Fourth Thrives, I get aggressive on this. Start mowing them down. Start shooting into the smoke. You need to silence this roster now.
The difficulty is that northern flank, and of course across the way the team's holding the compound. It is so nerve-wracking to make this call. They're not quite in the position to do so. Noki over the angle may be a linchpin position for them, but he doesn't really have sightlines over to Yangon Galacticos. The thing is, committing for this position when you're Fourth Thrives may be a little bit of a bridge too far, and I think that slipping around the sidelines may be better in the long run for them positionally.
Okay, it seems to be the case. Now, for Yangon Galacticus, Ida ahead of him. A couple of shots fired into him, and there is value in potentially crashing in and trying to take over that compound because it is within the zone. However, there are other options, but not many of them. So eventually, you're going to have to fight for a hardcover POI. For Yangon Galacticus, it looks like that's exactly where they're going, straight into Ida.
Ida have been able to hold this compound for a long, long time. They've only got the 1 elim to show for it at the moment, but you imagine that that number is going to start to rise as teams like Yangon Galacticos going to have to move. I say that, and I heard exactly what I said just as I said it, because it is Yangon Galacticos. We'll see if they can do a little bit more. Alpha Gaming, they lost Reapers earlier on, but they're still pouring out punishment over the rest of the south side of this lobby to see if they can get a little bit of retribution over the teams that took them down. And Peg, Yangon Galacticos moving up and actually further north and potentially looking to insert over on towards the ridgeline that Weibo have the north end of.
I wouldn't be against that. I just don't know how much value you're really going to gain sending it to the hardcover compound where Ida is currently at. Now, for Alter Egos, though, straight into Fireflux. This was a duo that was dismantled early on who has been staying alive center zone, but now as they do get pressured, they once again have to fight for their lives in the final final game of the day. And Madcap very weak. His partner just to his right taken down. Madcap tries to recover with a little bit of health. He'll get the medkit pop the time to fire onto Alpha, but is it enough? Can he continue to stay up? Can he continue to fight alter egos? The answer is no.
They will be able to roll back, and Yangon Galacticos are going to go right now, headlong into the compound here. SayCloud down first, Smile and Myrna trying to put pressure in down the line. Rita goes down now. Kid cooking the nade, so is Emre, and Smile live. Denied that opportunity though, as it will be shut down. Aaron from across the way, putting nades on in. That splits Myrna, and he's shot down with the nade from across the distance. Over in that warehouse, they hold strong. Two players for the top of the table team. It's Romeo and Smile to try and piece things back together against Ida.
Flashed, Smile down, Romeo now forced to go at it straight ahead. It's a battle for sure. The winner of this getting a plethora of points. But Weibo comes in, and Weibo needs a big game. This could be massive for them if they can somehow, some way as a duo, wipe these two rosters and get a deep run. That'll put them closer to 100, but as order falls, Sook last alive. The chances of that happening now fall to the wayside.
Not really super likely to happen in the first place, but Eren on this off angle in the warehouse has been instrumental throughout this entire fight. With just Romeo remaining, he was able to cut across the sideline of Yangon Galacticos' position for so long. Beautiful stuff coming through on the off angle for the young Firecracker player Eren over on Ida.
Romeo, the last one standing. Yangon Galacticos trying to fight. Here comes the push, and it is going to be good as Darkin gets the final shots. Yangon Galacticos out earlier than they wanted once again, but let's face it, still healthy. But now APG has a direct route into first place to set the point threshold.
Ooh, DRX as well. Remember, they're a team with a chance to push up towards the top of the tables. They have 4 players alive. Unfortunately, they're on the wrong side of the road for this one. The nades are pretty good over towards the arena, though. That's going to be more damage being dealt on out. The garage really not providing too much cover here. You just need to keep these nades coming on through. DRX going to have to move a little bit further north with Alter Ego lighting up their crossing. Krypton finds so easy, but Hyunbin does find the way all the way across. Gets the spray down onto one, but cut through by the rest of the arena. Joker and Mormon holding face for now. And DRX having a tough time of getting across this roadside.
Very tough time indeed. And in fact, Weibo's going to be fully finished off. There was a down player earlier. We knew Sook was going to try and go at it alone. For APG, a chance to dethrone Yangon Galacticos, who has been in first place for the longest time. But the question is, can they pressure up? Can they take down Ragnum Kari? And I just don't know if they're going to be able to. It's going to be a tough spot to be in without question. And APG already has a downed player. This is truly going to be a testament of their skills.
3 players, but only 2 of them up and standing. The off-angle dispatched now. Regnum Kaya have the blue zone to play around, but they have to leave as well. Top taken very, very low there for Alpha Gaming as Yol breaks out wide, a little bit more healthy. Needs to find a needle on the side of Regnum Kaya, but can't quite find it. The haystack too dense to be able to piece it together. Wild looking to sweep the legs. Yol goes down. Alpha Gaming most likely falling here to the blue zone, and the final tag is good. Regnum Kaya, 4 players alive. Now they need to turn their attention northwards.
And I don't think it was enough to overtake first place, so top place should go to Yangon Galacticos, who hold on tight, but APG so close. We focus on the remaining teams left, and of course we look at Power, who's had a decent day, but will this be the shining example of what they can do in the finals? Well, maybe not so, as they're down to a solo.
Teams are ripping shreds out of each other along this ridgeline that sits central to the circle right now. Power were there for the longest time, but now they've only got Ragnar to contend on this high ground. Alter Ego pushed in from the east side. They are playing as 3, one of the main forces in this circle, but Regnum Kaya on the south side, they had 4, but Sakura wants to change that. Maybe a chance to take them low. Will go in with the shotgun and again takes another player down, and E-Arena not going to go down without a fight just yet. Regnum Kaya, Day getting ruined right now to close it down. Loxy back to the blue, not much wiggle room to play with.
They might have few points, but they are mighty. But from the off angle, taken down before the story can truly get started. Now down to our top 4 rosters, and well, things start to get exciting for Regnum Karya. 2 players down. The question is, can they get Wild and Loxy back into the fight? And you also got a question for Silas. How much of an impact can he have against Alter Egos? He's in the forward position, and I believe Alter Egos know exactly where he's at.
Silas needs to hold this face here, right? For Regnum Karya, they need the control of this open ground that sits in front of them. 20 seconds was enough to get those reses before the zone pushed on in. They can get a little bit of healing done, but the vehicle's low. Rosemary now pushing up, and that's the rest of power dispatched. Ida as well, playing up and on that ridgeline from the western side. Regnum Karya finally able to get away, and as 4 players, this may just be done and dusted.
This might be, but you got to give credit where credit is. Oh, what a nade from a distance. Darkin throws it just right. Krypton down. And Alter Egos, 2 members to fight with. Ida keeping the pressure on, which is only even better news for Regnum Karya with all 4 players alive. Surely this is their game to take. It's been a while since they've been in the winner's circle, a while since they've had a winner-winner chicken dinner. Surely they can get the job done this time around.
Next stage will close dead center. That sits close to Alva's position right now. You can see that high ground there is under their control, but Ida could take the angle here, and Regnum Karya obviously with these nades, that looks pretty good. I don't think that Alter Ego are going to be able to hold this position for much longer. Regnum Karya should just be able to swell over this. That nade looks good, and there's the knock that they were looking for. Alter Ego want to try and take a player or 2 down against Regnum Karya. They'll need to find this opening, but they've now lost their forward position, and it's just so hard to find these openings.
Ooh, and that's a big down onto Darkin. That's going to drop the players from Ida down to just a solo. Alter Egos at a duo. Loxy weak, no worries. He's got teammates for a reason. Slowly but surely, Regnum Karya start to push forward. Alter Egos, they're back against the wall. They still have to worry about the solo from Ida, who's going to be Aaron, who's trying his best to stay up as long as possible. But Wild wants to take his head off.
We'll go for the spray, and there's the connection. Regnum Karya now in a full-face 2v4. It's their advantage. Silas leading from the front. They've got 9 elims. They can add that up to 11. That will be a 21-point chicken dinner, and put them nice and healthily for a podium competition spot at the end of day 2 here on the grand finals. Silas, again, pushing around the edge with that UMP, the AUG in the back pocket as well, facing down against Rosemary and an MG3. That is not a friendly sight to see, but he's got his teammates where Rosemary does not.
Great shots. That at least helps a little bit. Rosemary, a guy that's been known to clutch up 7 eliminations for the day. Silas goes over the hill. Rosemary guns him down. Is this the end? Will Regnum Karya choke the final engagement despite the man advantage? Well, it's up to Krypton, and Krypton's hitting the shots needed. Krypton might be able to do this for Alter Egos. He only has a couple of players to take care of. He goes to challenge on the Loxy, but it's not enough. You can't reset this. You can't get Rosemary back into the fight. You just have to keep pushing.
Regnum Karya choke on the first push, and now Krypton in a 1 versus 2. Loxy and Wild for Regnum Karya, trying to keep this one in the back pocket. Alter Ego have 14 elims. No way are they going to let Rosemary get this res. Regnum Karya dropping the ball here to Loxy. No, he steps back again. Are you kidding me, Regnum Karya? That's not going to work out. Krypton, no way. And how on earth do they let that happen? It's Alter Ego to find a wild opening onto Regnum Karya. That is crazy. What a massive blunder.
Massive blunder indeed. That is insanity. I cannot believe my eyes. I cannot believe what just happened. Alter Egos stand their ground. Regnum Karya, despite the man advantage, can't get the job done. And that right there pretty much puts a cap on the entirety of today's performance. Teams dropping the ball where they need to pick it up the most. But for Alter Egos, really the crowd favorite, a team that is looking to make history, might have just put themselves in the ballpark of potentially winning a championship.
What a dropped ball there. Regnum Karya with a 6-point swing on that as well. In that engagement, they would have 6 more points if they'd have been able to win that. And it was theirs. It was theirs for the taking. He was super low. He had nothing going for him. They allowed the first aid to come through. They allowed the res onto Rosemary to come through. You cannot criticize Regnum Karya enough. And I hope that the desk will do just that. We're going to head to a break for the final time today. We do have a little surprise for you later, though, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! This planet reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crowd a new load of Cybertron. Roll for freedom. A victory for all sentient beings.
Just made Esports World Cup history as the very first esports organization to walk away victorious in not just one, but 2 game titles in the exact same week, topping the charts now in the club championship with 3,200 club championship points, and plenty more opportunities to garner more.
Oh yes, the intense action has been delivering, and of course the games keep on going. Intensity building, and it certainly was on the cast, and that's what we brought over to the desk. We're keeping you guessing with how the setup is here at the PUBG Mobile World Cup. Reflections, John, a bit of a crazy one. It kind of felt like we were in the operating theatre. The push. Talk to me about that game.
Man, it was a good way to end day number 2, right? I mean, this is the grand finals after all. You expect these teams to be going all out. That's exactly what we got from Alter Egos. The fact that they clutched that up against Regnum Karya. I know, John, me and you were absolutely losing our minds.
I feel like it was maybe a little bit more on Regnum Karya. The reason Alter Ego won that one, it felt like they just I don't know, they forgot how to play the game towards the final moments there. We were definitely losing our minds. I think they might have done too.
Oh yeah, you can imagine. So what are you thinking about this gameplay, blonde man?
What, you need a one shot?
Let me stop you right there.
Right,
Hang on.
okay.
You don't even have the decorum to introduce yourself by name. It doesn't matter what your name is, because we're talking about this, the intense action that came out from Alter Ego. Now, obviously, you were setting this one up on the cast, right?
Yes.
Expecting Regnum Karya to go in, crush
Without a
it,
doubt.
lock it down.
Without a doubt.
What went on there?
You know, this reset should have never happened. And me and John were just going off. It's like, you need to push this. And I feel like throughout the entirety of all of our stages, teams have not taken advantage of knocks. And this is one of those cases. And, well, obviously they get punished because of it. Why did Loxy not push up?
I don't know, man. It felt like they dropped the ball. I agree with Blank agreeing with Reflections.
Oh, there you go. We got his name in. All right, go on then,
Oh, yeah.
Blank.
That's Blank, by the way.
What you got for me?
What I will say
Can I say?
Yeah, you can go.
Can I go?
Are you going rogue though? Hold on.
Maybe.
Whoa.
I could be. But yeah, what we'll say is that the timing on the DBS shots was critical to that engagement. It was a kind of a minor thing there, but the skill and the under pressure to do it, just to manage the amount of ammo he had and be very direct on the shots, there is a big opportunity there. When the slight delay, when he got the initial knock, there was time for a re-knock to come through, but he wanted to be absolutely sure he got the correct hit reg and the one shot, one elim. Pretty important maneuvers. Is that okay?
That was quite good, actually.
Right.
Boys, what would you rate that? Do you think that was a good breakdown?
For him, I love him. 10 out of 10.
For me?
Absolutely. Great breakdown.
He really outdone himself.
You know, the level, the caliber that he's at, you know, that's probably an A+. Yeah.
Probably an A+, I would say. S tier, baby.
Exceeds expectations.
High school commentary.
Absolutely. You passed.
Yeah, you've nailed it. I think generally high fives all round for that one. And I mean, as the days develop, right, we've seen that level of intensity in terms of the chicken dinners that have been taken away from some squads here. I think we've got to lay props, of course, to the top dogs that have been up there absolutely dominating. I think we were saying on our cast, Blank, there was a few naysayers going into it. Would Yangon be able to keep up this level of impressive performance?
Yeah.
What do you think of their day overall?
Well, Kalaris, who was a naysayer, Kalaris, who really did not like the team, and Kalaris, who said that they would never make it in, and Kalaris, who said they'd drop out of the top 8, in fact. If you didn't quite get that, Kalaris said that.
Okay, so Kalaris said that, just for anyone at home. Let's have a look at the overall rankings, though, and see how it's shaping up, of course, to get you up to speed if you're unfamiliar, and you're not just listening only to Kalaris, because you'd be, 1 point in the greater if you didn't.
Yeah, you would be 1 point ahead right now. Alpha Gaming right at 117. They're on the doorstep at least.
At least there's 2 teams in this race, right? We're going into tomorrow. That's actually going to set our bubble as well for the smash ruling. What is it? Plus 10, 128, 118 plus 10. Oh, he's right. He's done it again. Exceeding expectations once more. Blank with a 128 call. Brilliant.
I will say my only concern is Alpha Gaming. I feel like Yangon Galacticos have been highly consistent on Erangel. So that's where most likely the tournament could in fact end. There's no way that we go into map 2, in my opinion, with the point threshold not being exceeded. That includes Alpha Gaming, but I put Yangon Galacticos as the great team going into tomorrow. They already showed it. 4 winner chicken dinners, which is incredible. But I do want to say, for Weibo Gaming's sake, if we get to Miramar and they surpass the threshold, which should be, 128, I really do think Weibo still has a chance.
Damn, okay. Wow. Playing home. Weibo, see if they can deal some damage. John, your thoughts on this?
I think that it feels like Weibo don't really have that chicken dinner fire lit under them right now.
More way
the
no.
Smash ruling. Way no right now. I think that Alter Ego have a better chance of winning via Smash ruling. I said my hot take at the start of today was that there was going to be a team that wasn't going to win on points but was going to win via Smash ruling. That's a lot less likely right now.
Yeah.
But if it's going to happen, I'm pinning my hopes on Alter Ego.
Okay, I'm curious about this as well for you, Blank, then. Sort of thoughts on the team overall. Obviously, Alter Ego, Rosemary was saying, right, feels like a great squad. They can play off one another. There's no sort of clear need for one player to dominate. But again today, Rosemary felt like he really was a big force for that team. Does he need a step up from the rest of the squad, or do you feel like it's just a bit of a slower roll back into things, looking to knock it out of the park tomorrow?
I think on the moment it's just not a lot of those areas of the map have been opened up for Alva to get those quick spy-ins, check out what's going on and find an area to move in. The lobby right now is super central based in my opinion, which is quite hard for Alter Ego. I think for Rosemary as well, there has been a couple of times where I felt like he's not playing with the squad again. He's extremely good, and that sort of thing that makes you feel like maybe it's the rest of the team's fault, but there is some times where he's been splitting a lot, especially on Miramars.
I do agree with that, and I also want to point out, by the way, Falcons underperforming where we expected them to be as big, and the reason why is Falcons is a roster that is fighting for the club championship trophy, which is a big deal. They were the winners last year, and this time around it doesn't seem like they have even a prayer of a chance to make it into first, but a top 8 finish would still be valuable for this organization. So for Falcons, they've got to step it up tomorrow.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of pressure that's been on them, right, John?
That's not going to happen. I feel like they are crumbling under the pressure.
I had a bad moment earlier.
Yeah.
I may or may not have said that Falcons are doing quite badly in front of their team manager.
Oh, no, you did not.
Oh, were they afraid of the truth? Does it scare them?
She said, I'm right here, by the way. And I was like, I mean, like, they're having a tough time.
Well, I tell you what, we've got our winners right here over the course, of our regular 6 games that were played out today. Again, you can see the double chicken dinner takeaway for Yangon. They've looked very impressive. For Alpha Gaming as well, of course, I feel like, you've got to highlight that. It was an opening chicken dinner, but it's not just been that, right? Reflections, you're looking at the placements, you're looking at the eliminations.
Yeah, they've always been an aggressive roster, and that's something that kind of caught my eye coming into grand finals and why I thought maybe they can have a bit of a chance. But they've been playing well. Their eliminations have been great, and I think that's what sets them over the edge. When they push up and fully commit to a fight, you have to favor them in those moments.
Yeah, I think that coming into this tournament, Alpha Gaming were kind of the only remaining contender of teams that you would maybe expect to have been in that top spot race. Coming into this one, obviously you have no longer Alpha 7 coming into the tournament.
On my boys, Alpha 7.
What's going on here?
Yeah.
They are so bad. But also things like Regnum Kaya, like
again,
Falcons.
just for the viewers in the back.
Please
Alpha
don't.
7 are so bad.
You're breaking. He's going, bro.
That's my region.
Cut John's mic. Just cut John's mic.
If there was one team I never want to play the game again, it's Alpha 7.
Yo, that's actually crazy, by the way. Stop. You're getting a bit
He's
too
done some kind of sleek black outfit, much like a rogue.
Oh, well, yeah.
That's what you've got for me?
Yeah. Look, I've done my dishing. That's fine. Yeah.
I definitely have, and I was watching your back when you walk out of
My point was, Alpha Gaming are the only team that remains of the initial hopes for top spot, right?
Sure.
Yeah, of the Alpha category.
Like Alpha 7, but like Regnum Kaya, like Falcons, like these other teams that you would have thought of as powerhouses coming into the whole thing.
Okay, that's fair enough. And obviously, let's set the stage about what's going to be going on in a few moments' time on your screens for the viewers at home as well, of course, right? This is playoffs, yes, but we've come to the conclusion of our 6 games for today. We're going to be back with intense focus just on the championship matchups that are going down tomorrow. But we've got something new in store for the viewers at home. Now, John, you seem to love talking. Can you give me a little bit of an amp up, like a pre-ramble, maybe a trailer type breakdown? What's going to come up?
We've been treated to the grassy pastures. We've been treated to the deserts and the jungle. But we've never been treated to them all at once. No. Well, there's something just around the corner that may deliver just that.
Oh, see, that's quite good. This is why we pay him some money. Just enough. Yeah, just enough.
Chocolate bars, mostly.
Well, yeah, but,
salt and vinegar chips.
Different variety, really.
He likes them Galacticos bars, I've heard.
He's a big fan.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Well, they've been looking very delicious today. That's what I've got for you.
Plenty of chicken dinner they've had.
But of course, there's money on the line. Yes, it's a show match, but we're hoping for some explosive gameplay out there. Reflections, thoughts on this one? Obviously, a bit of a different variety, as John said, right? You've got a seamless blend of different styles of combat in a PUBG map that brings it all together in a very fun way.
Yeah, without a doubt, Rondo, right? And from what I'm hearing, there are respawns as well.
Say the name.
That was good. That was good.
Hey, but I am excited for this one, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And respawns, they're going to be crazy.
Oh, yes, it will. Well, we set the stage for Rondos to get ready for things to get rowdy. Let's get over to Caloris and Maxman.
Rondo. Jeez, what an intro. All right, it is time. Are you ready to Rondo, Max?
I am so ready to Rondo.
Oh, yes.
Oh, we're getting right into the Chinese-themed map. And this map has been so much fun. I've been playing it so much recently and seen all of these highly experienced competitive teams and players playing on Rondo with all of the brand new mechanics is going to be extremely fun to witness here on this match.
Definitely, and for those uninitiated to Rondo, it is by far the biggest landmass map, right? Yes, it might be an 8x8, but all of that is absolutely dominated with landmass. There's very little water you're going to be playing with, aside from a river here and there, a little bit of a coastline down towards the south, but all other than that, it is all land, all day, every day.
Just a little trickle of water every once in a while, but otherwise it's just straight up walkable landmass. This time around, as we have the one plane, the one singular plane here this time around, Caloris, because you can, let's not forget, have 2 plane paths. Sometimes it's quite random. It's not going to be this time, though.
No, of course, and that can change things completely when you've got 2 planes, of course. You can be like, well, we're trying to contest for a drop spot with another team, but at the same time, maybe they're in the other plane, and then you're going to have to try and work out that dynamic. But let's see how all of these teams are going to be dropping across Rondo for our show match. And I'm excited to cast this match with you. I'm excited.
I'm very excited. I haven't cast it in a little minute here, but with Rondo in particular, I've been playing again it so much of this map. And by the way, I do want to highlight something instantly, and people might be looking at the map feed. What are these green little hearts?
Yeah.
They're recall towers, meaning your team gets eliminated. One survivor is still walking about on Rondo. He goes to the recall tower, respawns his entire team, and boom, you have an instant second chance at life in this match.
Yeah, coming down with weapons as well in hand. Very, very nicely done. And, you know, you might be thinking to yourself, what are these little shopping carts?
What is that?
What is that? Well, of course, you got the premium shops that are available too, so you can just get some gear on board with the currency that you find across. Huajing is also a place where it's super premium, so that's fantastic. And they've also got guards near them in those locations in order to be able to potentially stop you from getting to there, getting all that good loot on board, and getting you on your way.
I have to be honest though, I've tried to go there. Have I died to guards before?
Have you?
More than once.
Have you?
I didn't think that they're quite strong.
Yeah, they're tough little guys.
They are quite strong here in PUBG Mobile. Though I'm currently not seeing anyone going towards those premium shops. Luohuaxing and Ringjiang are currently going to be left available for everyone. Though my personal main drop location I like to go to is Stadium. Great spot for sniping, and DRX and Fireflux are kind of close together on the west, but I don't think that's going to actually result in a straight-up fight.
And one of the biggest focus points is always going to be Test Track and Neox Factory, though, when it comes to Rondo.
Yes.
There is oftentimes big hot drops in those locations, but for Test Track and Neox Factory, you see Regnum Carrier and Fourth Rise moving over there, that you can actually share what is effectively that spread of two locations. So, and then you can just rotate on away with maybe some of the new vehicles on board too.
Exactly. We'll see some of the vehicles at some point. But this is actually one thing I was theorizing with this map. Because you have the recall towers, I think you might see some teams decide to go for the play of one player camping a recall tower, the rest of your team going for maybe a very aggressive push, trying to get early eliminations, and boom, your team loses the fight, go for the rest.
That might be why QX from DRX went all the way up to Riyadh and the rest of them dropped on Stadium, right? Yeah. Because he was theorizing, okay, they can go for the potential hot drop, maybe get some limbs on the way, as unfortunately Falcons has already taken some casualties, and then if they did lose a potential hot drop from somebody going to Stadium, he could have res them all up at Riyadh. That would have been a sick play.
It's in circle too. Like you're in a really good spot. And here we go, looking at this one. Ralph going for the res, bringing Narvalo back to life. But you've got to keep in mind, as you said, as you drop back from the res, you spawn with a weapon. So now Sakura might have the advantage in this 1v1, but now it's going to be turned into a 2v2. And the entire squad is just going to collapse on Sakura here of E Arena.
Bit of an odd spot to have a little hot drop scenario going down, but you can already see that they're coming along.
Yes.
He has an Uzi in hand. I was able to come around. JS9 is the new gun, of course, here on Rondo. Powerful gun to say the least. Sakura is going to be dancing around here and there. It's only going to be Uzi on hand that's really going to help him. Not really that SLR.
Nah, it's not going to be working. I thought it was a DBS for a second, but no, it is in fact the JS9, and here you go, dropping down onto Sakura. Not much you can do in this situation, and because he was camping the recall tower, chances are his team is not going to be close to one just yet. They'll have to take a little bit more time. But the JS9, I want to talk about this new weapon, right?
Oh, yes.
It is truly fantastic. I've actually started replacing my M4 with a JS9. Is it better than an M4? Maybe not, but generally, if you typically like to play with a UMP, JS9 is maybe your new best friend.
I do like the JS9. Brilliant recoil control to be able to get even some mid to long range sprays if you really want to go that far, that nutty. But it is a deadly, deadly weapon.
Thunder Talk actually going for Luohuaxing. We'll be able to see at some point, I guess, on the map feed currently. They are going for the premium shop. Hopefully we don't see them get eliminated by guards in the map in the feed, as Power and Weibo going to be clashing here over to the more western side of the map.
Yeah, cheeky attempt with this AUG to really get something done against Vidan in the distance, who's just lurking around. But, well, that is, yeah. I think we saw this earlier on in that Elim feed with that M249. So, as you say, though, with them trying to position themselves, Thunder Talk into the middle of this circle with Luohuaxing in play, they could get some extreme loot on board and also start controlling some important positions, because there's a few bridges and a few crossing locations along that river over on that east side that do sort of funnel people. And on a circle like this, with it centering on there, it gives you the option to move from side to side, depending on when that late circle goes.
Exactly, because unlike maybe you're looking at Miramars or you're looking at Orangles, there's like a lot of hills and really strong terrain disparity in valleys and high grounds. Rondo, in comparison, is relatively flat. So cars are actually going to be very important for you. So you want to make those crossings with those cars, because otherwise, if you have to go by foot, chances are you're just not going to make it very far in these games.
Yeah, definitely. As we're having a few teams driving around here and there, we saw that the EMP zones are eventually going to be kicking in and getting good to go. Now, those EMP zones, if you are driving through them, they will disable your vehicles as well as scramble a few of those scopes here and there. So you want to be a bit careful about moving through them when they do pop.
and it also stops the recall towers from working. Interesting. So you're trying to go for the res, EMP zone on you, no more res for you. Pico Bus though.
There it is, Max.
Kelaris, we love this car. Literally the best vehicle in the game. Optimus Prime. He's jealous. He wishes he was a Pico Bus.
He transforms. What's he turned into? Not a Pico, and he's sad. But the haunting presence of the Pico here. Now, very quiet on approach to teams, so you've got to be really on your toes about any Picos coming your way, and also it's got that recharge as well. It's an electric vehicle. It does all right for itself, Max. It can even hold 6 people. I'm not sure how you're going to hold 6. Take 2 enemies in with you as well. And
like your old teammates, like, yeah, you can jump on.
Come
along. We'll take it to the circle. It's fine. Actually, one of my favorite things about the Pico Bus is not what you just mentioned. It's actually the fact that you can crash in a wall, and it's pretty much a mini fortress itself. And because you have the third-person perspective, you can get a lot of information relatively free, quite safely. So because of that, you can make your mini forts. It's a poor man's hovercraft in a way.
I'm getting the impression we're both very excited talking about Rondo. We're like, this is cool. This is cool. This is new. This is new.
Hey, we haven't even gone to the late game. We were going to talk about the emergency cover flare at one point.
Yeah, well, when you talked about the fact that there's a lot of open areas on Rondo, that's exactly what comes to mind for me, right? Those emergency cover flares, you can drop down the Doritos.
Is that what you call them?
From time to time. They're triangles, you know, and then be able to do something with it. Thompson, though, around the corner, easy peasy, here for Mr. Heat, over on Weibo. They are far away from the circle. Yeah, well, okay, they're all just on the edge here in Yulin. So just trying to get themselves towards the later stages of this. The thing is that about playing edge play here, you kind of want to, on that circle one, play some central positions.
Yeah.
Because you've got so much land to try and cover, see what you can get going, because you don't want to be transitioning towards some of these center compounds when they're all going to be taken.
Yeah, I like drawing comparisons of this map compared to, for example, a Miramar or an Erangel. Compared to Erangel in particular, you have still a lot of named cities, but you also have a lot of unnamed cities and little compounds around the map, especially in like the more grassy area of the map itself. So the big compounds, even if they're taken, you still have a few buildings you can hold on to. So I would agree and favor Central in the early stages because it's such a wide map. As Regnum Kara here looking to have a little bit of a clash with our South Korean team of DRX, but it's still early game. Is it worth it? Not really, though I do see the EMP zone currently engulfing all of DRX. So maybe they want to be careful because scoping in again is made relatively more difficult when you are in that EMP zone.
Definitely going to be a bit slower for them, so they're just kind of biding their time here around these monolith areas that are relatively unplayable, very difficult to get up around or a lot of that terrain. So if you get circles kind of centering around these areas, it becomes a bit precarious on how you're going to deal with things. Meanwhile, we're on board with the arena going against Horror. Sakura's in a lot of trouble here. Reinforcements are on the way to try and deal with things. JS9 in hand here for Sleepy. What can he get done with it? Tries to go for a spray with the red dot. Not too much available to him.
Yeah, big fight happening here into Meiran itself, and it also does have a recall tower, meaning if this fight goes a little bit haywire for your squad, you can still try and get your team back on board this time around. Jiggle, way in the distance, is going to be out. The nade connects onto Joker, so he's going to be sent right back to the lobby, possibly, unless the res comes on through. Sky, though, the nade is looking good. A lot of damage onto Tony K. Followed up with a molly. Will he get the first aid, or will the molly cook him up? As Tony K here is going to be struggling on fire, but does pull off the first aid and will be able to have another chance to win that fight.
Not much cover to work with on these walls. Still realizing exactly where Sky's moving up. He might have to strip this. He gets the heal off fully. Oh, but gets taken down by the S12K. Very nicely done here by Sky. Horror not having too bad a time.
Actually, I'm looking at the map feed. We have Thundertalk currently. They hear this fight happening, and keep in mind, they've been looting in Lo Huac Sing this entire time. They might have MG3s, like all just crate weapons in their arsenal. So E-Arena, if you hear a team next to you, might want to just call it a day and leave. I mean, Mormon is doing exactly that and hoping to find one of the recall towers. I believe there's one over to the east, so that is going to be his main focus this time around.
Yeah, there's actually quite an odd scenario going on. 4 Thrives is also embroiled in a fight up near Fireflux as well as DRX, but Noki is way far away from them waiting in the outside spot. I'm wondering if he's maybe going to go for a res, because he's kind of also stuck in an EMP zone whilst the rest of his team's going down.
Yeah, don't forget, you cannot res in an EMP zone. You have to wait for it to clear before you actually go for the res on your teammates. As Moment, here we go. He got it to his own recall tower east of Meiran. I'm not sure how many can actually revive here, because I believe they already got one res earlier. And yeah, Sakura, I believe, is fully out of this game. You get one respawn per match. And unfortunately for Sakura, that is the end of the line.
Can you imagine if you just keep going and going and going? Res, 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 res. I'd have to save you, Max, about 6 times.
I mean, I gotta loot their cheek pads, Kalaris, you know? I need that cheek pad. If I have to die for it, I will die 10 times for the cheek pad.
He loves cheek pads. If he doesn't have one on his bolty, that's rough.
I have 2 usually, just an extra in case it breaks.
Yeah, I know, Max. But anyway, we've still got Regnum Carrier stuck in this fight here. But thankfully for these guys, they can again be a little bit slow about this. It is still kind of center circle as we are now bearing down for a circle 2 shift. And then after that, they'll really decide where they want to go. Thankfully, because of some of these plateaus, you can keep your cars relatively safe against some of the angles that your opponents have.
Yeah, actually, talking about these big monoliths, as you called them earlier, we saw it in Miramar. You can drive up these big mountains. Technically, you can also do that here. You can go up there. It's a fantastic sniping position.
A bit sneaky.
It's a bit sneaky, but they don't really have dips on top, so you're quite visible to enemies. So you've got to be very confident to hit your long-range shots if you want to go for those big high-ground positions. This fight's still ongoing, though. Fireflux, Regnum Carrier, the 2 Turkey teams here looking for a clash. But phase 2 is about to pop. Are we going to have a desert finish? Are we going to have a grassy finish? Where is it going to take us?
It's a big question, unless it goes center, and then the river becomes even more problematic. Oh, okay, so mostly grass. And yeah, Test Track and Neox Factory become a very big focal point here. And there's a lot of open areas around them. There's also to the northwest, kind of that bamboo forest that actually you can crash car through. Those can go down, but look who's also going down, Regnum Carrier.
Didn't 4th Rive just get the res and now like, we're fighting again?
It's time to go.
Let's send it one more time. Here's going to be onto Regnum Carrier. They're looking to take the engagement side. That's the IGL already down. The 4th Rives here, a little bit hesitant. What's the game plan? Do we commit? Do we get back in the cars and leave? Do we send a player up on the... Is he sending it uphill on the mountain? Oh, he's getting. Yeah, he's doing exactly what I talked about. He's taking the high ground.
Yeah, I like that. Also, some deployable cover was thrown down here. You could hear that whoosh sound as that is going to descend here for them to try and keep themselves alive just a little bit longer. Kind of, you could, very, very difficult to deal. As you can see, Jing also with an MG3 in that limb feed. Ooh.
From the premium shop.
Yeah,
you can get almost a full squad of MG3s in the early game.
That's pretty terrifying.
It is quite terrifying. Falak, I wonder how high he got on this mountainside. As Silas pushing it solo. Without the backup of his team, he's got to be a little bit careful. Don't overpeak it. You are in a nadeable position.
They're definitely aware, though, right? They could hear that driving going on. Silas is not... sees him. Is he trying to go higher?
Higher?
No, surely not.
It's Falak. Who knows?
He's crazy.
He's mad. Oh, wait. I think... Did he just jump? No, he's going higher. No, Falak.
I think he could be sprayed down here.
He can.
Yeah.
Done.
That's no. A disaster.
Hey, point proven though, you can do it.
If you can do it, you're just going to be very susceptible to some shots coming in here as well. Silas once again looking for another opportunity on 4th Rise, but 4th Rise getting completely out of dodge, going for a little heal, running on away, but they're chasing him down. Let's go.
I mean, you should get that elimination if you can. Regnum Carrier, do not allow 4th Rise to live on this match, because we do actually see the rest of the team is still in Neox Factory, still possibly camping that revive tower, that recall tower.
Yeah.
They already res some of their teammates, so how many can they really bring back? Can Falk be respawned? That one I'm not too sure.
Yeah, it's a good point. They've not gone for it just yet. Technically, it's not been fully ended as you can see. Falak is just down at the moment up on that high ground. So I guess they're just waiting for that to kind of time out. And they are also seeing if T24 was actually going to go down as well. He has a JS9 on board too. So technically, a lot of firepower available there. But actually, Narvalo lurking around. He's got to be careful about this. I don't think he... Well, okay. No, they know Narvalo is there. He does take a few shots here and there.
Yeah, I mean, Narvalo also got rezzed already this match very early on. So he cannot afford to go out at this stage. Otherwise, it is going to be proper GG for him. T24 looking to leave. Though we saw in the elimination feed, Thundertalk were fighting Horror for a little bit. They actually got a few knocks, a few limbs, but Horror, of course, camping Mayran. They have the recall tower. They get the full reset on their squad, back as a 4-man team. As we now go over to their position again, see have a good idea of what Lochbachting looks like. It's like a little bit of a fortress position, and the high ground actually is really good for just long-range fights overall.
Definitely. APG in some trouble here as well, going up against Non-Shim Red Force. Here come the reinforcements from them as well. The last 12k around the corner goes for the molly across that wall, but he's already relocated. There's going to be shots coming in from that high ground as well here. A nice jump shot around the corner. The S12k proving dividends.
Oh, that was a great jump shot here from Doc C against APG. Are we going to get a Doc versus Doc action here this time around? That's going to be the attempt as Yol going right through the Molotov. And unfortunately, I don't recommend doing that.
No, really?
Yeah, really. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Maybe not a great play here from Seol, but Doc, luckily enough, away from his team. But this time, in Rondo, it kind of makes sense. The docketing is meta here on this map.
All right, yeah. We didn't quite get Doc squared with the Doc versus Doc action, but there you go. He gets that res off, moves on away as well. We did have the circle shift come in. It's gone northeast of Test Track Neox Factory, so there is definitely some winding hills around there as APG is going to descend from the skies and get another chance here on Rondo.
Yeah, going to be trying to take a few little buildings. Yol is going to be going for that shed in the distance. DRX now actually going to be slowly encountering some players of Horror, but Horror not truly interested in fully committing to this engagement. And actually, a lot of teams, as you said earlier, Kalaris, want to try and play center. This phase now, there's not enough space. Teams are going to have to go for these big on head fights. And we're looking at Power, Yangon, Ultra Ego, APG, and E-Arena. They need to go for big send.
It's going to get messy. There's quite a bit of high ground around those kind of monolith areas. There's even a few pagodas here and there that you can actually kind of entrench yourself in on, and that can be a good defensive position. But the hill that slopes down from those monoliths to Test Track and Neox Factory, I'm mixing up the names together, is very, very open. Nades go forward. A big spray coming in from DRX as well to try and shut down Ida from this position. Can they get it done?
It's going to be Emre and Rita here, the last two survivors for Ida Esports. Darkin, Erin, if you want to get the res on those two players, you need to wrap up this fight very, very quickly as a huge nade of Rita connects onto Sizzy. Now DRX, the entire setup is just falling apart in this compound.
No, definitely. I wouldn't be surprised if like a third party wants a little bit of action of this. There's even shots coming in from the distance as well, understanding that they could potentially take away some of these knocks wherever they can find. Was that a knock? Was he did finish him off with the nade?
He eliminated his own teammate.
Oh no.
Unfortunate. You know what? There's one way to make it up if you can actually res them, but of course, there's a limit. Right now, you cannot recall your teammates. It is too late. That means you still only have one more life in this match. So DRX actually able to slow down the fight with that utility. The smoke's going to be blocking out the vision of Ida, though they are able to get one res onto Emre. So it's Emre, Rita, Erin against the remnants of DRX. The nade is looking good, and it is going to be huge onto Hyunbin. Gets the knock. It's down to so easy now in the 1v3. Can he hold down the fort with a JS9? That is a no, and they are out of this Rondo game.
Rough stuff out in 15th. Meanwhile, look what the Boogie was able to do alongside one of these monoliths. You can see the pagoda down there that I was referring to as well, and it's become a huge theatre of conflict now as Mana comes around with the JS9 to try and do something about all of this. A lot of JS9s in play here, coming around the corner. They finished them all off. Good stuff by Alva from the distance as well. That's Alter Ego looking good.
I love Moana just going around the walls like, oh, they're kind of mini labyrinths. It's like,
a little
is this
bit, yeah.
you punching upstairs? Is it the other side? No, they do find at the end though, Alter Ego able to get himself a good game here on Rondo. A ton of eliminations, though the center of the circle still in favor of Ida and Horror Esports. But the main threat we kind of talked about a few times this game is still they're going to be a Thunder Talk, because their ammo count, the weapons they have, they're just fully looted up after looting up in Lohuaxing, and they are still in circle here in this little castle fortress over to the east. They could just go guns blazing and third party from a distance.
Yeah, they really could. I mean, E-Arena rocked up on them, right? And they were like, actually, maybe we'll leave, because they had one or two limbs go their way, and then, yeah, Thunder Talk knows what they were doing in terms of getting those weapons on board. Meanwhile, you can see already that Fireflux is in a position where they can transition towards a circle. A lot of this area kind of south of them is pretty open, with a few trees, a few rocks here to play for, but Horror's 2-2 split south of that could become the focal point for a lot of these teams now bearing down on this circle, Max.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the positions are already going to be occupied. Of course, we talked about Thunder Talk. Horror's going to have a lot of control, same for E-Arena and Power on the southern edge. I'm going to start looking now at the one item we've referred to quite a few times, the emergency cover flare. If you cannot make it, you want to survive in the open, 1, 2, 3 emergency cover flares can really buy you so much precious time to maybe make it later on in the match.
As you say, there's some incredibly flat locations, so if you've got some cover that you can throw down straight away, get that going.
The Doritos.
It's lovely. It's lovely stuff. But Rosemary now cooking up an aid, seeing if he can do anything against Regnum Carrier a little bit further forwards than them. Doesn't really connect too much with that, and now that kind of does make his presence very much known. These two teams are in a position where this is not in circle. T24, not easy there.
The Pico didn't work out, unfortunately, though they can still get Tizzy. Nice knock coming through from IQDIGL of 4 Thrives. Doxy now going to be the one taking all of that incoming damage. 4 Thrives, how are you going to play this one out? Because right now, Benny going for the push alongside XCY. They will go for the flush. They will go for the res. Maybe also get an IQ alongside that knock, and that will be Nongshim Red Force, a very nice wide rotation, very similar to what they've been doing in the entire tournament.
You can see water either side of them, and that's because this is one of the more narrow locations to cross this river. And I think maybe they had the idea of, okay, we know that this has shifted far east. That means that less teams are going to be likely in that east side. Let's all try and rotate wide and get on that east side of the circle. But unfortunately, they ran into some problems.
Yeah, the water's just going to be slowing down that rotate quite a bit, and so will Power, the currently holding northern side of this lake. Big fight in the elimination feed is going to be unfolding. Nongshim Red Force sending it right into the compound of 4 Thrives. It's going to be Noki, though, also shared alongside the players of Horror. No fear, jiggle, though playing that one singular building, want to stay away from the from this conflict.
Yeah.
And Noki just trying to survive.
One of those unnamed POIs that actually doesn't rise here is the kind of solar power location. So, as you can see, it's a nice angle, beautiful angle here coming in from Nongshim Red Force to deal with power.
That was actually, that's a good way to use the Pico bus.
Lots of windows.
Yeah, a lot of windows. You don't want to get sprayed by one person at like 150 meters away. That one is quite rough. You can just hit a lot of headshots. Magnum Karia, we still saw them take some early fights earlier on in this match versus 4 Thrives, and now it's going to be versus Ida. Regnum still have 4 players. They got 6 eliminations. They're looted really nicely in this match. Can they go for the transition? Because the circle moves away once more.
Yeah.
Do you want to take this fight or maybe favor a position in the circle and just full send it?
I think this may end up boiling down to a Horror finding a brilliant position up against an eventual Thunderstorm coming in with insane weaponry. Still, nades go forwards from Ida here to try and deal with Regnum Carrion what they're doing. Good use of this blank to try and move forwards and deal with it. But here comes the reinforcements from Silas. Tries an angle, but he brings him down. Aaron with the S12K. Brilliant stuff.
Oh, can he get the entire squad? Can he do the 1v4? The car's moving away, but it's Team Secret to ruin that clutch opportunity. Regnum Karia might actually be able to get the full reset here onto both Silas and whichever player. Loxy also could be able to get himself up as well. Though, they still have a car. They can still make it into the circle. But Team Secret, will they allow that to happen? But not just Team Secret, Alter Ego. They hear this fight. They want to go for the third party. Rosemary, Krypton are on a mission.
Now, bear in mind, it's $10,000 for the leader when it comes to elims.
Yes.
And it's $10,000 for the chicken dinner winner as well here as cars crash on through. You can see the deployable cover in the distance. Spray goes down from Morano against those rock positions as well from Regnum Carrier. Not bad on the left-hand side. Brings one more down here. Regnum Carrier in absolute dire straits at the moment with Wild also falling. Silence the last one to be able to do anything about all of this. And they're cleaning up, Max.
They're doing such a good job here. Alter Ego, the timing on that fight was absolutely spectacular. The nade in the dip. Silas is just going to get absolutely rinsed by bullets. Alter Ego successful in that Western third party. And Team Secret saw that from a distance, and they just got the hell out of Dodge. They don't want any business here with Alter Ego.
That was simple. Bish, bash, bosh from them coming on in. And Team Secret, as you say, down towards this solar farm. But at the same time, Thunderstalk has lost another player. They are only 2. They should have good weapons on board with them. Alter Ego, 11 elims. They're just rolling from fight to fight. Team Secret now does see power in the distance on the right-hand side of the solar farm. So can they do anything about it? All 4 in a car. It's a bold play, Max.
Oh, okay. Yeah, get out, please. Okay, maybe let's not do that play. I can hear John Allen screaming in the distance like, no, don't do that. It is not the way.
He's saying, no, what are you doing?
Yeah, you wish you had 2 cars. I'm sure you would.
I'd love 2 cars.
I love 2 cars. That would be beautiful. There's actually a Pico bus that's right there just in front of them. They could try and use it up. Blue zone going to be engulfing all of Alter Ego. They're taking way too much damage. They lose 1. I think they might lose 2. Rosemary might just be left in a solo situation here at the end of this Rondo show match.
Another very bold strategy to go out that wide in the blue to try and do something. They are technically back in the circle here, though, but no, Rosemary will end up falling. That is Alter Ego down and out. Can any of these teams beat 11 limbs? Is the question here for that 10,000 as Power's just 1 behind at the moment, Max.
Could be the case. Hungry for that 10k extra prize. The nade is beautiful.
That might be it.
Xerus, and now they got... No, not really a man advantage. It's a 3v3, but it makes it even across the board between Team Secret and Power. They're going to try and close that gap a little bit. Of course, in these crates area, you can try and get a bit of elevation if you want. Fahidan, though, away from Easy and Ragnar. Fahidan, if I were you, take it chill because the circle shifts in your direction. You are not obligated to take this fight.
Big threat still lurking around. Fireflux has been able to sniff out Thunderstalk here on the east side and actually shut them down almost completely. So that is huge from Fireflux. Once again, big spray coming in from Fahidan. Will he be able to hit enough? Doesn't look like it. Just goes for that heal off as well, knowing that he's positioned himself in a great spot to try and deal with this. But Horror, as well as Team Secret, going to be trying to bear down on this spot. They've got a really good spot on the edge. Of course, all eyes should be on Team Secret now. They need to be the next ones to move.
Let's keep in mind, Fireflux just eliminated Thundertalk, meaning all of the loot of the premium shop is going to go right in their back pocket here. They're going to have possibly a few MG3s, a few really good high-tier crate weapons to play around. The Horror, actually here, Kalaris, have been pretty silent this match. Meaning to me, they should have a lot of resources to play around in terms of utility, ammo, their vest and helmet should be very healthy. And Sky is holding the angle.
Sky also is holding 8 nades. So
it's very, very healthy. Okay.
Big push here from Fireflux to try to do something about power. Try to dislodge them from this rock on this southeast side. Not too bad at all. The shotguns come out, though. Are able to clean up a lot. Fidan's not really there to be able to aid this position here, as Fireflux is trying to do the very most. It's up to Ketch and Solus to shut them all down, and they've done pretty well. Maybe they can get the reses off.
Yeah, Ketch and Solus, the true OGs here of Fireflux. They've been on this squad for absolute years in PUBG Mobile Esports, and still here over in Rondo. We saw the emergency cover flare dropping down from the heavens. They're going to have a good little anchor to play around. It's going to be for Ketch in particular to use that to his full advantage. Though Horror, Team Secret, they're fighting it tooth and nail here in this unnamed compound.
I mean,
it's now the nade on Frankie.
Oh,
looks good.
Perfect.
It
nice.
hits it.
I mean, this might end up being the winning play here for them to try and shut them down. The circles come their way as well. If they can shut down Team Secret, who was trying to leapfrog forwards of Horror, and they've taken them completely down. We talked about the nades before. They had them in spades.
Did they shoot even a single bullet?
Oh, I don't think so,
I think the bullets were nades at the end of that one. The circle, as we see, shifted again on phase 7 in favor of Horror. And actually, one of the new mechanics here, if you want, you can actually explode the ground and you can create some dips. This is what we're going to be seeing used in favor of Fahidan, behind especially that emergency cover flare. So you might survive quite fine this match because of that dip.
Terrain destruction going to be important here on Rondo, but now Horror could be staring down a chicken dinner and maybe even the Elim lead as well. If they were able to get 20k on board, that would be huge for Ketch. Just trying to use this pylon to keep himself alive for as long as possible, but he knows he has to make a huge run for it. He hopefully might have some more deployable cover, but it's looking like Horror's going to be able to take this one.
I think if they would have some here, they would have possibly used it a little bit earlier on in this match here. But Horror, if you have some, don't use it, because you don't have to. You're in the circle. Fireflux are the ones that have to use the emergency cover flare if they currently have it available. They're going to be waiting out in the blue, and Solus is going to go out and deny that point.
They don't know who has a limbs, but if they denied, and actually they have 13 limbs versus 12, they could walk away with 10k for the limbs if they both denied. But I think,
they got it! 13, they tied up with Fireflux at the very end of this Rondo show match. How does it work in case of a tie?
I don't know.
Me neither.
We'll find out. Maybe Horror gets themselves the victory here after taking that warehouse location around the solar panels and being able to win in the end, Max. So really fun show match here to kind of showcase what Rondo is all about, the terrain, the extra additions to the game as a whole. Very exciting.
We didn't just showcase, like every single new addition on Rondo was actually used in this situation. I absolutely adore it. I do have to say though, Horror, can you play like this in the main tournament? I would love to see more of that in particular, but over here, Rondo was an absolute banger show match.
There is some irony in you predicting them for the main tournament and then them winning the show match.
Yeah. not much to add to that.
All right, well, thank you very much, Max. Thank you to everybody else tuning in for this Rondo show matches. Back to the studio here to talk about good old Rondo and the tournament.
Oh, rambunctious plays on Rondo, and not only was there some schooling going on from the teams, but they were both teaching us how to actually do our jobs as casters. Now, John, I know this will be beneficial to you. Anything you took away from that one?
I really liked when they highlighted the number of players in a single vehicle. I think I'm going to talk about that more from now on.
It's crazy, because obviously Max was doing an impression of you, but it's weird, because I thought there was double audio, because that's actually what you said.
I don't sound like that at all.
No, he doesn't. But Blank, what did that game sound like when it came to victory? Was that just a hoorah? Was it something a bit different?
Oh, wow.
Oh,
What do you think about that?
You agree with that, Reflections?
Like, that's what I heard, baby.
John, I feel like you're keen for one.
No, I was just trying to get some comfort from what just happened over there. Yeah, that's what I was looking
Did you
for.
like that?
Yeah.
You didn't enjoy it?
Do we do a 3-2-1 hurrah?
Here, I'll bring you in. Get ready. Let's get some oxygen. Yeah? All right, you ready? 3, 2, 1.
Oh,
a little bit
they extended theirs. Yeah,
I did not extend
You
mine.
abandoned us.
I mean, it was nice.
I did. I kind of betrayed you guys. I went rogue.
It's okay. We're used to it at this point. Used to you going rogue.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I mean, look, to be honest, it's kind of a perfect summary of obviously how our show match went down there. Great use of the recall towers, bringing your teammates back into the action blank. That's what you did. You went rogue, but made a great maneuver.
I was going to say some rogue maneuvers during that match. Exactly that. Yeah, it was good. It was good fun. I enjoyed it. Definitely got to see some more of Rondo, and we got to see quite a lot of what was going down there. We got to see the JS9. We got to see the Pico bus. We got to see the Res coming through. I quite liked it here in PUBG Mobile. You get to climb those monoliths with the buggies, with the vehicles, get up on height. Didn't quite work out for Falak, though.
No, not quite. And obviously, we've got those match rankings coming in there. We can give a little bit of a highlight. Reflections, what stuck out to you?
The thing that stuck out to me, and one thing that I really appreciate, again, going to the respawn conversation, it allowed teams to get a bit more aggressive and feel more comfortable challenging, which you typically cannot do when it comes to regular PUBG Mobile, right, on our traditional esports style maps. So getting more aggressive allows to more eliminations, allows to more engaging scenarios, which is a lot of fun. It also sets teams up maybe to play that anchor role, which is kind of a crazy scenario, a good talking point, which we did see time to time. But I mean, so many eliminations, it makes sense. Again, respawns, gives you security, gives you the opportunity to continue to push rosters.
I couldn't have said it better myself, so I'm glad you stopped it there, because we got to get into the Kadia top plays of the day. And of course, this is going to be reminiscing over the actual competition, the championships matchups that we were having today. Blank, tons of highlights. Give me the run through. What's got you perked up about this one?
This one right here honestly, this was a top play, and it's sad that we didn't get to see too much of it, where it was Doc on a sliver of HP being able to clutch it out. But there's just fantastic plays all today, guys, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like this may have been both a good and a bad play. Good from Yangon Galacticos,
Yes.
bad from Team Secret.
Without a doubt, Team Secret, in our opinion, did not need to push forward as aggressively as they did, and it opened up the door wide for Yangon Galacticos to take another victory. But this end zone was crazy. 4 thrives looking so strong.
Actually, I was kind of getting into that. Can you give me some more? Cast
What,
it.
the cast?
Yeah. Come on.
I can't turn it off. I've been doing it now for the past 8 days. But this was an incredible moment. It was Alter Ego standing their ground and taking over a victory from Regnum Karia. And of course, that specific incident should not have happened, in my opinion. You should. I got the Lil Wanker going. I should. All right. Yeah. I should not have this. Reflection. But it did happen. And
Taylor, no.
Okay,
you've doxed him.
I'm not gonna lie, you guys threw me off.
That throw you off a little bit. John, quick, pick it up, John. You're his duo.
Shout out to his in-ears right now, because they are looking fancy, just like his casting, and unlike Regnum Kai's close down on that match.
Ooh, okay, that was pretty good, boys. I'm enjoying this. I think we're bringing a bit of a new flavour to the desk here. It's like a mobile casting booth, you know.
Yeah, we could run around and do that all over the boulevard.
You've got freedom to move, John. If you want to have a walk, you can go for it, buddy.
The desk has been doing it all tournament long, so if you want to just leave, just
where'd
leave.
you want to go?
Yeah, I'm good here.
You good?
I know, I felt unsafe just then. I'm back on the sofa.
That scared you.
He's got his sea legs, but I tell you who didn't. Our Sony hero of the day. Let's have a look who's walking away with the title this time around. Oh, there he is. It's Doc Blank.
Wow, that's nice. Our Sony hero of the day, indeed, definitely deserves to be the MVP, was Doc. And again, it's nice to see Doc rewarded for playing with his team.
That's without a doubt. Doc was incredible. APG truly challenging Yangon Galacticos, and I believe, right, a new father, if I'm not mistaken. Big narrative coming in, but if that's the case, hey, he's playing for a lot more than just a championship.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, he was teaching lessons. He was kind of babysitting out there on the server. More himself, in reality.
Mr. Top was doing a lot of that. I mean, he just holds from the backline. As long as he can tell Doc what to do, you know, we're good to go.
Oh, yeah. And it worked out well. John, for you, what really stuck out in terms of his performance today?
I feel like Doc has had a little bit of a renaissance in today's games, right? APG, some stumbles over the course of the tournament so far. He really held it down for Alpha Gaming. I mean, they needed a leader in this moment, right? And there's a reason that they're up there with Yangon Galacticos now. I feel like the rest of the roster isn't quite there in lockstep with him. Like you were saying just then, he's telling Top what to do. He's giving that info. There are some standout players coming through from the other players on the roster. You completely disagree with me. That's fair. But well, okay, you know, I think that he was the hero that they needed in that moment.
I'll
today.
take that, John. I'll take that. And we'll let Blank make his noises in a minute. Because, of course, we've got the Honor Domination. So let's get into it. Blank, you know what? You seem to want to talk. Break it down for me, because there is a lot of players you were umming and ahhing about that have been slaying it today.
Wow!
He's doing sound effects.
That's a lot of triple limbs right now from Doc, Zyor, Reefus. And actually, you know what? This proves my point. Well, can you just take a look? Okay. How many players are on there from APG?
That's that would be.
That's hard to add.
Wait, hang on a minute. Can I try? I need a moment.
Do the maths. Come on.
Physically quite hard. Isn't
Well, there's one from Ketch.
Okay.
Yeah,
on there,
the other
and
one's
he's
Falak.
not on APG, right?
The other one's Falak from Fourth Rise. The others are. There's not really any other team there.
Look. Look.
I think the rest of APG, much like John, need to step up. Isn't that right?
What? Look, I feel like they stole those feeling from someone else. They must have done. I don't know how they snuck that one through.
I do want to point out Fireflux, by the way, had a wonderful day despite them being further down in the standings. The catch was a large reason why. They bully. You got to stand up for yourself, man. You're right in the middle.
I tried standing up just before. I didn't like it.
That is true. Never mind. He's the lost cause.
Yeah, he was struggling. He was struggling. I quite like this, though. It's good. You know, we got the comedy and then we've got the sort of straight man with a direct approach from you, Taylor.
I'm the serious
He's directed the camera every time. We don't matter.
I'm 33. I'm getting old, man.
He's talking to the camera more than he's talking to us.
Oh, what are you? I love you guys. What are you talking about?
I didn't expect that. But I
He's
did.
a spicy one.
You're keeping it going. It's good. But I did expect this. Say less, my G, but say more, say Cloud. Let's get down to the stage and see what Barney had to say in his interview.
As two teams lead the charge going into Smash Sunday, I am, of course, joined by SayCloud from Yangon Galacticos with an incredible day 2 here at the PMWC Grand Finals. I've got Marco here as well, coach. I'm going to quickly start off, SayCloud, by asking you about Alpha Gaming, because you guys are obviously hyper aware of the scores going into the final day. It's you two leading the charge. Are you aware of where they're positioning themselves on the map? And if so, are you guys going to adapt anything going into the final day to either avoid them or push them to get one up on them?
အခု FR game နဲ့ပတ်သက်ပြီးတော့ငါတို့သူတို့ position ကိုတိလာပါတော့ FR game နဲ့ပတ်သက်ပြီးတော့သူတို့ position နဲ့လို့ရှိရင် FR game ကို final day မှာငါတို့ကသူတို့ fight မှာလားဒါမှမဟုတ်ငါတို့တက်ရှောင်သွားမှာလားပေါ့
final game ကတော့သူတို့ position တွေကတော့တိပါတယ်သူတို့ဘယ်သွားလဲသူတို့လမ်းကြောင်းတွေဘယ်ဝင်လဲတော့တိပါတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့နောက်ဆုံးရမှာသူတို့နဲ့တော့လမ်းမှာတွေ့ရင်တော့ fight ကောင်း fight ဖြစ်လိမ့်မယ်ဘာလို့လဲဆိုတော့သူတို့တင်ရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့လည်းအကျိုးရှိရလေဒါပေမဲ့လည်း risk တော့အဲ့လိုကြီးတက်ကြီးသွား fight တာမျိုးတော့မလုပ်ပါဘူး
So what we are saying is, he's saying is like we know exactly where they're going, where they're traveling, where the rotations is. But in the final day, we will try to not avoid or only we'll try to not fight. Either like we don't do anything. But if we see them on our way, we will fight them. We don't take a risk.
Okay, there's no need to take the risk, right?
Yeah,
you know, one of the things that we need to talk about tomorrow is that, you know, we're going to get into the Smash Zone. Once you get into that Smash Zone, you have to win. Is there anything that's going to change going into tomorrow? Because a lot of people, once they get into that Smash Zone, they start to play a bit more passive. They start to pull things back. Are you just going to continue playing your game? Because it's very easy to start thinking, well, why don't we just take the foot off the gas and then just try to make that final zone?
သူပြောတာပါတော့ Smash ဖြစ်သွားတဲ့ခါကျတော့ရှင်နောက်ဆုံးအနေနဲ့ပေါ့နော်ငါတို့ကတော်များအတင်းနေ passive ဆော့ကြမှာအဲ့တော့ဘာဖြစ်လဲဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ပေါ့နော်ငါတို့နည်းနည်းအခက်အခဲရှိမှာပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဆိုရှင်ငါတို့နောက်ဆုံး zone ထိပဲရအောင်ပဲပေါအောင်လုပ်မလား chicken ကိုပဲရအောင်စားမလားငါတို့ဘယ်လို fight မလားအမှတ်ယူမလားပေါ့
ဘယ်နဲ့ Smash point ရအောင်ရင်တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကပုံမှန်တိုင်းပဲဆော့သွားမှာပါဘာလို့လဲဆိုရင်အဲ့လိုမျိုး chicken ရအောင်ဆိုပြီးစိတ်ထားဆော့နေကျွန်တော်တို့ pressure ပို့ပြီးလို့ပါအဲကြောင့်ဟိုအရှိမလဲဒီလိုမျိုး Smash rule နဲ့ဆော့ခဲ့ရတာ PNC မှာကြောက်ခဲ့ပြီးအဲကြောင့်လည်းဒီတစ်ခေါက်ထပ်ကြုံရင်တော့ကိုရဲ့ play style နဲ့ကိုပဲဆော့ပါ
Okay so what we're saying is like we just try to play our game it doesn't matter like we try to have chicken or not we just we show our stuff to the fan to our players and of course like we used to play last PMC champion with this Smash rules and we make it champion so I think we don't have any pressure on it so that's it we will try to play our own game
I think from an audience perspective as well the easiest thing to say is that you guys have 4 winner chicken dinners so far so you guys are clearly playing the end game really well but SayCloud thank you so much for joining me in this post-match interview we can't wait to see what you guys bring to Smash Sunday it's going to be so exciting and for now we're going to head back over to you guys because we've got a very special match
Always lovely to hear from Barney. And of course, SayCloud there down on the stage. Yangon absolutely delivering. Thoughts on that one, boys? Exciting interview to get some insights, reflections.
Without a doubt, SayCloud has been a standout player throughout the entire tournament. And more importantly, where it matters most during the grand finals. Hey, dude, he's that guy. Plain and simple. Yangon Galacticos, a team that is looking to go all the way. And a championship would mean so much to them. And you could really see that with SayCloud obviously breaking it down. But tomorrow's not going to be easy. They're going to have to go all out.
And I think I like that as well. Obviously, you mentioned the championship title there, right? As John loves to remind everyone, Alpha 7 aren't here, John, so we're going to get a new champion.
Absolutely. They will not be able to defend their title because they did not qualify into this stage of the tournament. And I think that it's really interesting to see how this sort of... it's a pin. I got that one earlier from Barney.
It's shiny. It's distraction.
Yeah, Black was having a little gander at my pin. I feel like it is really interesting to see how the regional power shifts over the course of the years, right? We had a lot of strength coming through from SEA early on in PUBG Mobile's history. I compared the situation right now to a few years ago in Kuala Lumpur with Bigatron and how dominant they were all the way back when. It was like 2019, something like that. Many years ago. We were but we Ben.
Before the crash out.
Yeah, before the crash out. Sure. And then it's come through. We've had all sorts of regions coming in.
Yeah.
It was Brazil's turn. It is no longer. So I'm hoping that we'll see. Well, I don't have to hope because we will be seeing a new champion.
It's a very good point, John, and it will be exciting. Obviously, that's going to be when we get into things tomorrow. For now, though, let's close down today. Starting off with you, Reflections.
Sure.
Final thoughts on this one overall.
Today was such an incredible day.
And there he goes. John, you?
I think that Smash Ruling, definitely potential. Alter Ego, they're going to do it.
And everyone's slowly leaving. Blank, what are you thinking about the day?
He's gone. I want to give you a little bit more.
Okay.
Just quickly to finish things
mate.
up.
I appreciate that.
Yangon Galacticos tomorrow have to be very worried because they're going to play their own game over on the edge. Teams will want to earn some more money here. They don't want the day to end early, so they might be doing a bit of targeting overall.
Oh, okay. And he's also leaving. One by one, he trips over on the way out. It's quite a good analogy for how Blank approaches casting PUBG Mobile. It's all over the place. But we're going to be back tomorrow with more action. Championship Sunday is right around the corner. A new champion. 4 members of a team crowned. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be explosive. And I'm trying to keep John Allen trapped behind that sofa for as long as possible. See you tomorrow, everyone.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy Series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tube Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Feed set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025. Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.